Hello. In this situation, it is not me that was making us late. Between the two black people, I'm obviously the whitest one. Jay is gussing herself up. She will be with us shortly. She, in fact, yelled at me to make sure that we started. However, hello. Shabbat Shalom. Sahong Sikon Howdy. Those of you who are already there Friday night, this will feel like a part 2. Those of you who are in my audience that didn't watch it all, tonight is the night where we fight for the right to make fun of black women. But no, seriously. Just like it was before with the Jordan Petersons rounded, if you do not feel like you can be capable of listening to the retarded opinions of a woman trying to smug down 2 people, and or feel like you will not have the ability to get through the entire chat, at any time, do not feel like you have to stay until the end. Simply hit us with the deuces and fade into the background with some bloom, 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 bloom. However, keep in mind and consider that more than likely, as it was before, and they will probably do again, more than likely they will be attempting and forcing claims on this. I don't know if they put claims on Jay's. I know last time they put claims on mine. I have some things overlaid on top of it to try and deal with and get around the problem. There's not really much that I can do, but we're going to try to do something. With that being said, feel free to give humble likes, donations, and support in the ways which you see and befit upon the stream. Super chats are welcome, members are welcome. Don't feel that you have to give a super in order to have a particular point or question read, but if you feel like it, throw some dollary dues at the screen. Take a minute and settle in, because Jay's gonna be, she's gonna take a minute. I would prefer not starting without her, but she specifically said that it'll be fine. So while I'm setting things up and everyone's settling in, I'm turning things on in the background. Oh. Hello, Ebony. Okay, you're live on 4 platforms. Hello, contingency of Jay's chat. Okay, she is ready. Damn, where the fuck she go? So how long were you asleep? Oh no, she has to fix her microphone.
I don't remember.
I heard I won't remember I.
You can't hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now. I heard I don't remember I. I assume you were probably just gonna take a quick nap and then you just Oh no, she's gone again. Hopefully,
Yeah,
it's
I'm here.
Okay, I couldn't hear because you said that you had just woke up at 8:13, and I was worried. So I figured you needed a few minutes to beatify. I just figured you're just gonna take a small nap or something, but that's whatever. Do you have the Watch Together link now? I'll repost it for you just in case you don't have it.
I'm entering it now.
Attempting to do some modulation, some color and hue shifts. It's probably not going to stop them from trying to claim it, but I tried. Anyways, let's aim for a number, chat, like, I don't know, 15 super chats. $5 and up. I don't really feel that much about it. Speaking of, well, it's still fresh in my mind. I did want to go through Date Everything. Do you know if Jack and Burst are free? Like next week? If you don't know, I can always ask him. But I have a feeling that we can.
Usually we all come.
Oh no, your internet feels like it's cutting in and out on my end.
God damn.
That was definitely the internet cutting in and out. It's something with the microphone, Jay. It's something with the microphone. Hello. Hello, Jeremy. Hello, Absolute Kyoko. Have I ever heard of the Almighty Lolly? Yes, I've had an interaction with him once. I've never heard of Punish Shouta. Are they streaming together? She is, in fact, turning into the disappearing guy from the Digital Circus. Give her a second. She's probably parsing it out. I feel like what I want to do for Date Everything is that I want to be able to riff on it. And I want to do it with the Long Boys. So at some point, we will probably meet up about that. She'll probably get in touch with them before I get in touch with them. But let's say if we get 15 super chats within 3 hours, we will make the plans to set that in for next week. Because later this week will be the release of the third edict. And I remember we talked about whether or not you would want to try Helldivers. You would probably still have to buy a base copy. But they have a thing going through there if you pay for the full 60 with the Super Citizen Edition, you get a Warbond token or some shit. But they also have a free weekend for Path of Exile 2 for all 3 days from the 29th to the 1st of September. It's more the Date Everything I think the three of you would be more interested in than anything else. So, let's put it down as Date Everything stream with the Long Boy. Okay. Have we figured out the mic problem? Is it me or is it you? I was assuming your microphone was cutting in and out randomly.
No, well, it's not now.
Okay.
So I think I refreshed the connection.
Okay. Separately some days, but always on Tuesday night at 9. I'll probably skim it, absolute zero, but I can't make many promises because I have multiple things I'm working on right now, and that I'm already behind on the curve, as I feel like I'm always behind the curve. As for games to try, I have a giant list and backlog of things to work on, but I also have another list of shit that I want to work through for the next 3 fiscal months. So we'll see what happens. I can always go back on the stream after this is done and then add them to the list. Alright. Hands on buzzers, blacks on beaters. Right. 1, 2, 3.
Culture is toxic. And let's get on the fact that there's no fathers
So
in
white
the black
culture
home.
is
Let's talk about that.
Stop.
Who do
You're
we vote
talking
for?
to a radical, not a Democrat. The radical mind state simply is living opposite to our colonizers.
That's like 15
Put
seconds.
some fucking earbuds on! You're in public!
Thank you, V-Lover. The first 15 seconds, if you didn't know who Amanda Seales was, you immediately fucking hate her in everything she stands for. It is so in your face and aggressive. And it's non-stop, one disrespectful thing to another. I don't remember if they put the fucking call me your mama bit in the beginning, but you've got at least 3 people she's pissing off.
Black culture is toxic. And let's get on the fact that there's no fathers
So
in
white
the black
culture
home. Let's talk about that.
Stop.
So the first thing she does is that he explains that black culture is toxic. Then, like a fucking annoying child that is losing an argument or losing the made-up game, she's trying to stop everything so she can try to bullshit up some bullshit with some made-up excuses.
Stop.
Who do
You're
we vote
talking
for?
to a radical, not a Democrat.
Then she falls back on the thing she's gonna be falling back on all night, which is I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a leftist. I'm not a liberal. I'm a radical. And then the worst stand-in for Lisa Kudrow, but like all the energy's been drained out of her face. She then gives her the bullshit line she uses to excuse what she means when she says she's a radical.
Radical mind state simply is living opposite to our colonizers, which is an imperialist, capitalist mind state, and radical blacks do not believe that that is any way for us to have liberation. Well, here's
So
what
when
you
you-
all keep.
So then she says being a radical means living opposite to the oppressors, which basically means, to follow up with what Jay was saying on her own broadcast, she is against whatever she perceives her enemy to be. And she claims it's patriarchy, it's capitalism, and it's attempting to pull yourself up by bootstraps through a paradigm that has anything to do with something that is even 1 degree adjacent to what you would claim, not is, but claims is whiteness.
Keep
No,
doing.
no, no,
You
just
keep
give me-
interrupting me when
Well-
I'm talking, and you don't want to hear the
But
point
the
that I'm
point
going to
you're-
make.
the point that
and
you're
yet you want
raising-
me to respect your point, and that's not.
And then she's just fucking lecturing this guy, which, I'll be fair, when we were going back and listening to this guy's particular points, he was just as abrasive as she was. But she is like 2 degrees above his level of abrasion. And half the reason he feels like he's abrasive is because he has to... He's doing the lyrical, like... He's doing the empirical, lyrical rebuttal tactic in debates, where you're following up with short comebacks. It's like the equivalent of a 1-2 punch in boxing. So he's just peppering the shit out of her face, and she can't guard her face, so she's just like doing the windmill with her hands. And it's like, nigga, you punching a woman in the mouth. Look, like, rhetorically, but at the same time, she kind of is like just waving her arms about, so I guess it's okay.
How a debate works. If I show you respect, give me the respect back.
In the back, on the back right corner there, the guy in the dark red blazer. You guys can't see it's dark red. It's black and white from here. But yeah, you can see the guy in the dark red blazer here on the side, right? Mm-hmm. Look what his arms does when she starts yelling.
Me when I'm talking, and you don't want to hear the point that I'm going to make.
the point that
and
you're
yet you want
raising-
me to respect your point. And that's not how a debate works. If I show you respect, give me the respect.
He's just like, hey yo, look, this is a little bit too much. Looking like a fucking makeshift clone of Kel Thompson. Excuse me, Carol Mitchells. I'm confusing the two's last name.
Back. Ooh, I knew I was going to be surrounded by ignorance, but damn. Let's go. Greed.
And then right before the 40-second mark, it's like, damn, I'm surrounded by ignorance. All these black people. Just straight up ignorance. Again, I tell you, it's not going to be, she's not going to improve, chat. She's not going to improve. She's not going to improve. Fuck me. Okay, let us begin. We're going to try to get this done in under 5 hours. Let's see what happens.
Greetings. I am Amanda Seals, widely known as a comedian, an actress, a disruptor, an annoying person on the internet who always tells the truth.
A chicken head.
And I am now an artistic intellectual who commits myself to making art that educates.
Also known as a cream pie.
And today, I am surrounded by 20 black
Negroes! I'm sorry, I had to, chat.
conservatives. My first claim is it is undeniable that reparations are just and necessary.
Okay. So, I'm going to more or less kind of like insert and rehash some of the things that I held and some of the opinions that I did express. But let's try doing our first initial opinions and riffing before we dig into her mid-riff. That way we don't have to double back on ourselves. So, when she says...
They're anointed by 20 black conservatives. My first claim...
When she says that it is undeniable that reparations are just and necessary, the point that I made when we were talking on your stream was, what does she mean when she says reparations? What does a radical, let's remove Amanda from the equation entirely, what does a radical, especially a black separatist radical, mean when they say it is undeniable that reparations are just and necessary? Jay, do you want to start?
No, you can.
Okay. So, like I said on your broadcast, the fact of the matter is that when you get down to brass tactics, the entire thing devolves to, what do you mean by reparations and what do you mean by just and necessary? And the point that I was making is that if you are a person who supposedly comes from slavery, you are a descendant of somebody's great-grandpappy raping your great-grandmammy, and then using her as breeding stock, and all of your half-blood cousins through the matrilineal family tree are disconnected from the patrilineal family tree, which is all the children that was the result of that great-granddaddy that was married to your great-grandmappy, being used to breed all the female slaves in slave quarters on a plantation. The only type of justice that would be just and necessary in the eyes of a radical is to destroy the actual bloodlines of any person who is connected to that family house of slavery, and to effectively exact out of them not just the benefit and monetary wealth of their estate, but also make their life forfeit as well. If not outright fucking stoning them to death, or some extreme thing like that, you're effectively ruining them. You're taking their wealth, you're leaving them penniless, and you're putting them in a position where they will fall into a position of homelessness, starvation, or effectively having to do the things that, as a stereotype or as an actual truth, has been the reality for an African American in the, let's say, 1920s, 1930s, 1940s, 1950s, 1960s, and 1970s, to have to do in order to make ends meet and get by. Up to, but not including things like prostitution, hustling, etc. It will never be Amanda who will ever fucking suffer the consequences of agitating for this kind of social violence. Period. Because she is wealthy enough that even though she is the lower level of a rich person, she's rich enough that she will never be affected by the politics that she's agitating for. She'll instill them into younger children. She'll instill them into the younger generation. She'll instill them into the middle-aged generation that's ahead of that younger generation. And she will pound the drum. but she will never be the first one to throw a brick. She will never be the first one to throw a firebomb. She will never be the first one in the streets throwing punches, beating people's heads in, and bashing those heads in with bike locks. She will never do it because she's an inside girl. Most content creators, most commentators that are political and explicitly focus on politics and explicitly focus on fighting words to agitate for their social change and social order, they are all inside boys and girls. They have never done any real agitation and never done any real advocacy or work towards their political activism in terms of like giving something to the party in physical means. Very rarely do they give money because they're all stingy. But at the same time, she doesn't live her values. And when she says reparations, the many definitions that she chooses to give, the reclamation, reconciliation, and that other dumb fucking word she uses alongside reparations in the second section, I think, it just basically amounts to, I deserve to have your stuff, and I deserve to make you poor until I feel like you have suffered enough. But there is no suffering enough. I dislike it because the imposition of reparations is that none of the people who are currently alive today actually deserve them. We don't need, nor do we deserve reparations, because many of us are probably fourth or third generation slave descendants, if we're being honest. Most of you probably are not descendants of slaves. You just come from motherfucker who busted nuts somewhere in Michigan, or Oakland, or Chicago, or Philadelphia, or fucking DC or something. You are a descendant of somebody who came from the military. You're the descendant of somebody who came from the federal system. You're a descendant of somebody who came from a jarhead family directly tied to any of the traditional cores. You are a student and or child of a student of industry who worked in factories, who lived in the Dust Bowl in middle America. You might be the sweat off the brow of a farmer, but you are not the descendant of a goddamn slave. Because unless you can show me the actual registration of your family name from the breeding mule that was breeding your mama, your great grandmother, all the way down to your bloodline today, things that are on the fucking books in the goddamn National Library, you are a goddamn liar. And you don't need it, you just want to use it to empower yourself. The same way every black separatist acts like on the internet when they want to try to use this for social credit. Because that's all it ever is. It's a bit for social clout. It's a way to project and also virtue signal for a group of people that you're, quote, a safe person that is in on the grift. Same as Patrisse Cullors, same as any other person before her, same as any other social grifter before her. Because you'll use the name of dead people, you'll use the name of victims that are just soon buried under a mound of dirt, and then you will kick that dirt off your shoe and move on like your cleats when you scrape the fucking dirt of dead people under your feet to continue moving your goalpost. It actively creates money for you. It will never not be justified to ask for reparations from this current contingency of modern day, quote, white person. Because the majority of them don't believe in it. At best, you probably catch a couple snow bunnies that like BBC. That's it. And that then goes to, like, don't open your mouth for black issues if you're going to try to open your mouth for Black Hawk. But realistically, it's not just. And as for necessary, there's a bunch of issues that would probably justify if it is truly necessary. Maybe a stimulus of $1,000 every 6 months to a person who's under the median income, who's registered to a system. We track how much money they're using, how much they're paying. They are forced to submit receipts about their groceries to the same center that processes SNAP benefits, CAF benefits, and normal food stamps. Maybe you could say we could do more of that, and instead of it just being for one particular gender or one particular race or one particular ethnic group, it needs to be for any person who's at that line of poverty, and probably make it just as easy or easier than it was during COVID. But in terms of necessary, we waste money way too goddamn much. We blow it on anything, just cause you have to. Chappelle's show shit. It's dumb and it's ridiculous, and it's embarrassing how frequently it fucking happens. In fact, there's a good example of this shit that just happened today. The fucking son of Rampage Jackson. He was supposed to do a work shoot with a pro wrestler. He was hit in the head with a can because that pro wrestler thought that he was a part of the show. And when he was told that he wasn't, he immediately apologized before they then went into the ring. And then this motherfucking oaf, this goddamn ogre, just fucking unloaded on this man until he was unconscious and then flatlined in the ring. He is in critical condition and has survived the situation. But then afterwards, as he's walking on the street and he gets confronted about the fact that he just did this fucking ogre-like shit, the best he can manage is, oh, my bad. Everyone's making an excuse for this little nigga right now, including his daddy. Put him in the jail. Throw away the key. That shit was attempted murder. And he comes from wealth. You've got other examples of people who are supposed to be individuals who are descendants or are children of upper northeast side New Yorkers saying that, oh, if you're not from this area that I'm in, behind a gated community, you're not really from upstate New York. Nigga, you have security guards. You're not getting shoved into the third rail down on the D train. You're not putting your back up against the goddamn wall like you're waiting for the line leader to tell you that it's okay to go. Because crazy niggas in the goddamn subway are trying to stab you. There is tape footage right now of a white guy that was getting accosted by somebody with a knife. The exact moment he uses his skateboard in his hand to hit the guy, to get him to stop chasing him, suddenly a cop fucking manifests out of nowhere to try and put him under arrest, while that guy then jumps on into the tracks, onto the third rail, daring to do some shit. I couldn't tell because the particular footage I saw, to cut the audio off. This is not normal behavior. Granted, the majority of people who are doing this shit are not normal, but per capita, it's not normal behavior. And the amount of people who are okay with the idea of reparations, but they don't actually have a laid out plan of exactly how they'd like to do it, and like we discussed last time, the fact that they don't want to go all the way. You know, it's like you want to be able to find the slave owners and their descendants, right? So you have to do physiognomy tests. You're going to have to do blood tests. You're going to have to do genetics tests. You're going to have to do Punnett squares. And ultimately, at the end of the day, all you're going to do is embolden the racists that already don't like you, who are now be able to define exactly what group they hate and what they hate about them, down to the genome. So are you really willing to go all the way to get what you want? And are you going to be happy about what you're going to end up allowing to happen as a first, second, and third order magnitude? Probably not. You have anything to say to that, Jay?
No, I've got nothing to add. You pretty much said everything.
Okay. That's before we get into this chat. We're going to be ripping the fuck out of her the entire time. But let's get into her fucking first claim.
Is it is undeniable that reparations are just and necessary.
What I find funny is that despite this being a room full of African American men, or with men, none of these guys are trying to get to this goddamn chair the way that they were on the fucking theology talk. I don't know if you saw that one with Jordan Peterson, but they were running for this chair. They're like taking like a leisurely stroll.
All right, reparations, fair, necessary. My question would be, who's going to get it? Why would they get it? And how long are we going to sit here focusing on trying to get reparations? It's been how many years since slavery? 150 years, 1865? Whenever there's a real thing that this country wants to do, they do it. Stop Asian hate. Okay, there's a problem with the Asian hate. Let's draft a bill, sign it, and it's done. Anything that needs to be done is done. With us, it's a carrot they dangle in front of us that they don't really want to do. And it's not going to help. We need education. Oh, it's not going to help? No, it's not. We need education. Getting a check from the government is not going to do that. And we need proper education. A lot of us go to these institutions where we're not really prepared, we're not really focused, and we don't get things that'll help us in the real world. So,
Partying. Sorority parties. fraternity ditty parties. And it's really funny he brought up Stop Asian Hate. The only reason why Stop Asian Hate stopped being a relevant thing is because when it was revealed that the people doing the majority of the crime were black people, they immediately noped the fuck out of it.
If you want to help black people, a check from the government, from our tax dollars is going to get raised because, let's be clear, everybody in here is black. We all American. We all got to pay taxes. It'll go to that. So I don't really see how this is going to help us at all.
Okay. Well, first I'll start with it will help on even just a moral level. The reality is that the
What the fuck does that mean, Amanda? Based on what we know about African Americans, supposedly for the amount of people on Twitter, African Americans don't know what morals are. They don't know how to apply for anything. They don't know how to do anything. And they, more importantly, can't be able to be responsible for anything. So moralistically, how does giving them free shit help them learn about the inherent nature of humanity?
United States has become very comfortable with the fact that it does not consider black people equal, and it shows that in many.
Black people sometimes don't consider black people equal, but that's on colorism, and we don't want to talk about that. Oh no, it appears that Anthony here is a dark-skinned man, and you are a light-skinned Jezebel. Oh no, it's already happening.
Ways that I'm sure we will discuss over the course of today, but ultimately, there has not been a committed, concerted effort to shifting the mindset around the use of black people as a labor force in this nation back when it was slavery, now in the use of slavery as slave labor in prisons. So
that's bullshit. Because if you had said the use of African Americans and other minorities as a use of wage slave labor when it comes to industries of generosity and fast food, now you'd have something. As long as you're not talking about the immediate Deep South. If you end up saying Louisiana, Alabama, the Carolinas, Georgia, Florida, your argument would be moot. Because this is niggaland. This is the land of the niggas. And the home of the snow bunnies. We got ice, we got rice, we got spice, we got rice, we got frice. We've got special spice. We've got South Korean spice. We've got Jamaican jerk. We've got the Indians, both the Punjabi and the Sikh. We've got everything down here. Everybody's here. It's like a Smash Ultimate commercial. Everybody's here. So, anywhere else, you'd probably have an argument because the majority of the people who are probably being used for job labor, who are finding themselves in lower positions where they don't have the upper education to then get those better jobs, air quote, better jobs, in a job market where you can clearly see that they're bullshitting you on jobs because they're trying to either hire a specific person that they're poaching from another company, a position that's being prepared for a specific person that they have in mind to hire during the hiring process, or just ghost referentials, where you're being told that there are jobs in the company. You're going to their digital service, and the digital service and the resume sorter that's going through the files, going through the redactions, and then looking for the keywords is just denying everyone. Because either somebody in HR fucked up using the software, which has been a legal case that's gone through recently, as recent as 8 months ago, or they're outright denying everybody because they're trying to inflate the job market and make it seem like there's a bunch of jobs available when there are actually no jobs available, at least when it comes to what you would need to use as the reference tool to then gain experience to then get a higher paying job. So by that I mean, let's say for Panera Bread, or any place that can qualify as a job experience for a bakery, to get an entry-level position at a place like Panera Bread, they expect you to have 2 years baking. Literally, on your resume, you must have 2 years as somebody who has already worked around bake appliances. I don't know about you, Jay, but I don't know a single fucking place in my state, let alone in my town, where a person can get that experience outside of a chicken restaurant. And biscuits come pre-made. All you do is you put them in the fucking oven. They already got fucking butter in between the buns, too. That's retarded. And that actually puts African Americans, if we just want to use one demographic, that puts African Americans in an urban environment at a disadvantage, because if they want to go work for a place like Pratt & Whitney, that's a machining company down here in the South, or Total Systems, that's the credit card company I used to work for, Jay, they need to go to a temporary service hire corp. They need to go to someplace like People Ready. They've got to go to someplace like Surge. They've got to go to someplace like Manpower, and they have to basically push and eat shit for a significant period of time. And the way that it can go, as it went for me during my experience, you can have people sabotage you. You can have people outright create situations that are fucked up for you. Or, if you're really insidious and have somebody like my family member, you can have somebody ruining your life back at home, and they will not give you the leniency to solve the problem. Because, as far as they're concerned, they will trade the black for Pinoy. They'll trade somebody who's African American on the line and replace it with another family member of a person who comes from the Philippines. Because they also can just pick who they want and add them. Because it's not about what you know, it's about who you know and who you can have in your corner. The only litigation that you'll get at that point is the temporary service company working to put you in a better position. But once you're a part of the service, once they fully hire you on, you don't have the ability to do anything. Unless somebody in management is in your corner, you're fucked. Because as far as they're concerned, you signed up for it, you knew what you were asking for, you don't have any reason to say that, hey, I gotta figure out something. You should have your life figured out. Which basically means if you got kids, if you have obligations, if you have deep concerns, if you're not able to align your life in such a way where you don't have any of these goddamn problems that can happen to you, as can happen to any person, you are just going to be told, well, not our problem. And then your only choices are going to be those fast food services, who will then take advantage of it because nobody wants to work the fast food service. Everybody wants to be the guy that says, put the fries in the bag, but nobody wants to be the one who says, please put down another batch of fries. We're running out of fries. Simply because appearances, status symbol, embarrassment, whatever. Doesn't matter. Service worker working at Waffle House, line cook at Waffle House or Cracker Barrel, sales service rep at any of the virtual digital restaurants that do deliveries through Uber Eats, DoorDash, and Waiter. It doesn't matter. You have a serious contingency of the African American diaspora who are effectively in the position where they cannot get into the white collar society because they don't know how to get those jobs because they were not taught how to from the age of high school. I can tell you for certain that my high school at least did it, but I was going to a vocational high school. And even then, you couldn't really guarantee. You could get the skills, right? You could get the skills for metalwork. You could get the skills for construction. You could get the skills for architecture. You could get the skills for culinary. You could get the skills for fine arts, become a musician, become an artist. You could get the skills for not specifically sports, but sports medicine. You could get the skills to become a sports physician or a sports clinician. But it's not guaranteed to you. There is not a direct 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 path to success. Not unless you're being mentored by somebody. Not unless somebody uplifts you and gives you the chance. I've talked about my experience about that in the past. Cough, cough. And my experience is, I will say, unique. But for most individuals, what should be, I go to school, I put in my FAFSA, I get grants and scholarships, I try to find a way to secure as close to a full ride as I can, I keep my head down, I do my job, I do my work, I get my 4-year or my 2-year from trade school or from the college, I then go into the field, maybe I go back and get a master's or an additional BA or a minor, or I go into the graduate school, and then by the age of 35, I'm supposed to be at that $200, $200K a year margin for a median. You don't see that because there's no opportunities where you might be, or you might have to be willing to travel a little bit further than you might be willing to. Maybe you only want to go as far as 100 miles, but your best opportunity might be 1,000 to 4,000 miles away, and you'll have to be comfortable with leaving where you are. All of these things are concerns to the African American, especially the urbanite African American. But because there is no pathway, and or the knowledge is gated and hidden behind people with hunger to go find it, more of the time, you're going to see people just simply not know what to do with themselves because they don't have the drive, or they have been told that's not based. That's not cool. That's white. That's what white people do. And so they'll do anything else but get a job. Even become Instagram thoughts. Even become content creators and broadcasters and streamers. Rappers. What have you. Do you happen to have an opinion of your own, Jay? No?
No.
Okay.
So, on a basic cultural level, reparations are an act of repair. They are an effort to say, our bad, we see you now. We have seen that done with Japanese folks who were put in internment camps. We have seen that done with Jewish folks. We have seen that done even in the case of slave owners who received reparations. When it comes to the use of tax dollars to pay reparations, and this is going to come up a lot today, it's a matter of values, right? For me, my value system circulates around the fact that I think that as a community, we should all be engaged in repair for our community.
What she means by repair is that she means reparee, who is her repairman, who is supposed to be laying pipe under her sink. This is so corny.
So I don't think there should be any problem with there being tax dollars spent at repairing consistent efforts that have been made to impede Black people. So
Name one. Name some. Name some that happened within the last 30 years. That would be from what? 1995? Last 30 years. What was something that was done to a group of people to stop them from being able to uplift themselves in society? If you can name some, anybody in chat, where it was an explicit choice to defranchise them from their rights, I will put my weight behind your movement. I can tell you right now, there is not one that exists. There has been more effort made to put white people and other minorities down to uplift the blacks than the blacks being put down to uplift another group. There have been groups that have uplifted themselves because they ain't bullshitting around, like the Indian, or the Mexican, or the Asian, or the South Korean, because of reasons we'll get into later.
the reparations you're talking about are not just related to slavery. There's reparations that have been discussed all over this nation in different communities as it relates to particular massacres, as it relates to redlining and the impediment of Black people to earn wealth by having property. There's been impediments in various ways that can be repaired. And I want to also just add, there's reparations that are considered a cash payment from a government. There's also the version of reparations that shows up in how funds are applicated to specific groups of people. So there's multiple ways in which what you're stating cannot happen could very well happen.
Okay, now as far as the money going towards certain things is going to help us, let's look at Baltimore Public Schools. They get, I think, the third most money per pupil in the US of A, like $15,000 per student, but yet the majority of the population that comes from that environment can't read, they're illiterate. So we're dumping money on the situation, yes, but yet we're not getting the results we should get from it. Money's not going to help the thing. We need to just focus on what we need to focus on. As far as Black people being labor force of this country, what else are we doing? We got 25% of us on some kind of government assistance. 1 out of every 3 Black men will go to jail. We got to do something. We got to work with our hands, work with tools, do something, because we're not doing much of anything. And also, one more piece here. Reparations, again, always anchored in front of us, never gonna happen. As long as you've been living, as long as I've been living, as long as everybody been living, they say, we need it, and it never gets done. One more piece.
You just said one more piece, then you're adding another one.
I promise.
So
she said one more piece. She does one more thing, and then he does one more thing, but then I got one more too. And she's like, hold on now, brother. Hold on now there, Blackie. You can't do that. How dare you gab for longer than I am?
Hold on to it.
One more
on
piece.
to it.
I'm gonna land the plane. I'm gonna land the plane, I promise.
And then the fact she steals this from him later.
Reparations is a thing, like I said, it's a carrot to dangle in front of us. They're never really gonna get it done. And if it was gonna get done, it would have already been done. It's just something that they're using to try and make us stay Democrat. That's what I wanted to say.
Well,
So his argument right there is just simply, it's the democratic plantation of thought. Vote for us, we'll give you free shit, specifically as it's listed in the law as entitlements. And if you leave the plantation, you lose it because hey, your enemy. They're going to put you in the slave fields. They're going to disenfranchise you. You have to fight. You have to resist. Vote blue. Vote blue, no matter who. It's dog shit. But I feel like I'm not letting Jay have her ability to talk. Jay, why don't you cut in?
No, it's fine. I'm not. It's too early for me.
It's too early for you. Wake up! Get some coffee. Quickly, get a tall, dark, black male, preferably above the age of 30.
Because
Democrats are not doing reparations either.
They're not.
This is nonpartisan. This is black partisan, baby.
That doesn't mean anything.
Okay.
Well,
this is nonpartisan.
Who do we vote for? Who do we vote for 93% of the time? There's no incentive.
To be quite honest, you're not talking to a Democrat. You're talking to a radical.
Okay, but
Here's our first bit of the radical. I'm gonna get a thing up, chat. One second. Okay, well, that's the first instance of black radical. We finna count them out, chat.
Let's land this plane very quickly.
Who do we vote for?
Let's land this plane quickly.
Who do we vote
talking
Already. She already stole it from him.
to a radical, not a Democrat.
Okay,
And
you
so,
are your own person,
let
but
me
who
tell
do
you
we
something
vote
now.
for?
I don't know what they told you, but if they told you that cutting me off is how we're gonna get clicks, stop it now.
Oh,
'Cause
no,
that's,
no.
That's not how.
Oh, that's another one. That's another one she got. Shit, I'm gonna need another one. Fuck. So we've got I'm a black radical and stop. What did she used to say? Stop acting? Alright, there we go. Got the counters. We're gonna count it out, chat.
That's not how we're gonna enter.
We having a debate.
A debate does not require continuously cutting somebody off.
Okay, no problem.
Technically, a debate, especially an actual proper debate, requires a moderator, and it does allow for verbal flourish. Going back and forth between each other is supposed to be a part of the debate structure, and the first person who gets angry is supposed to lose. But you know, there are a bunch of people that the way that people feel about debate is that their closest proximity to debate is lolcow debating. It's debate bros. It's people who basically do blood sports, but a very gay form of left-wing blood sports, where it has no bite and no teeth, and it's all optics and mannerisms. And the loudest person who makes the other person squeal like a pig is the one who wins, and the one who's squealing and sounding the most feminine is the one that loses. I know that this is what I don't like about the surrounded format. It's a lot better and more tolerable here than it was with the Jordan Peterson one, or the, I forget that one guy's name, it was the brown debater who was, that sounds bad, Carl, the Indian individual, I want to say his name was Medley something. I feel like Apple Avalon knows who I'm talking about. Or somebody in the chat could be able to go to Jubilee's site real quick and skim for what I'm talking about. But another person who was basically debating a bunch of individuals, that was the one that was specifically debating that one Nazi or that one white supremacist that was really proud to announce himself as a white supremacist, who then got fired from his job, who then went to all the right-wing pundits that were adjacent to his cause to get money and support before his, quote, cancellation. But the majority of the time, most people don't actually do debates. It's just two fucking dumbasses yelling at each other, having a gay retard fight. And most people tune the fuck out. That's why most people usually don't look at or watch debates, because they're gay retard fights. Yes, Mehdi Hassan. Thank you, chat. imperative that most of the time when people are actually talking and debating, the other person rarely ever gets the ability to say what they have to say, right? So, like, I think the most common case of this is that most of the time there's a tempo to all conversations, even conversations between normal people. Would you agree, Jay?
Mm-hmm.
Most people that have a tempo of conversation, depending on what it is you're talking about and who it is you're talking to about what it is you're talking about, there are certain ways to properly intercede in the middle of the content that you're talking about. But for content creators like, say, Mahler and whatnot, the state of every frame of pause is well established. We yap. All of us yap. There is no making fun of a person and saying, bro talks too much. We're all yappers. For me and you, we're very much touch and go. Sometimes I might talk a little bit more than intended for maybe a little bit of a point, but this has gone down within the last year and a half. It's much different from when we started doing content together versus now. And then there's the normal conversation you could expect between a bunch of fucking dumbasses, lovingly dumbasses, that need to be tard wrangled into doing shit or talking about something, where they understand that you can't just bring up German politics randomly and then spurg when that person tells you, hey, the show was talking about how do you like apple pie? What does Hitler's defense on the German front have to do with chocolate cream pie? Most of the time for debates, the tempo of a debate is actually to use the vocal flourish to be able to respond to what a person's saying. So when, I'm forgetting her name, but the current Secretary of Defense, the one from Hawaii, Tulsi Gabbard, dog walked Kamala Harris during the primaries. That is an example of what it looks like when somebody is using the proper debate vocal flourish. You're going off of their energy. You're showing that this person doesn't have the temper to be able to handle what you have to say. Because most of the time, if the person was able to complete their sentence, you wouldn't have a response. It's not so much that a person can talk too much, but it's like some people don't have this capacity to actually handle intellectualism. I can tell you for certain that's the majority of the people, like the people on Twitch. Twitch has become a left-wing radical platform full of people who are not able to actually have an argument. And they show it. They've shown it for years. But it's gotten even worse now, where the majority of the people who are doing the largest amount of damage are people who are just calling for the deaths of their political rivals. How many times has Hassan Piker done it? How many times has his followers done it? How many times have their chatters and their supporters done it? How many of them have been caught on things like Hatred.tv, documented by Dan Saltman, showing that it's a historical behavior that is a part of the culture of the website? Between content creators and chatters. They go from the room of a fucking e-girl who's agitating for it, and then they go into the main chat rooms and the offline chats about it, and then they harbor that even more intoxicating behavior behind the scenes in personal discords. Years back when I was living on another side of the town, I exposed this happening inside of the Discord of people like, formerly Hugo, now Hannah and Jake, of the Quran and Bible Reloaded. Dirtbag leftists that specialize in making red meat and bread and circuses for their audience, but it's just a front for bullying. All of them did it, and that's why most of them no longer have platforms, because nobody wants to talk to a person who's going to cut your microphone in the middle of you making a point, and then claim that you're just a nobody lolcow that shouldn't be listened to. But then there's the other side of the argument, where when you actually see somebody who has the presence of mind to handle shit, like our current vice president, J.D. Vance, the fact that they have the political acumen not only to directly address the point, but to also make it really, 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 really easy to show how stupid somebody is. Because the thing that Jay talked about in the middle of her broadcast before she went live with her version of the stream, the Cat's Eye versus Sydney Sweeney American Eagle campaign from Gap, you can't bring in a whole female girls group that is centered on sexuality and get mobbed by a slow pan roll over a white woman's body wearing a pair of jeans. That's embarrassing. Just like when J.D. Vance called out the fact that the majority of response at the left was to keep trying to create a fucking schizophrenic dog whistle and shibboleth about how actually there's hidden messages inside both the original ad and then the American Eagle response to the controversy. The fact that you lost a campaign because you went so crazy that you tried to see Nazis in everything. And instead of taking that lesson, you first tried to get one of the stupidest people that's a crisis actor / political advocate in the form of David Hogg to be a part of the Democratic Party, but then you ousted him because he was too white. There's a bunch of other things that happened there, but basically you tried to hire the crisis actor and then you ejected him from the position because he was too white. But then you go crazy about a fucking ad. Instead of learning from that, you then double down, triple down, quadruple down. So anybody who notices it, they must be a Nazi too, right? So everybody's a Nazi? It's just the deplorables again. And that cadence of conversation doesn't apply well for most people who can't handle it. Because that's just how debates are. Most of the time, it must be either blood sports or lol cows yelling at each other. Because if you're making a point, they can't be able to address your point. So it's all just personal attacks. Be that as it may, the thing that I don't like, especially about Jubilee, especially when they bring on people like Amanda Seales, or whenever they have any kind of format where they clearly bring on somebody like, say, Fresh and Fit star Myron Gaines, is that he is quite literally, as Amanda claims, acting. Every time he says something, he targets and singles somebody out just because he thinks he can get under their skin. It was very obvious all over his contribution, but it was a different format from this one. It was a different one where they're all in a circle, and it's the one where they sit on certain sides of the line and say, do you agree or disagree with the point, and then argue about it. He used that shit basically to just act a fucking asshole. And Jubilee let him, because they wanted the clicks. They know Myron, they know his spirit, they know his content, they know his attitude. It's rage baiting. And like, the rage baiting shit doesn't meld with conversation, right? But at the same time, as I did complain on Jay's stream, words, Carl, but content, Carl. But it's like, this is what it requires. If you can't deal with that nature of it, then you can't have the discussion if you really want true conclusions. But unfortunately, I guess because of the attention economy, and then like equal parts, they want to see something dramatic and they want to do something funny, but it's got to have a right kind of spice, a right kind of tempo the people are doing it with. It all goes in the air by what the fuck anyways. It doesn't matter. So then everybody does the same thing, which basically means we all become flavors of Asmongold. We become flavors of Asmongold and or ETHAP. And it's like, do you like long form conversation? Do you like short form conversation? Do you like when people make topical jokes? Do you like when people have strong hitting points in reference to what they're doing? It can be literally anything, but it still has a timbre. And unfortunately, when you're dealing with people like Amanda, she doesn't have the ability to keep up speed. She can't go at your pace. She can't go at our pace. So that becomes hard for her. And it can become hard for other people where if all they want to see is fucking blood and guts. It's like, bro, why are you making me wait for the fucking blood show? Like, give me my fucking corpse. I want to feast. I want to dine. I don't know if you have an opinion about that, Jay, but I have an opinion about that. I feel like I always have opinions about that. And it's just like, if you don't like it, you don't have to watch it, but at the same time, it's kind of like necessary to make the room and space to have those kind of conversations and those kind of dissertations and breakdowns, because then otherwise there's never any time to actually process what you're fucking looking at, especially if you're trying to have an intellectual understanding about the things that you're trying to say and the conversations you're trying to have. No opinion? Okay.
Hold on.
Now, I do want to state this. You're stating things as it relates to how money is not fixing a problem without acknowledging the fact that the problem doesn't exist in a vacuum and that there are...
But it does. The African American community have always been agitating to be socially segregated. So if they're socially segregated away to the point that they're living like that one African town, then quite frankly, it literally is in a vacuum. because you try to remove yourself from African Americans that don't think like you and from white people in general. Specifically those two groups. All other minorities, those are acceptable.
So many other factors that are determining how that money is getting spent to impede it from actually fixing a problem. You can put all the money into Baltimore public schools you want, but if you are also putting all this money into policing, into communities that are not getting resources, then you are also creating your own conundrum.
How does that work? I have a school system. I have a school system that has rampant crime. I tried to put the Title IX money that specifically goes towards the school and nothing to do with policing into the school. I then tried to bring the police to the school to stop kids from killing each other from guns they sneak into the school through the metal detectors. In Amanda Seales' mind, in the world she lives in, this is a problem. Don't have cops. We solve this the old-fashioned way. Two black men stand in the back of the room as these two men stick each other like pigs and say, that one down right there. We get iced tea and we get Ice Cube and we call it the Kool-Aid Championships. Winner gets a Mac 10 and a 30-second head start in the hood. That'll change everything, right, Amanda? It'll help you find your next husband. / boyfriend.
Other part of this is that when you're saying they, you know, the they is a broad context. And
no, it's not. The they are the people in the context. So in this case, the way that they spend the money is Democrats. The ones that are pandering to the children in the schools, in the public, and in the territory where they already gerrymandered and redlined the line so bad they can't redline it anymore in favor of Democrats. And therefore they're losing seats. And then they're getting fixed. And then if they ever get into politics again, they're going to gerrymander it again. Blah, 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 blah. They would be you. You, the radicals, when you had power, didn't do shit. You still ain't done shit. And you never gonna do shit. Because it was all bluster and talk.
the last part of this that I will say is that you keep saying they're dangling this in our face. They're dangling in our face. Slavery lasted for 400 years. It hasn't even been 400 years since slavery. So
globally, slavery was in effect for 400 years globally. Inside of America, about 150, 170 years. Somebody can fact check me about that in chat. I'm going to say less than 200 years. And we have seen a straight recovery since. African Americans are capable of not only prospering, but also making and thriving with businesses that they create, assuming that they aren't one of those black businesses that got shut down during COVID, and then their financial worth was extracted by places like Walmart and Aflac into their GPD capital, where they expected an increase of 15%, but they only saw 3%, so they increased the prices to, quote, get back the money they believed they were owed from those communities and from those voting blocks and demographics. They are able to go to school, they're able to marry who they want, they're able to be gay if they wish, they're able to get into high echelons of society. We've had a black president. We've had multiple movie stars and celebrities that have become a part of the echelon and the Hollywood of Hall of Fame of those that have proven themselves deserving of the accolades. What is it that an African American cannot do right now that some other potential group can do? What specifically are they being prevented from doing? Not taking the opportunity. What are they being prevented from doing? Who's standing in their way? Same offer I had before. If you can present me some 1, 5, 10, I will put my full weight behind your movement and say, rah, 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 agitate now. But I can guarantee you it is very likely that we can't find one. And if there is one, I can promise you, if you were to take it to court and you were to take it all the way to Supreme Court, you could sue them for everything they're worth. Because that's how that works.
should we be only fighting for a quarter of the time to get repair?
All right, I'm so sorry. You've been voted out by the majority.
All right.
Please return to your seat.
Okay.
See, that one, he leapt for it.
My name is Matt Nuclear.
Hello,
I
Matt.
appreciate
Matt
sharing-
Nuclear?
Matt Nuclear, yes.
Matt Nuclear, give me a better handshake than that. Let's
Thank
do
you.
it. All right.
Already mocking his voice. That's fucked up. And of course, this is the gentleman that I used to create the frame of tonight's thumbnail. I ran it through a adulator for abstract art until I got a version I wanted. Because I feel like that particular angle, when we come to it, really demonstrates the real problem with this discussion. But I'll save that for when we get there.
I appreciate having this conversation with a beautiful black woman like yourself. This is nice. Beautiful.
Pandering. Pandering. Just straight up turns the camera. Black power.
Full arena here. I disagree that reparations are necessary. I think the most important thing that's necessary right now for the black community would be the stopping of violence, especially black on black violence. I don't see how
Preach, nigga. And immediately as soon as he says black on black violence, look at the fucking double blink she does.
Arena here. I disagree that reparations are necessary. I think the most important thing that's necessary right now for the black community would be the stopping of violence, especially black on black violence. I don't see how reparations is going to solve anything. You can give...
Oh, this dumb young nigga. How dare he think we need to stop black people from killing other black people? Oh, oy vey.
Everyone here like a $50,000 check, especially people that are in the streets who are committing violent crimes consistently. A $50,000 check, it's not going to fix anything. It's not
Facts.
going to increase the median household income in the next 10 years by
Facts.
10% or 20%. For example, we have the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882. We prevented Chinese people from getting citizenship and even entering the country. We discriminated against them and basically put them under apartheid, even here in the United States. Yet they have the highest median household income. How is that possible? How come they don't complain and feel entitled consistently to beg for reparations and beg for this when they are killing each other 90% of the time, which is the rate that black people kill each other, according to the FBI?
Oh, young Matt.
Yet white...
And thus, the smugging begins. Let's say nothing about how not listening to somebody and then making a bunch of exasperated movements and sounds isn't disrespectful, because according to Amanda Seales, that's just something that black women have to do. If you don't let them do that, they fucking die. Okay? A fucking valve in their heart shuts and suddenly it's like, you didn't let me make fun of you!
And put some fucking earbuds on! You're in public!
Ooh, no name with the 19. I want to make sure I read both the ones before. V-Lover, early dolly news to start the day, to start the cringe. Thank you, V-Lover. I feel like I thanked you before, but if I didn't, I'm gonna thank you again. You're double thanked. No name with 1999. Crazy how people like her will always bring up stuff the CIA did to our people, will never admit that where we currently are needs to be fixed. Shootings, gangs, fatherlessness, and will never say that we need to stop it. Facts. Straight facts.
People are the oppressors.
I'm not sure where your education came from, but they lied to you.
Stats don't lie, though.
Statistics lie all the time.
Statistics lie all the time, chat. That's why none of us understand what per capita means. I love how he's got a grin on his face, and then the African-American woman that's sitting on the camera right of Tony's got a smile on her face. It's like the brother and sister.
So let's start there, particularly when the statistics are coming from the sources that gain from the statistics being shown a different way. So if you're going to start your argument on stats don't lie, you've already lost the argument. They lie.
You know, he's with a smile again. Okay, let me read that one real quick. One wick for 5. Slavery was in the U.S. 339 years ago, from 1526 to 1865, or 89 years for as long as we were officially a company, from 1776 to 1865. My first Carl Super Chat, yay! Thank you. So, relatively speaking, if we want to qualify her smug answer when she said 400 quote years, it'd be about 400 years. And even then, the relevant number for its actual leniency, I would say it would be within 133, because you'd still have multiple slaves of multiple types, right? You'd have the Irish slaves, you'd have the Jewish slaves, you'd have the English indentured servants. They're not directly slaves, where they have no rights and they are just property, but they're a kind of slave that is effectively a house prisoner. You've got, obviously, the African-American slave, and then you have the Ottoman and the Muslim trader who's responsible for trading, mercantilism, and effectively the stop and swap of the actual physical chattel slavery. That would be responsible for the majority of the bulk of people who would end up within the southern region of the original 13 colonies for the birth of the nation, as it would be relevant to the obvious Appalachian and antebellum South slave trade. I would say that's probably a range of about 50 to 70 years, give or take. You could probably say 90 just to, shore up the extra missing somewhat 20 years. But it's within that number. That necessary 90%, close to 100, would be relevant for what happened. And that's where the majority of the slavery that we constantly ask for reparations from comes from. Never mind you, she didn't mention about the fact that shit stopped because the strong white man said no. Remember, it's called the British Empire for a reason. Them niggas ruled the world because they wanted spice, and they didn't use that shit. They ruled the world looking for spice and ethnic women. Don't play with them. Don't play with them. They might rule again. Don't put it past them. If the white man can have a taste for some chocolate, it's possible that you can have the British man try to come over for some tea and crumpets.
They lie all the time. One, comparing Chinese people who are immigrants that made a choice to come to the United States and comparing the continued effort of black people to ground themselves in a nation that continues to make impediments for them to show and live and exist in their true citizenship is a false equivalency.
I don't believe that happens at all. No one here is in.
Are you
being
acting
impinged on
right now?
anything.
Do you
I'm
really?
not.
There we go. Other one.
I'm
believe
telling
this?
the truth. There's no systemic racism that I've experienced here in America. What system is racist? I think the only racism we've actually seen recently, systemic racism that we've seen, is the application of systemic racism against white people. The University of Western Washington, for example, has been trying to segregate dormitories, using black-only dormitories because black people feel safer amongst each other. But they're more likely to kill each other than white people are ever to kill them. That's just...
It would have been better if he had used the admission process for Ivy schools rather than the self-selection process. I looked into that after I heard that the other night. In some places,
And put some
it's a
fucking
choice.
earbuds on! You're in public!
I'll read that one in a second. In some places, it was a compulsory choice that didn't even have an interaction from the students to ask to be a part of it. And in some places, it was a self-selecting choice. Would you rather be with black people than be in a co-ed mixed-race dorm? And that's part of how that happened. It's not quite the way that you'd think it would be, but it's like the same difference if it's being used for the same effect. Okay, let me read this one. Also to note, 1 to 2% of the South owned slaves during the height of slavery, and yet she wants every white person to pay. True. But it's about the image, Juan. It's about the image. It's about the image. Bigotry. And I think in a second we get the frame that I used to generate the image.
the truth. You have King Von rapping about killing other black men. Why should I think that the white man is the oppressor when black men are more likely to kill me?
Oh my
Tell me.
God, this is scary. You need to think about me as your mama. Do not talk to me in that fashion. So let's check that now. Okay? So on a basic level, we have to understand that systemic racism is grounded in the realities that black people have not been considered an equal human being in this country since its onset.
It's this one right here. This, the next like 55 keyframes were the images that I used to create the thumbnail. It's like, if you look at the thumbnail is basically his head turned into an amorphous pile of colors in the abstract, and then her smugging down to him with her lips with the quote, "Think of me as your mama," on the thumbnail. I chose to use it that way because when she says this, we didn't mention this. A person in chat mentioned this in your stream. She is basically enacting the point that I had made when I talked about how black men are in service and servitude to the correct word is Longhouse of the Black Matriarchal Society. She is basically, through using him...
Put some fucking earbuds on! You're in public!
Oh my god. She is basically, through this young man and his afro, she is talking down to the very spirit of masculinity and men who would question her opinions and beliefs as, you don't deserve the right to speak when you talk to me with that tone. Which is like the number one problem between the youths and the elders of the African American diaspora. It's probably the number one problem that every elder has. It's also the most hypocritical bullshit that happens between the genders and the sexes, where the older generation have the right to say at any time, you can't talk to me that way, but they'll speak to you with level and energy that is consistent of violence, and they will never address the fact that they are talking out of turn, because they're older than you, therefore they have the right. Do you know what I'm talking about, Jay?
Mm-hmm.
It's probably the most desecrating thing that she does. Technically, all black radicals, air quote radicals, do this. And it's annoying because the Longhouse, the tribal women, the tribal heads that decide whether or not you have the right to speak, they are the people that are effective for causing the reason why black men are emasculated and henpecked inside of the black diaspora in the groups where it's relevant. Because you could say the reason why there are men like me, sassy ass black niggas, is because we are latchkey children. We are the children of either divorce or separation, or widows. We were told to not be inquisitive, shut up, shut your mouth, close your mouth, stop being smart. You either close your mouth or I'm gonna pop you one. Victims of corporal punishment. Beatings and punishments were being liaisoned through male and female spies. The best word I can use is spies. Adults that were trusted members of the family. Supposed aunts and uncles and relatives that aren't even related to you, Addams Family style. Being given the permission at any place, anywhere, at any time at all to put a foot deep in your ass. And then when you get home, you get beat again. What that creates is a male that is deeply inquisitive, but is not willing to talk. Because when he speaks, he gets ignored. So they end up being extroverted to becoming introverted wallflowers. And then later in adult life, if they grow the healthy route, they become individuals like myself, who, to quote, ironically, FD Signifier of all people, are intelligent men that you need to speak and get to, because if you don't actually talk to that male, you will lose him. So the way that Signifier back in the day is like maybe 3 or 4 years. Remember when he was first trying to like get you to be a part of the left wing and he kept mispronouncing your name as Jalangbani?
Mm-hmm.
That is like that is the majority of what the left and what the diaspora seeks to do to every African American, but most especially the intelligent African American Renaissance man. Because we're a result of the actual tutelage that you're supposed to get to reach the divide between how do you do the thing. How do you get a man who's capable of doing what needs to be done to uplift himself and to make shit possible? You get somebody who's deeply inquisitive, who wants to understand how the system works. They need to understand how the rules work so they can understand how to dismantle those rules and then make those rules work for them. Work smarter, not harder. That doesn't necessarily mean they talk all much as I do, but it does mean that they're using their brain. They're speaking in their head, and the words they use in their mind you will never hear. They could speak nothing but straight fucking African-American black vernacular Ebonics. But up here, they are a Byron-esque Englishman. Because that's what it takes. The only way that you can break the cycle of violence, of the vicious circle, is to think, what do I want for myself? Do I want to be a gangbanger forever? And if they live in a place where that is supposed to be the only method they want to get in and get out, is to be a part of a gang, impregnate a fucking female gang member, have a blood drop, go off and risk your life trying to be hard and trying to be down to prove that you're tough and that you're a man, and then you leave your child to be victimized by the very same cycle of violence and system that perpetrated violence against you, you have to be capable of at least perceiving, what do I want for my life? Do I want to die in the streets? And then make the active choice to change. That's what creates men like me. Because we were raised by single mothers. We witnessed how our fathers, if they were abusive and bastards like mine, treated our parent. And we said, while I don't like how she treats me, I will never be like you. Because I will see what you're doing here, and I will eliminate the generational curse later down the line when I become an adult. I will put myself in scenarios and situations that do not reflect your behavior, and I will try to be better than you. Sometimes you make mistakes, you falter, you fail, you end up hurting people, but that's a part of learning, because it's supposed to be a part of the job of a male to realize when they are failing in those situations, and to take advice and admiration and even scolding from friends, families, and peers, and then get back on the straight and narrow, and then be able to serve and work for their community and for whom they know. Unfortunately, the Longhouse dictates that men are not allowed to have that level of intelligence, because if you voice that opinion, you will be silenced, because that's what it amounts to. Men are not allowed to have those opinions and are not allowed to have discernment, because if you have discernment, that means you're thinking for yourself. They don't want you thinking for yourself. They want you doing what the community wants. Just keep going.
So there's simply no way to make the argument that there isn't systemic racism, and we have seen in very clear ways the system operate in an organically racist way. Do not cut me off. When we
Nigga didn't even say anything. She's immediately fucking telling him not to shut up. See what I mean? All the man did was smile, Chet. And she said, shut up, you little pig nose.
to make the argument that there isn't systemic racism, and we have seen in very clear ways the system operate in an organically racist way. Do not cut me off. When we talk...
Like, he opened his mouth and he closed his mouth. He didn't even say anything, and she was still like, don't cut me off.
About systemic racism, we can start with even the fact that redlining, which was implemented to discriminate black communities. Are you shaking your head that redlining doesn't exist?
No, I'm saying I don't think it really existed at all. I mean, no, I don't think so at all.
So it does exist, and stating that it doesn't exist doesn't make it no longer exist. Redlining absolutely exists. It is not something that's being made up. It's an empirical.
So the important part here to take away, alongside the fact check, is that redlining was done away with and outlawed in 1968. Ironically enough, there is a beautiful film that stars everyone's favorite pocket black man, Anthony Mackie, and I think one of the other white actors, whose name is slipping my mind, about the African-American male that did business with a white man as the owner and the white man as his business face, that allowed him to be able to get over the problem of redlining, because whenever they would try to stop people from having mortgages and selling to people who lived in risky neighborhoods, he would basically do business with this man. And by doing this, they were able to not only house African Americans and increase the per capita rate of their mortgages and thus their incomes by a significant margin, by moving them into better places and better neighborhoods, and stop, because the way that it was used, it wasn't used to say, if I was leasing a house in the hood and I had to pay the bank, they're telling me I can't have that lease. No, it's when you move from a place, when you're trying to get the payment down for the new place you're going to, they would do that to stop them from being able to move and thus change their circumstances and their opportunities. So basically moving across town from the shitty part of town to the less shittier, nicer middle class part of town. This no longer was in effect. Not during any of the time that was actually relevant. Not for Brown and Board identification, not for the follow-up of even Plessy versus Ferguson, not even for Lovett versus the state of Virginia. No, Loving, not Lovett. Loving. The black and white couple. Portrayed by, I forget the white actor, in Ruth Negga. All of those groups, all of those times, all of that relevant history for the last 35, 37, something odd years, it has not been in effect. There have been people who have tried to discriminate, and they get fucking sued and they lose their job for it, but it hasn't been in effect for a very long time. And yet, she's still using the phantom of redlining to justify the narrative behind reparations.
Does exist, and stating that it doesn't exist doesn't make it no longer exist. Redlining absolutely exists. It is not something that's being made up. It's an empirical fact, and there are realities that exist because of redlining. We make it no longer exist. Redlining absolutely exists. It is not something that's being made up. It's an empirical fact.
I'm laughing because he has the eyes that I hate in men that have really attractive green and brown eyes. The whole, bitch, I don't believe a damn thing you saying. Fucking snake eyes that fucking Ricard Rickards has. His entire
Richard Richard.
Yes, Richard Richard. I hate it.
Did you call him Rickard?
Yes. I was talking about Ashley Rickards earlier, the white girl that they replaced the MTV show, The Hard Times of R.J. Berger, starring Paul Inacio, with Ashley Rickards. Her fucking last name is stuck in my mouth.
And there are realities that exist because of redlining. We know that school systems are related to the way that property taxes are affecting the school systems. If a school system is not getting the same property value as the property taxes allow it, then it's not going to have the same efficacy at allowing for students to be able to get what they deserve. When we talk about systemic racism,
And then she just blows through him, and he's not able to get his word in. Behold, the Longhouse. Listen to me, young man. Let me tell you something. And let me keep telling you something. Let me keep lecturing you so you can't speak at all.
we have to acknowledge that these private prisons are literally built based on the test scores of school students in 3rd grade. So if you are literally building prisons with the onset of, okay, if these people are
Yes, The Banker is the movie I'm talking about. Thank you, V-Lover.
not reaching a certain reading level, then we know that they're going to go down a prison industrial pipeline where we can use their free labor. Then how is that not systemic? And if you want to
stop them from entering prisons.
how are you going to stop people from entering prisons if your
educating
goal
them.
Teach them to stop doing crimes. I know it seems like a hard concept, Amanda, but I'm pretty sure if you tell them don't rob banks, don't steal from people, don't mug people, I think it's possible.
if your goal is to get them into prison.
Sure, make them try to be more like Ben Carson than be like King Von. That's very, very simple.
So
Ben
how does
Carson,
King Von
Ben
happen?
Carson,
How
Ben
does
Carson,
King Von happen?
King Von happen?
King Von happens when one man is so goddamn evil that he becomes the boogeyman of the hood. That's how King Von happens. King Von wasn't created by white people enslaving somebody's... Well, I mean, depending on how you want to frame that, maybe on the long enough time span. But, no, I don't think King Von is the result of someone's great-grandpappy putting down a fucking curse like fucking Madame Zeroni from fucking Hole saying, and because you've enslaved my son to breed your favorite stock, I will curse you with a man that will kill your flock. I don't think that happened. It'd be a really funny idea for a urban horror film if it did. The Curse of King Von. Certainly we can get an actor to star in this. I don't know. Let's get Lil Nas X. It'd be funny.
Hold on,
Actually, no,
let me
let
finish.
me land the plane. We're talking about reparations, and what you're doing
See, chat, right there. That's proof. When a black man comes up with a hip idea, a black woman will steal it from him.
is actually just trying to get this conversation off the facts. And
Ben
the fact is,
Carson's-
reparations are just and necessary because on a basic level, black people built this country, and the country continues to thrive off of the labor that black people put into this country. And it would behoove you, young man, to really understand the way that your ancestors put blood, sweat, and tears into this nation that is still living off of those blood, sweat, and tears. And let me also add, there are reparations, and then there is
See, she both stole his land the plane and one more thing too. What won't black men and women steal?
remunerations. Do you know the difference?
Yes, but can I finish one
No,
point that I want?
Okay, now we have remunerations. That was the word I was trying to think of earlier. So, not only the monetary portion, but also the emotional weight portion. She hasn't even let him get a word in those last 3 minutes of the broadcast. That's fucking bullshit. So disgusting. But maybe we don't use Lil Nas X as King Von. maybe we shouldn't do that. Because who are we going to get to play the hero? Fucking Lil Wayne? LL Cool J? Tyrese Gibson?
To say Ben Carson's cousins were killed at a very young.
I'm so sorry. You've been voted out by the majority. Okay. Please return to your seat.
I hope some of y'all
Completely mobbed and silenced by the over-oppressive mouth of the black woman.
are acting. I really do. I really. We in LA.
Ding.
We in LA, and I hope some people in here are acting.
Do you not read Super Chats under $5? No, I do read Super Chats under $5.
And put some fucking earbuds on! You're in public!
Third one. I do read Super Chats that are under $5. In fact, let me refresh the page in case I missed something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There hasn't been another one, no name. Did I miss one? Did somebody not get their Super Chat validated? If I missed somebody, please speak up and let me know. Welcome, Alex Dragon. You are you are right in time for the festivities.
Oh, what's that on your chain?
This is a coin from Israel.
Lord have mercy.
Yes, you gotta go.
I don't know why she reacted like that. Is it because it's specifically a coin from the Black Hebrew Israelites? Because he never said he was a part of them. He just said it was a coin from Israel. Why would she be against that? Muslim brothers are probably the most effective and most militant of the radicals that made it possible for her to be like this. Or are you trying to uhura your way out of your roots from Malcolm X, sister girl?
That's a choice that you are making for yourself.
Yes. The thing with the whole reparations thing, and I don't know, we're probably close to the same age, so maybe you can't call me
How old
mom.
are you?
I'm 32.
I am 44.
Oh, really? Oh, you look young.
Thank you. That's what water and keeping stress out of your life will do.
Really? Mm-hmm. Liberal positions are real.
Really? Is that what it looks like? Because it looks like you smothered a bunch of fucking Neutrogena on your forehead right after you got done getting bent over by your, hood nigga. That's just me, though. Because I would say that shirt and that open blouse section for your heart cross necklace, that is definitely a choice. It's a sweaty choice, but it's definitely a choice to make in a place with some hot-ass house lights.
Stressful.
By the way, I wouldn't know. I'm not a liberal. Carry on.
Well, it's the liberal position because conservatives believe in hard work. We believe in going to work and working for what you got, not asking for handouts from people who never had slaves. Some of the people that you're asking for money from never had slaves. And let's talk about the fact there were also black people that had slaves. So if you want to talk about that, how is that fair? If I'm a white person and my family fall on the side of the Union, why should I have to pay for slaves when this whole country was never all racist? Some of the founding fathers were abolitionists, and they hated slavery. And they actually put things in the Declaration of Independence and things too, because they believed that there'll be a future where there would be a black president one day, or that there would.
I just now recognize that this nigga's in there.
They hated slavery, and they actually put things in the Declaration of Independence and things too, because they believed that there'll be a future where there.
Is that body mod jewelry? Is that rhinestones he put on his body? Oh my. How did I miss that the first time we watched it? Oh my god.
There would be a black president one day.
It's like alternate dimension Chris Brown, but he looks like the Rick James impression done by Dave Chappelle.
Or that there would be people in leadership that were black. There was people in the North who helped with the Underground Railroad and fought with the Union. So why is that fair for people who never had slaves, who fought against slavery, to have to pay for people that had slaves?
Cause give me that. That's why. Because Amanda said, "Gimme that." In fact, I'm pretty sure that's what the actual slur used to be called. Gimme that's.
One, from my understanding, you are more interested in preserving the fairness of those who didn't have slaves than the fairness of those who are the descendants of slaves.
No.
Yes.
Well, yes, but it's like there's levels to this. You've got the slave owners that own slaves and wanted slaves. Screw you, Blackie. I'm gonna own you forever. I'm gonna own your daughter. I'm gonna own your son. I'm gonna own your granddaughter. I'm gonna own your grandson. I'm gonna own your great granddaughter. Blah blah blah. Then you've got the white people that it was inconvenient that they had slaves. So let's say the Louis of the world, the Louis de Point de Lux. I have slaves. I treat them well. I would prefer that all of you be free. And one day, when it is no longer necessary to run this without having fair pay workers, we will get there. Then you have everybody that basically were gifted slaves because of the estate passing from hand of father, son, mother, daughter, favorite house Negro to freedman that then had a bunch of people following him. And then as a capitalist, he ended up buying slaves himself. Not because he hated black people, wanted them to suffer, and wanted to keep them the same way that the evil, racist Ku Klux Klan member might have at the top of the list. But in the middle of the list, it's like,
What? It's just good business. Why are you telling me? They work so goddamn fast. If I could find somebody else to replace them, I would.
and then you have the people who never owned slaves, never were a part of it, were always against it, complete abolitionists. Groups 1 through 3 have more reason to be asked to pay reparations than groups 4 to 6. Because groups 4 to 6 probably would have never been involved in the slave trade if it weren't so goddamn necessary in order to do it as a means of business. Not just because of cotton, not just because of tobacco, not just because of the manufacturing and then the processing of the tobacco, but just the simple fact that because it's a water-based port, that's where all of the goddamn shipyards and businesses are coming in from. And they have to have a place to store it, and they have to have a place to process it, and they don't have enough hands, and they don't have enough ability, or the willingness. Capitalist argument would be the willingness, but they don't have enough opportunity to pay the people a fair wage to then work the fields themselves without them being indentured servants. And then, of course, there's the indentured servants that they weren't slaves. They were treated like slaves because same difference. But that also applied to the white man just as much as it did the Indian, just as much as it did any minority. Because if you were any skin color darker than alabaster, you're basically a black man. Unless they could tell the difference. Then, racism because of Indians or something.
That is priority to you than finding a fair way to accommodate those who have been the descendant of slaves.
Well, our ancestors wasn't.
How do you accommodate them without having to fuck over every person if you don't put scope on the issue? That was the number one thing we both agreed on, was the necessary step that you're not going for. Because his entire point is that you do need that scope. So in my example, I would be suing and getting the bunch of money of reparations from groups 1 through 3. Because it's a choice and it was a decision that was done out of malice. It's like Ethan Klein. The Ethan Klein of the yesteryears of the Louisiana Purchase would have been suing the fuck out of every single slave owner because it was an implicit, desirable choice done with malice because they saw them as 3/5 of a man and therefore property that was deserving to be used the way that they saw fit. Whereas 4 to 6, the closer one to evil would be the capitalist that just says, I don't have any other better means to use this. Until eventually they're able to use machines to replace those workers. Then 5 to 6, they don't have any responsibility whatsoever. Or they have less culpability and thus less responsibility than anyone else whatsoever. And therefore, because they're not paying that money, they're not a part of that problem. If you try to fucking make them pay like they did all the slavery too, that's not fair. especially if they helped dismantle the problem. That would effectively be like, to use the example again, when Ethan Klein is suing the fucking hanger-ons of Hassan Piker, he sues me and Jay too, because we're reactors, or we have reacted to something of his in the past, or because we had watched it on our streams. I don't know if you did, Jay. Did you happen to watch the fucking Ethan Klein content nuke on Hassan Piker?
Yeah, I think I did.
Okay. But it's like him suing us because, well, you all infringed on my copyright, so I guess I better. Which, it's actually good that that's the case that I'm using, because his exact words from his own announcement of the lawsuit against Casey Tron, against Denims, and against Frogan was that he did not want to do that, because it would be within his legal right to, as a part of his registry of copyright with the Library of Congress. He would have the right to do so by DMCA, by fair use, and by the Library of Congress for the registration of his copyright, to take whoever he wanted to court for breaking his copyright. But he doesn't want to. Why? For the same reason that the majority of us reactors understand that you still have to have that place and space to have long form conversations, and that you can't ding somebody because their response took longer than 2 minutes. You can't do that, or you fuck the entire business or the entire culture. In this case, the culture of reactors. You're going to have people who are going to give content. You're going to have people who make content of various types. They're going to have various levels of scrutiny. It's going to be the place of the culture to decide what is acceptable and what's not. So, the culture, air quote, of slavery is that it's not right to own a man. So, the people who maliciously wanted to own people and said, yes, die and we're die. I'm going to own your kids forever. You going to stay on my plantation till the end of your lives. And then I'm going to own the dirt that your body's buried in. And then I'm going to own the bloodline that pumps in your veins. Send them to copyright jail. Send them to Emancipation Proclamation Reclamation Jail. Everybody else that had nothing to do with it, or it was simply a business decision, it wasn't personal, which, you know, radicals would say, what do you mean? There is no such thing as it's just business. If it was you doing to them, it would have been them doing to you. Blah, 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 blah. You wouldn't do it against them because it would be way too big out of the scope of the problem. And the fact that the radical doesn't want to place a scope on the problem means that it's just a fucking attempt to do tyranny. That's it. It's blanket, open-hand, iron-fisted tyranny. You want to tyrannize and terrorize everybody who you could take money from because you can. And if you could be able to, you would do it just because you could. So you would be no end to the scope. It would be a permanent case of feature creep. And that's not fair. That's not legal, that's not right, and that's not fair. Period. Jay, you have an opinion?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Asking for handouts. They were asking for equal opportunity. And we have equal opportunity in this country. We had a black president, just in case you didn't know. We had a black president and we had a black vice president. I mean, I think she was black. They said she was black. I don't know.
Conservatives have hearty laugh. A man in the middle is like, I can't believe these niggas laughed about Kamala Harris. Meanwhile, actual fucking left-leaners laughing about how she thought she'd be given the right to truck and try to be fucking president after that shit-ass campaign she ran and her antics.
So we had a black president, and you know who voted for that black man? White people, because you can't win a popular election in this country without white people. So Barack Obama is the product of white people. So let's get off this thing where, oh, America is so racist. What's making America so racist is people that continue to talk about racism and continue to focus on racism instead of focusing on unity and bringing our country forward.
Yes. And now, see, the younger, more soft-spoken black is like, yeah, you get him, Unc. Yeah, get her ass. Drag her.
People that have these liberal mindset are infecting our community, black people, and making us victims and not victors.
Everybody's nodding along with him.
Refuse to embrace a victim mentality because that's not what our grandparents and Harriet Tubman and those people fought for. They fought for equal
not bring
opportunity.
up Harriet Tubman's name in vain, baby, please.
I said the
Harriet
Lord's
Tubman,
name in vain.
Harriet
The
Tubman,
Lord's name.
Harriet Tubman was literally saving her family and others from slavery.
That's right, Amanda. Sign it out. Hooked on phonics. Pronounce every single syllable.
Yeah. You know who helped her? White people.
You know who helped her?
They were on the Underground Railroad. Come on in.
No,
Come on
you know
in.
who helped her?
Come on.
Get her, political Bernie Mac. Drag her.
No, you know who helped her?
God and
People who benefit from white supremacy. One of the things
It's
that
a lie. White supremacy is a lie.
No, sir,
It's
that's
a
simply
lie.
not
There's
true.
no- I mean, there's
If that
some-
were not the case, then we wouldn't see the continued effort of colonialism and white people placing themselves in positions of power when they
Like I said on Jay's broadcast, white women. White feminists. White feminists. Feminism is the handmaiden of patriarchy. If power is patriarchy, the people who are perpetuating it are the awfuls. The affluent, white, leftist women. I think I said that acronym incorrect. But it's the awfuls and the wasps. The awfuls and the wasps are the ones that are the handmaidens to patriarchy who enable that to happen. And just like the white women, there are black women that will do the same goddamn thing. It's the same problem in the other way around, actually. They'll open their mouth for white cock, and they'll open their mouth for white issues, but they won't do a single thing to help the African American black, because they would like to maintain their supposed proximity to whiteness, while still benefiting, occasionally, when they can, from their blackness. There are more people who are extremely guilty of this, like, say, Francesca Ramsey? Franny? Yeah, Franny. There are women like Franny that will do that. There are plenty of black radicals that have done that in the past. Although, granted, in the case of Treese Colors, she chose to do it the lesbian route. She had straight sex with a man and had his child, then became a lesbian, and then enriched his life, her child's life, and her lesbian partner's life with her portfolio. But the point still remains the same. The feminism and the power politics of femininity and gynocentrism is the handmaiden to the position of power, because as long as they're willing to speak towards the boogeyman, then they are responsible for the permanent foreverscape that allows them to agitate for the social problem. In general.
Why they're in a position of power? Because their culture, black culture is toxic. The black culture is toxic. We have produced a culture.
Oh, he thinks black people are toxic.
That is toxic. And let's get on the fact that there's no fathers in the black home. Let's talk about that.
She stops him right before he gets to lay into her with a really good point. Let's talk about the black fathers missing from the home. And immediately she's like, stop. You're making too many good points. Stop it. Jay, do you have an opinion on black fathers in the home?
No, because I already had one. I can say that it does create more stability, and it does. Fuck.
You still asleep?
Yeah, I should have got on stream right after I got up from napping.
Maybe I should have planned the stream out later for you.
No, I mean let's just say it's a preferable lifestyle. If you want to grow up well-adjusted, unlike this bitch. Because we already pointed out that she was abandoned by her father in the stream.
Yeah.
Last night.
Not last night, but the other night.
Oh, right, yeah, the night before last.
Mm-hmm. Because your parents, I believe, are still amicable, right? See, because mine are not, for obvious reasons. But black fathers not being in the home is the result of the 1990s Violence Against Women Act and Super Predators bill put forward by the Clintons. Signed and brought up, brainstormed, and planned out by Hillary. Signed and pushed into effect through the efforts of Bill. And then, I think, even so, John McCain probably was directly involved in that as well. Somebody fact check me on that. My brain is spazzing. Years and years of fucking studying and social studies are flooding back to my brain right now. But, the African American, obviously being removed from the home after the inclusion of benefits from the state that created the welfare housing and thus the welfare market and thus the welfare queens that would be the staple of Section 8 housing in the hood and in the projects. All of that directly affects the development of the African American diaspora. Because in the Longhouse, the women don't have power if they don't have a man force, right? They need to have physical might in order to force you by threat of violence or threat of social ostracization, and someone to then enforce their demand and their command about you and their judgment for you to keep you in line. So the only way to do that is to have black men. But if the black male has been incarcerated, either because he did do the crime, or he's just simply being targeted by a system that at that time very much was an apparatus chosen to be used to cripple the African Americans that they specifically were targeting in the places where they targeted them. See the crisis of methamphetamines, AIDS, where it was applicable, AIDS from drugs, AIDS from gay sex, AIDS from blood-borne cross diseases, meth, weed, crack cocaine, sweeping through the neighborhoods the same way that heroin did to the whites. When you remove the father from the home, what's the only male influence other than a grandparent that's left?
Maybe an uncle.
Uncle, brother, but more commonly, if it's a single-parent household, it's the son. The first generation, those single mothers adultized their children. If they had female daughters, they adultized their daughters way too soon as adults by constantly telling them, don't get knocked up, don't get pregnant by these fucking ratchet hoodlums. Then the black male, if he was adultized into the boy dad, so just like the boy mom, who becomes normalized in how she chooses to talk and speak and behave around other people concerning the behaviors of the child, to their never-ending problems for the dynamic between themselves and the child, you then have this reflection of that same issue repeated in the actions of the mother towards the son, and the son towards himself, where he has to be both the father, the husband, and the child to the mother at the same time. He has to help her self-soothe. He has to help her with all the problems of the planning of the constant day-abouts of the home, because he's, quote, the man of the house. And then at the end of the day, his mother is going to be hyper-protective of him, because that's my baby, my poor little baby, you can't, it's my only child, it's my male child. Controlling his outcomes, controlling his social interactions, controlling his dating prospects, if she's allowed to, and effectively just hovering and creating a failure to launch that creates a character like Jody from, what was that film called? I know it's a Tyrese Gibson
Baby Boy.
film. Yeah, Baby Boy.
Baby Boy, yeah.
Where he is similarly looking for his own method of self-soothing, while at the same time being victimized by the actions and choices of his mother and the environment that he now has to operate in, but ultimately being basically a half-cooked man. He has all of the understanding, but he has none of the second-order magnitude consequences of his further behavior. So when his character, when Tyrese Gibson's character is getting choked the fuck out by Ving Rhames, that is a actual man teaching the half-cooked boy dad that you're not prepared and you're not ready. And the only reason why I'm not murking your ass is because of respect for your mother. That's the Longhouse in effect. The, quote, real men are doing jobs and works and detriments and behaviors on behalf of the women. The women then use those men as the muscle to then get the rest of society to move the way it should, because it takes a village full of men being commanded by the women to make things happen. Because all funds, all assistance, all all second-hand hand-me-downs, all messages through the grapevine, they're communicated through the whisper network of women. And then the women tell the men to go help. So whenever there's a child that ends up getting pregnant, all the women hear about it because all the women talk. It then gets to the ears of the men because they then tell them about it during the evening times or during the time before they're about to go to sleep, or as they then make plans out about how they're going to help the community. It's such a common talking point, and it's such a common trope. This trope has been used all the time in African American media and video games. The example I used on Jay's stream was South of Midnight, but there are various examples of this happening throughout all of most modern film and most black-centered films. I would say it's not exactly a trope of people like, say, Tyler Perry, but it is a trope of somebody like, say, Spike Jonze. 100%. Hell, you could even say that there's a part of it that is a trope of anything made by any person who's been famous for the last 25 years of film. Hell, I think you'd probably make an argument about Quentin Tarantino being down with the niggas. And continuing.
Stop.
Let's talk about that.
Stop.
Let's talk about that.
None of this is gonna work if y'all are just gonna sit here and make up shit. It's not gonna work. No, a debate has to be in facts.
You're putting off emotional liberalism right now.
I am not putting off emotional liberalism. You're putting off unfounded lies
That's what y'all
based
do. Y'all
in
start saying
conservatism.
Misinformation. Remember they did the misinformation thing all summer where
See, now these two are just being niggas right now. They're yapping. He's not saying anything that's valuable right now. But she's also starting the problem too. Spike Lee, yes. I did in fact mean Spike Lee. My brain said Spike Jonze. I don't know why they did that. Clearly, I don't know where I am. But right now, the two of them, they're not able to have a fucking conversation right now because she's being belligerent. Also, ding. I'm counting that one for Black Radical.
everything
Look
conservatives
at this man.
did, they said
You're carrying
misinformation.
a chain around your neck.
Look at this man. How dare you wear jewelry? I'm counting that as a ding.
Of an apartheid nation that actively wants to harm black people and non-Jewish people.
You know, that's a really good point, Amanda. That's so strange that you were able to stick that in there about Islam. Yep, that's her. That's right. That's her right there, Habibi. Her right there in the multicolored shirt.
But let me bring it back. Let me bring it back.
Selling black people
let me
in
bring
Africa.
it. That was not happening.
I find it interesting that he's not getting voted out faster than they voted out the younger black man. That's bullshit.
In the context that you're saying.
And they were selling their own people. Black people still sell their own people today, too, by the way.
I don't know if I'm going to last.
We're selling our own people today,
I don't know if I'm going to last.
You probably won't last with me.
I won't, because your ignorance is so overwhelming.
See, that's liberals. Y'all start name-calling when y'all getting defeated in an argument.
No, it's not name-calling. You won't have an argument because you keep cutting me off.
Oh, well, that's fine if they don't let me.
God, I really don't like Amanda Seals. Oh!
You won't even.
I made my point.
You didn't make your point.
I made my point.
You haven't made your point. And let me just tell you about your point. You started off saying we believe in hard work.
Yeah.
And we believe in being compensated.
Reparations is not, though. Reparations is not hard work. It's stealing. It's Robin Hood.
You said you believe in hard work.
Yes.
Because we be robbing. We be robbing.
And you believe in being compensated for hard work.
Yes.
Were slaves compensated for their work?
They weren't
That depends what you mean by slave and what you mean by compensated. If you mean chattel slaves, no. If you mean indentured servants, yes. If you mean hired workers that were then treated like less than a slave because they were being treated the same way we currently treat illegals, especially illegal aliens, that we know for a fact they are being abused because the people who are taking them in on the jobs and are then short selling them the money that they're paying the illegal, that they could be paying the proper wage to an American for, a registered American or a naturalized citizen, they know they're getting away with it because no one's checking in on it, because they're skimming the system with the entitlements that are being given to those businesses based on the enfranchisements and the endowments given away in the monies and grants given to companies, even like that of Twitter, because Twitter was founded and was made through grants given to the government to give them the operation and the operational cost and value over the apparatus that is enabled for the business to operate in. So textiles, cottons, they most likely are not getting paid that, but it depends on how much you want to wager the number. Because now that's a number, that's a calculation. The math would work out to how much money was stolen by the illegal immigrant and how much money, or monies, plural, was the business taking from the government, the federal government, for the entitlements and the endowments that they were promised, for the level and the rate of workers they had compared by demographics to then qualify for those endowments and those entitlements. More than likely, the number would then become high enough that the government would enact on that money and then would actually have to pay the American worker a restitution. Oh, I'm sorry. They hired too many Jose's and hired too many Isaacs for the job. Here's $1,500 because they stole and garnished over $1,500 worth of wages from time from you because they were short selling you and they were overpaying them while underpaying them the federal wage that they were supposed to be paying because the rate was adjusted because they had X amount of people in the business that then said, we should be charging you this much, but because you have these many black, brown, and Asians and North American descendants of whoever the fuck, we're going to charge you this much, which is basically the entire word behind the American factory business. The amount of African American men currently working in factories that have never worked in a factory before, like I did during the temporary nigga work, all of those people have never worked behind or around a computer numerically controlled machine in their lives. Let alone doing it for farming, let alone doing it for gardening, let alone doing it for harvesting, let alone doing it for metal and steel working as well as foundry work, let alone for metal and machining, let alone for construction of the metal and machining jobs that those parts are then being cut out from the machines for in the first damn place. Do you get paid for things like this? You're supposed to be, either as an individual or as the business owner, which then filters down to the kickbacks and the runbacks. And if you don't pay them that reparation for having fucked them, you get fucking audited by the government. So, yes, no, yes, and depends on how much of a thief you are. Because there are definitely some farmers right now that have been mocked and maybe have processes beginning against them, where they have been stricken for trying to take money through the HBV1 visas and illegal immigration to justify the actions. Because granted, that is the new chattel slavery. You're basically falsifying the legal process of bringing somebody into the country under what is supposed to be a temporary work visa. And that visa then gets used as a permanency status to keep them forever in the country, so that instead of hiring somebody who is fit for the job and can be gotten immediately, it is instead used to bring in a foreign labor force that then effectively is used to replace the normal American, so that there is no jobs to be able to fill, because all of the jobs are being filled by people that they've already negotiated for basically free chattel slavery from. That's not going to be talked about because that's corporate slavery. That's not the kind that she's interested in.
Let's say that for their work, but why should people who are sitting at home playing video games, smoking marijuana,
are you sitting at home playing a video game? Are you sitting at home playing a video game?
The people that they wanted.
So I understand the argument that he's making, and just like when I answered about Jay's shit, there's levels to this, right? The argument I made on Jay's stream was that if you have the ability to transform value and effort from your work, like we are right now, We did it here. We did it there on her stream, and now we're doing it again here on mine. If you can turn value and effort from your work into something that's marketable, and you can then be able to sell, and people are then willing to invest into and buy for the purposes of investing and then reinvesting that money into a perpetual cycle, whether it be for a product, it be for a service, it be for entertainment, or what have you, whatever the business could be, then it's valuable. So yes, you can be able to stay at home smoking weed and playing money and making video games, but there has to be an actual marketplace that's willing to buy from it. The argument that you can make there about slavery then is that you have an artificial marketplace that is being created by a particular group of people that are being subsidized, that are not actually being paid that labor back. And then I think I said something about communism and about chapter 2, bottom of the page, the back end of the page, the 10-point list of the Communist Manifesto, and then the paragraph about how you are not going to give the lumpkin proles, and thus the proletariat, access to the means of production, because the actual means of production would be given to the state. Yeah, that's the shit that I said. That's one side of the issue there. So that's like one issue. The majority of the radicals that might unironically have been Minecraft YouTubers before they then groomed a kid and then made off with millions, or in the one case that we looked at the other fucking day on Stream Chat, the Minecraft YouTuber who was a Pokemon Tier 3 sub, who ended up impregnating and then fucking around on and cheating on a fucking manipulative woman because he was socially stalking her to fucking honeydick her. That's the other side of the issue. So in this context, you have the people who could do that. Let's say there's a time period where King Von was just a fucking YouTuber, and he had an ability to become popular just like fucking anybody else who is a streamer and broadcaster on any platform. You have the other side of the issue where not even the most titular smart person in the hood we've seen, let alone from the hood nigga scene, could be able to put two and two together and figure out how to make that career. Because unfortunately, the culture that they would come from is a weaker culture than the culture that Jay and I come from. They wouldn't have the aptitude, they wouldn't have the mindset, they wouldn't have the energy, they wouldn't have the backbone. They wouldn't be able to do it because they wouldn't like talking. The short form way to do it would be they would have to scheme YouTube and TikTok shorts and then Instagram reels to make a name for themselves and then build up hype to then eventually try to cash out that clout to then reach for an even higher rung on the ladder and slowly climb up the ladder they make for themselves, the way that we all had to make platforms for ourselves ever since the days of being debanked or being fucked with from places like Patreon. I don't know if you've been debanked by them. I never made a Patreon. I just chose to make a Subscribe Star and then eventually a Ko-Fi and a PayPal. But back in the olden days of YouTube, like say 2011, 2016, you remember that time period where it was just a common thing to see people being deplatformed for their opinions? And then when people told them, I don't have a way back into society, you fucked my life up, they were told, basically keep hating yourself, working class Andy. If you don't like it, become your own bank, become your own banking institution, make your own bank, make your own Patreon, make your own blah, blah, blah. You remember that time period?
Mm-hmm.
That entire time period now basically kind of doesn't exist now. There's been a legal executive action that has been signed by Trump that now makes it illegal to debank people in this way. So, woohoo, finally, thank you for that. But the way that it works now in the social media scene is basically it's the problem of all of those ladders that have been pulled up by all the people with trolls remorse, the left, when they used to be edgelords, immediately becoming safe for TV pundits that have sanitized their work and tell you that you're not allowed to use the slurs that they did to make their fame and popularity. You're basically being forced to climb up the grassroots ladder, as I am, and only occasionally are you ever allowed the freedom, the chance, or the safety and security to try to make the jump that people like, say, Kai Cenat did, or DDG did, or fucking Haley... My brain wants to say Halle Berry. It's probably Halle Bailey. Or Sky Jackson did with their lives. But really, you're being told you're not allowed to be here slur word because we don't like you. You're not what fits in the movement. So, black males have to work twice as hard as the black females if they're in the hood scene. Because black females, they have bodies, they can be hypersexual, they can get a lot of clicks immediately, the same way that any porn star or any porn adjacent person could do. Because, you know, you're promising them something that men don't usually offer women. And even if you were somebody who offers it, you're a male doing porn, or something porn adjacent compared to the women doing porn. Not everybody can be King Nazir, okay? Not everybody can be Camilla Clutch pounding out, pounding her out and get fame off of that, right? So the niche internet micro celebrity status is going to hold you back if you're not immediately adjacent to the opportunity and the power to do so, which is basically the AMP community, the WL community, and the poggers community of Twitch. There is subjected groups that are similar to that on YouTube, but it's pretty much the salt farmers versus people like myself and UJ and people like Mahler that exist in a very big pot. On YouTube, we're getting fucked over by the algorithm, and that's the whole thing, because it's an attention economy. On Twitch and Kick and TikTok and YouTube Shorts, it's the metagame. Throwing up whatever clips you want, doing, saying, stealing anything you can, putting your face and name on it, and seeing if it goes viral. Doing all of that to make shit possible and popular is the only way that you can skip those barriers. And unfortunately, for most content creators, that's something that nobody really wants to do. Because then you gotta put in a lot of words. You gotta put in a lot of energy to make it get off the ground, right? You've been on YouTube for much longer than I have. And I've been on YouTube since the days of 2012, 2011. So we've seen the rise and fall of different kinds of creators that have either left work and have become private and have taken themselves off the internet, no matter what size they are, to people whose lives have been ruined, or people who have died and have been forgotten because of who they were or the sphere of influence they were a part of for the internet blockade, when we started getting fucked over by things like the first, second, and third apocalypses. I believe it's Apocalypse 2, which was caused by Carlos Maza, Big Gay Wonk, the Champagne Socialist, that we really saw the necessary need of being ad-friendly and being brand-friendly. Because that's what really controls the ability to make money. For most of the hoodweebs that make up Black Twitter, they care less about being ad-friendly and more about how they can make virality happen no matter what. They're like Poe on crack, right? Like, take what Poe does, then take the theft tactics of Ian Miles Strong, and then shake it up, add a lot of racism, add a lot of bigotry, and add a lot of entitlements about white people be like, and black people be like, close the lid on it, shake it up in a can, and throw it at the wall. That level of volatility, where you have to make anything pop off and work, that's basically Streamer University. I don't know if you've looked at Streamer University. Did you look at Streamer University?
Mm-mm.
Basically, it's exactly what you think it is. Kai Cenat wanted to do basically clip farming. He claims it should have been, and it was presented as though, and there were multiple content creators like DDG and Agent 00 that treated it like an actual opportunity to teach people how to get into higher echelons of business, how to make deals with Webull, how to use investments on Robinhood to make a stock portfolio, how to get into brand deals with brands like Fume and Factor Meals and Lootbox or whatever the fuck, how to grow your platform from literally 0 viewers into a sustainable content career. And then you had people like Rakai shooting up hallways with Orby guns, and I don't know if she's permanently blinded, but hitting a particular streamer in the face and in the eye with an Orbeez gun. I don't know if you've ever been hit by an Orbeez that's been shot from a rifle. It feels like a fucking BB pellet, and it hits really hard, even though it's just fucking a water bead. Shooting to set people in a hallway, doing it for content, doing it for clout. Yes, stale cheese. I have already mentioned it. Doing it for content, doing it for clout. Sneaking out of the 3-4 day seminar place where they're supposed to be making clips and clip farming between each other's inside the dormitory, to sneak out of the dormitory to go try to go to a goddamn club. They get caught, and the majority of content creators get banned because they all went to the fucking club. Hood rats running around a rented, emptied out campus of an actual college, leaving, I believe the final number was like 4.5 million or something odd dollars on the hook for repairs and damages to the college grounds, to Kai Cenat. Ultimately, at the end of the day, he ends up still making money off of it, because, like, it increased his notoriety and shit. But basically, a bunch of black people acting like a bunch of fucking hoodlums, and everybody's like, what do you mean? That's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to destroy shit. It was a goddamn trash fire. No matter how many people actually wanted to learn how to enrich themselves and level up their streamer game, everybody else treated it like it was a goddamn permanent party. Which pretty much is the perspective of the black diaspora. Give me that. Give me money. Give me clout. Give me cash. No, I don't want to earn it. It's annoying shit. It is the endemics of exactly what they call culture. We would call it exactly what it is. Niggas. But they call it culture. That's what black culture is supposed to be. Black culture. And unfortunately, for Amanda, when she chooses to say this shit about you can't do that, and are you sitting at home playing video games?
I said it for their work, but why should people who are sitting at home playing video games, smoking marijuana,
are you sitting at home playing a video game? Are you sitting at home playing a video game?
The people that they're wanting
Am I
reparations
sitting at home
for,
playing a video game? No.
When she speaks about this, she doesn't consider the fact that there are actual laysabouts of den do nothings that are in fact holding their hand out like the fucking Gross sisters, saying, "Give me that, give me that, give me that. Why should you have it? Give me that, give me that." And she only thinks in perspective of herself. I think it's because she's stupid and she's short-sighted. Most of the time, just in general, by numbers, by statistics, by demographics, don't break your headphones, Carl. By data heuristics, it's literally just because that's the culture that has been made popular by people becoming famous as influencers. You take 10 people, 6 of them are probably going to become influencers, or they're going to try their hand at being influencers. I know that in my college group, the majority of us were all a part of the same All-American Stream Team, which was basically all the friends of my sister's student life group, working and making content together. And the only reason why any energy around that stopped was because my personal friend died, because he was the heart, soul, and leader of it. Without him, they didn't have a way to do it. Becoming capable of doing it myself, as I have here now, has been a process that required revising and learning and changing to become worthy of and capable of operating in that field of business. Not everybody can do it. For maybe I said 6 out of 10. So, 4 people don't become content creators. They'd rather be the person who watches the content. For those 6 people out of that 10, multiply that number by a factor of 100. So, out of every 100 people, 60 people try to become content creators. In that group of 6 out of 10, probably 5 of them fail. So, out of a group of 60 out of 10, 50 people fail. 10 people become content creators. Out of that 10 people that become content creators out of 100, 5 of them are porn stars. 3 of them are lolcows or cyberbullies. And maybe 2 of them are successful at a particular niche. Take that number and apply it to every single factor of the internet that exists. And that's the reason why that argument that she has doesn't work. Because there are too many black radicals just in the side of politics. For people like FD Signifier, he gets to make it because he's pandering to the right kind of people. He's pandering to the cyberbullies that would choose to use their politics as a cudgel to attack people, so that he can make fun of both people on the left wing and attack the conservatives and the people he doesn't like on the right wing, while increasing his own bank account status And then immediately once he's made that money, he pulls out completely and pulls the ladder up behind him. But he still does bring along the people that he thinks deserves to have that position of power. For individuals like me and you, we are helping each other and we are uplifting each other. So, literally who's can come into the cycle, they get their foot into the space, they dip their toe in, they get into the pool, they're in the lake, they're in the ocean, they're in the pond of whatever sphere of influence they're a part of. They then start making a name for themselves. They either try making the right business moves to be successful or not to make their way up, or they get bogged down, mobbed, fenestrated, or quit entirely, and then somebody else takes their audience, eats their lunch, or their audience just goes and disperses, and somebody else collects that money, which in this case would be sustenance. They collect the liquidity, and eventually they either become a good-sized fish in the pond, or they become the big fish in the little pond. And then they have to move upstream to the next sphere of influence and see if they can do it again. And that's all of the business of work. The amount of people who are actually doing that is smaller than the number than people that Amanda Seales would actually admit to, if she actually listened to this point. But she's not going to do that because she doesn't have the ability to speak back to what he said. That's why she interrupted him in the first place. And so she wanted to be belligerent about it. Granted, he wasn't doing himself any favors either by giving into it. He should have just sat back and been like, you see this? You see, this is how they act. He should have stared right into the camera and be like, you see that? You see what happened? That's so crazy. When they ain't got anything to say back, they just be talking like this. That's so wild. Yes, man, how you doing? That's what he should have done. Granted, he didn't do that. Not because he was ignorant, but just because that's just who that guy was. But that's inherently the nature of the problem. Like, she doesn't want to talk about the problem. Because as soon as she got to the part that would actually have an answer she can't refute, because nobody can refute that the Longhouse is a big problem, she wouldn't be able to speak to that. So she changes the fucking topic to something else entirely. Because when it pertains to the Longhouse, I know that I've tried to get my mother to be concerned with and understand my career for the longest time. Mainly because I have pride in it. She doesn't understand shit about our world. Probably never will. I think your mom probably maybe understands a little bit. But, you know, not like a lot. She understands how you make your money. Probably. But that's about it. My mother doesn't even understand the concept of how we make our money. And that's like the biggest issue that creates the problem with that dynamic she has there. Because, ironically, there are family friends who understand how I make my money better than my mother understands my own business. And that speaks to the nature that they themselves are doing it. It's like gig economy work, right? It's just another way to make money by doing service for somebody else. And the more people who understand it, the more it legitimizes it, and the more that it increases the scale. That's social proof. She can't speak to the social proof angle. Because if more people understood it and accepted it for what it is, then we wouldn't have to have MatPat in the government working on a bipartisan movement that is meant to get the legislators and the party pullists and the lobbyists to actually make laws that would directly affect YouTubers and content creators and investors and influencers in a way where we get treated like we're not being put at the mercy of fucking liberals and boomers. Because the boomers don't understand, and the liberals explicitly stack the deck so that we can't fight back. I understand that was a lot of words, chat, but I needed to get that one out. I needed to get that out.
No, and I don't know who these people are that you're talking about, because the majority of the black community is not sitting at home playing video games.
The majority of the black...
That's a lie. And that's the reason why I had to get it out. I bit my tongue on that when I was on your broadcast, Jay. I hope you appreciate that. I know in my soul the amount of times I have listened to niggas simply when I was working at fucking Waffle House of all places. They go out, they go party, they come eat, they walk up to the fucking host. They're like, hey, yo, bro, you ever seen Black Panther? Give me a Wakanda Forever. Hey, yo, you want to go home and play 2K? I know in my bones that there are people who do nothing but fucking chill at the house, go to work, play video game, chill at the house, go to work, play video game, go to girlfriend's house, leave a mashed potato bowl in her drawers, go home, go to work, chill at the house, bring it to my place, drop a mashed potato bowl in her drawers at my house, send her home, and rinse and repeat. I know for a fact that that's what happens, because that's Black Twitter in a goddamn nutshell. Because during COVID, all of those people that make up that black diaspora of Black Twitter, the people who embarrass the shit out of us whenever they go viral and say the most head-ass shit, those are the people who became hoodweeps, that became obsessed with anime. Because in their mind, it's like, oh no, we found a new thing we could be a part of. And they immediately made it their only personality quirk, and they've been annoying as fuck ever since. Because they don't know anything about it. They just know that it's good. Or they know that they like it. But just like any other time, they can't appreciate it. Because they're tourists. So they'll claim, just like they said black people invented things like the light bulb, they'll claim, Dan Dan was actually inspired by black people the exact same fucking way. Because it's all theft at the end of the day. Now it's just theft for clout and recognition, rather than theft for clout, opportunity, time, and money. So I know for a fact. I can't tell you the number, chat. I don't have the statistics, but I can tell you in my bones, and you know it too, there are more people who sit at home, playing video games, being bored, flicking the channel, flicking the screen, scrolling through YouTube, scrolling and doom scrolling through Twitter and TikTok, than there are people actually making material and content. I can tell you for a fact that there is. We all know it. We all know it. Because they're normies. Because they are normies.
Where are you getting that statistic? Where are you getting that statistic?
Pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
I knew I was going to be surrounded by ignorance, but damn. Let's go. Hello. My hand's wet from the bottle.
My hands are sweaty because I'm nervous. We both got sweaty hands. Okay.
Two awkward black women. Both women being awkward. Also. See, everybody else just let her go. You see that? That's called misogyny, according to the feminists, because that's actually called chivalry. The alternate dimension Chris Brown that's dressed in red, white, and blue was closer to the jail than everybody else. Maybe you could say Anthony could have reached up and crossed over her to get there, but they allowed her to walk over and take the last 2 minutes. Supposedly, that's bigotry and evil and bad and misogynistic and also dog shit, and that's dog shit.
Hello. My hand's wet from the bottle.
My hands are sweaty because I'm nervous. We both got sweaty hands. Okay. So I just wanted clarity because I think it'd be helpful. Mm-hmm. You said radical. I wanted just clarity on that. And then also with the reparations, you said it's not just money, it's other things. I just want to know, like, what do you see as like the grand picture of what would help?
The grand picture of what?
So what's to happen here, like I said the last time, is she asked her a question that's a trap, and I'm going to let this part play full, and then we can talk about it.
What would help?
Of reparations, like what does that look like to you?
Oh, great. Reparations, what reparations looks like to me is a combination of reparations and remunerations. And reparations are about repair for damages that have been caused based on harm. Remunerations is a monetary response to work that has not been paid for. So if you come and paint my house and I don't pay you, you can take me to court and get remunerations for the work that you have done. So we're actually owed both in this nation as Black people, and there are incredibly just clear-cut records that show the buying and selling and purchasing of slaves, the work that was done, also the intellectual property that was stolen from slaves, right? Because there was so much inventing that was happening. And there is also quite a bit of other reparations that are being discussed as it relates to property being stolen, as it relates to, again, redlining and the inability for Black people to get loans, etc. And these impediments being solely based on their race.
As far as like discrimination?
Yes, like they're being solely based on their race, that not being about anything other than you're Black so you can't, right? And so when it's very clear cut like that, there are very distinctive responses to that that can be done through a cash payment as well as through measures that are being done to create funds for creating resources and responses like housing, like access to food, access to education, etc., that certain communities have not had access to because of the fallout from these things.
And I just had a quick question for clarifying. With the funds I'm wondering, where do you think those should come from? Like the actual money, like is that we're raising money? Is it taxes? Like what does that look like?
Well, I think what they've been doing with these different reparations committees is they're looking at, all right, well, how much has this city or how much has this town or how much has this country gained from the estimated amount that was stolen from these people, right? So they're looking at like, what is this wage amount? For instance, like if you look at...
I think it's a good amount. Okay. So, she asked her a question, and this question ended up putting her into several traps. I'm going to talk about two of them. One trap. We want money from you, and we also want money from what you owe us for work and labor that we have been paid, including the theft of intellectual property during the time of slavery, where you took our ideas, you took our things, and never gave them back. This creates two dynamics that are never going to be answered. Jay, do you think it's more likely that black people have stolen from black people more than white people have stolen from black people? Yes or no?
Yeah, I think it's more that black people have stolen from other black people.
So, this creates a dynamic problem for reparations and ameliorations. Remove whites from the equation. Let's say somebody decides to say, I, inverse universe Elon Musk, have come from across the divide to pay for the reparations of all white people in the world, everywhere, throughout the known universe, in perpetuity, for bigotry and racism. And that number is 1.5 Googleplex dollars. For people who want to look up the context of a Googleplex, it's a very big number. You could use a yoctobyte or a yoctogram if you really want to discuss the breadth of the money. Imagine a number that's so astronomically big, you have to wonder exactly how are you going to break down giving that money back to all the black people everywhere in current existence throughout the known universe in perpetuity for the racism and bigotry of the past, present, and future. Now, just the black people. How much money does the Crips and Bloods have to pay back? And I don't mean I don't mean the flesh of my flesh, the blood of my blood, and the citizens of revolt already in progress. I'm not talking about the first response action squads that the 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s designed as a response towards violence, especially police brutality. I'm talking specifically about the gangs. Hell, we can even throw the Black Panther Party and the new Black Panther Party in there too. Also, the Not Fucking Around Coalition of Stone Mountain, Georgia, they can get in there too. How many gangs are going to be responsible for paying reparations and ameliorations? How many shot up stores? How many killed men and women that were literally going to become Renaissance men and women and would have uplifted their cities, their states, their counties, or let alone their families and communities into a limelight where they would have not lived in the current poverty that those particular places for those particular people, if you can name some, would have been relevant for? How many broken houses? How many broken homes? How many killed children? How many killed men and women, let alone from gang members, but innocent victims caught by stray bullets and drive-bys? How much reparations will those criminal blacks have to pay towards the black diaspora? I don't even want to say African Americans. Let's not even get into that, because then you're going to be like, nah, they're not black enough to be considered black. What about the black diaspora as a whole? How much money do those criminal people have to pay? Do we know? Do you have a number in mind? Because it doesn't seem like you do. It just seems like I want to sue the shit out of Whitey. Whitey needs to pay. What about Blackie? What about that? Even if you wanted to remove the African American part. So, you can't get me, because my people sold your people into slavery. Remember, we're the good French. We're the ones that beat that ass not once but twice in Africa, holding down the homies. For every single black that it's applicable to, how much money are you going to make them pay for the reparations you think you're owed? How much? Because if it's not trillions or decillions, you're fucking lying. Because there are amounts of people who have been murdered over things like a ham sandwich, let alone a business invention. Hell, if you want to technically get real technical about it, just to include people who are not black. Hacks Money, the Smash Brothers Melee player, he was designing a fight stick. Leffen stole, with the help of a woman who was involved emotionally and sexually with Hacks Money, his fight stick idea. They also stole his tournament. And they banned him from not only all of the tournaments, but also his own tournament. And that drove him to try to commit suicide. And it was reason why he had his leg amputated. And why he never recovered from his mental folly. That alone, I would say, would be worth the pain and damages of like $1 million. Because it was a conspiracy from the entire scene to fuck with him. There have been various content creators that have had that done to them. Let's use Pokemon for example. Pokemon, come on down. Remember when you got Gideon banned for nothing? And then you used his apology as a way to say everybody can't, you have to stop hating me now. He apologized. There's no big problem. There's no big deal. Are you going to give him his career back? Are you going to improve his career? No. You just move the fuck on like you always do? How much money should she pay? That's an example of an Asian that did it to a black. How about when a black does it to a black? Empty signifier. Empty signifier. How much money do you want to pay to Jalong Bani? How much money do you think you deserve, Jay, for this nigga trying to recruit you to become a leftist? How much money does he owe us both for making us react to his fucking dumbass opinions? Like, we could go on. Like, sure, I'm being silly with some of these, but I'm being serious. What do you consider bad enough? How bad do you have to be as a black to now own and owe another black a debt that you must pay for the damage you've done to the unironic black community? The real black community, not the black community that's politically black, but every single person who could ever be fucking discriminated against because of the color of their skin. How much money are you going to tell them they have to pay? Because if it's zero, you're fucking bullshit. You have to pay something. Hell, Amanda Seales probably owes all of us $1 billion for the fucking performance she had in this debate. Who is she gonna pay? Is she gonna pay me? Is she gonna pay 50 Cent? Is she gonna pay Diddy? Is she gonna pay Tech 9? Maybe Eminem on behalf of Dr. Dre. She gotta pay somebody. Maybe she'll pay Oprah. We're trying to sneak into her mansion party. But you gotta pay somebody. Somebody gotta pay somebody, because somebody at the end of the day has to pay for that. Unfortunately, I don't think anyone will pay. Which then creates another problem. When she then goes on to talk about the rest of how the money should be paid and how it should be sought from. When she goes seeking that money and those opportunities and that intellectual property from the people that she claims stole it from us, what about all the times that we've had people steal something from somebody else? Even if it's something as simple as money from pimping or money from drugs. I'm pretty sure you would have a never-ending Ouroboros of black people having to pay black people for the crimes of other black people in perpetuity. Because it would be a cycle every generation. You'd have a handful of people who fucked over blacks. You'd have a handful of people who would be the beneficiaries of the monies that has to be paid for the blacks that were fucked with. Whether they were killed, they were maimed, they were harmed, they were emotionally scarred, what have you. So the same way that you have a person who gets impregnated and then takes that fraudulent father who's a deadbeat to court and he's forced to pay for child support, or if they were married, alimony, you would have a system in place where you would have nigga court. Unironically, you would have to have nigga court. Dun dun dun. It'd be a trap version, like dun 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 dun. Here in the case, Deshaun Marcus, aged 15, tried to steal the money of little Hubert Brown, aged 21, because he wanted to have his cookies. Emotional damages is set at $850 in nigga court. Like, you'd have to do something like that. And for every single case you use, that has to then be used as damages against the black diaspora to make them start actually dealing with the problem that they then have to then respond to. Which is, for every time somebody has to go to court for something that requires black people to do something about black people, it has to be logged, denoted, and then sent to the Library of Congress. So that when people say, what do you mean statistics about black on black violence? Someone's gonna take out the folder and go, flagga! And it's gonna unroll like a scroll. And it's like, you see all these numbers? This is the monetary amounts of money when niggas were fucking over niggas. Not even blacks against blacks. Just niggas against niggas in the hood. It would probably increase the numbers by a magnitude of 15%. We're already at, despite being only 13% of the population, we make up more than 50% of the crime. Increasing from a magnitude of near 53 to 55 to 15 points above that percentile, do you realize that that would be the rate of violence that is consistent to the violence done against other black people? I mean, shit, you would have the gangs unironically becoming media figures, just like Faye's gang. And then you would have people represented by the Crips and Bloods, and maybe even NS13 or whatever gang you want, becoming actual legal functioning businesses that have actual banking rights. It would be so fucking stupid, but that's unfortunately where we end up going. Because, hell, if you can have a person be able to use content and clout to make a name for themselves, you unironically could have gang members that then make a name for themselves as people that are then doing crimes against people to then get into the circuit of attention economy by being a lolcow that then becomes a person of fame and fortune, just like Kai Cenat or just like any other nuisance streamer. But the person that they nuisance isn't a country, it's a class of people. They turn on their live streams, they go outside, and they just do crimes. And then they can brag about the fact that they can do crimes and still be paid for money. There are people who already do this. It's just that the way that they do their crimes is they monetize their audiences doing it. They do rug pulls and shit. That they just started robbing niggas, and they were able to be invited to fucking TwitchCon or fucking VidCon. The way that Anita Sarkeesian could sit on stage and call Carl Benjamin, Sargon of Akkad, a garbage human. You could end up having unironic gangbangers doing the exact same thing. And then they talk about how Solo Leveling is the best anime ever. And how much they love the live-action version of Kakagurui. It was so base when they got to see that. It was so good when they did it for the queers. It'd be even worse than what Glad already does. So yeah, just like Chief Keef, Bobby Shmurda, King Von, you'd have a bunch of people who were just able to make a name for themselves. Just like FaZe Banks and the rest of the FaZe gang. Or anybody who's inside of 100 Thieves, One True King, or any of the other streamer organizations that are more for content creation than they are for actual esports. You could probably even have some esports people who get away with it. Because they do those fucking crimes all the time. And yes, just like DreamCon. The fact she doesn't have an answer for that, it has to be a choice.
During that time, okay, what was the wage amount that a hired worker would get for this same work? All right, and so we're looking at how was that wage not provided, and what is that pool that is being created? And then we're looking at, all right, where can that wage come from in terms of how has that wage been applied? So there are spaces where this is very clear. I think the last thing that you asked about was the difference between liberal and radical.
Yeah, please.
Ultimately, the concept of liberalism is really just not Republican, right? I mean,
the context of liberal is not Republican. I'm counting it.
essentially what it's become.
I would disagree with that, but I understand that's your stance.
There's a very generic concept of what liberalism is, in the sense that it's simply saying that I am a part of the bipartisan mind frame, but I am not a Republican. It's a mindset. It doesn't always show up in action, but it's a mindset that says, I don't support extremes in certain ways, or, I want the government to show up in certain ways. I know there's a conservative point of view that says there should be less government, but even though it just says that, the action is very different. The radical mind state simply is living opposite to our colonizers, which is an imperialist, capitalist mind state, and radical blacks do not believe that that is any way for us to have liberation.
Thank you for explaining.
So what's the correct way to have liberation? Murder? Constantly agonizing and agitating for social change? And constantly and endlessly critiquing power while doing nothing to actually cause real change? So thus creating a holding pattern that keeps us locked on the fucking democratic plantation forever?
And thank you for being very respectful.
We were told to be respectful. We're not your enemies.
Thank you, my good sis.
Surrounded is...
She thanks the black woman for being nice when she was being ratchet as fuck to all the men. Once again, the Longhouse strikes fucking again.
now a podcast.
I wanted to fast forward the commercial.
My next claim is that black on black crime is a result of underinvestment and over-policing.
This is bullshit what she said it the first time, but what do you think of that, Jay? Her proposition. Black and black.
Yeah, with her, it's like black people are never responsible for anything they do. There's always some fucking excuse.
Yeah. That's why I bring up the point about what do we do about the fucking black and black crime needing to be paid for restitutions and for reparations. Because, all I did was mention what do gangs have to pay. Bro, imagine if I factored in the amount of damages that was done to cities during the Summer of Love. How many homes would have been and were directly affected by the fact they were made into a food desert? Because you destroyed all the fast foods that were nearby because you burned them down in protest. And then the fucking supermarket they go to get their food and groceries from, as well as the department store they get all their shit from, moved out of the city because they were tired of getting robbed. So for all the places that lost their fast food joints, and then the Targets that completely pulled out of cities because they were tired of getting robbed and getting stolen from, the Walmarts that did the same, the Kohl's that did the same, the malls and department stores in the open malls or in the strip malls that did the same. How many businesses worth of money and how many billions of monies do you think would need to be paid for every single act of crime that was done during the Summer of Love? I think it'd be like 1 trillion. Because the damage itself, the physical damage, you probably could have already broken even on by now. We're 5 years out of COVID. The market's recovered at some point. But the actual economic permanency, the actual, the long-term and long-standing effect that has been established by violence being done and immediate violence not being retributed by legal fees to the people who did them. That's permanency. Businesses know they don't go there because if they go there, they're going to get robbed. That kind of damage, that's the kind of money that when they talk about, we need to get back the losses that we were projected to receive and we didn't get, that's the kind of money that represents. That's more than trillions. Well, I wouldn't say more than trillions. It's in the trillions, but it's a number that's above 500 trillion. Because it's not just the money you lose, it's the potential of money you lose. So you know how blacks, certain blacks, love to complain about gentrification? They wouldn't get gentrified. They would just stay a shithole. And then they would either have no opportunities, or they'd have to move to a place where they could finally get opportunities because nobody goes to the hood because they know it's a shithole, and if they build something there, it'll get ransacked and destroyed. That kind of stigma never goes away. It never goes away. So they would lose all the potential that would have uplifted them and gotten them the reparations caused by the damages. It's why I say I like to support good outcomes, not bad outcomes. It's not utilitarian. It's common sense. If you constantly destroy shit, you show that you don't care about it. So if you constantly destroy your neighborhood, why would anybody invest in your neighborhood? And if nobody around you in your neighborhood invests in the neighborhood, why would anybody outside the neighborhood wanting to gain the capital of your income, your disposable income, from living in the area and being in a business around your family, why would they ever want to build a business there? Like shit, my old home, my first childhood home, we lived around the corner from what is now a U-Haul center, but what was originally a Kmart. Kmart wasn't making money, so they closed out the Kmart. When the Kmart closed, U-Haul took it over. They couldn't make money. Certainly, Kmart, if it hasn't completely gone bankrupt and defuncted like Toys R Us, it has been replaced with something. All of the places that were something have been replaced with something, or it's an empty space. It's more obvious in a place where it's a brick and mortar building that's not on a strip mall, because in a strip mall, it's leased by design. You move people in, you move people out. Not a big deal. When you're talking about you made a building, this was a department store, this was a textile mill, this was a steel mill, this was an industry mill, this was an export-import shipyard, and then it's just bones, and nothing replaced it, and it's not designated a historical district, it's not being upkept by a historical fund to make sure that if it was a place where slavery occurred, it's never touched, because then we would forget about our history. That's the result of actual fucking dead-end living. When that happens, that's when it's done. You will never be able to go higher than this. That's when a person becomes the victim of the cycle of violence that's created by the hood. And yet, gentrification, the white people trying to replace us, The damage that's been done alone in just my city, let alone in places like where you used to be, let alone in all of the places that were hit the hardest by the Summer of Love and the riots that were happening in the streets. Let alone the damages that multiple brands took, that they ate on the chin because they had the reserves to eat the damages in terms of money. The Foot Lockers, the Walmarts, Amazon, what have you. What about all the mom and pop shops? What about all the smaller businesses that couldn't float that cost, and so they were forced to close? Who's going to pay them reparations? They still ain't got their money. So, black on black crime is a result of an underinvestment and over-policing. I don't believe. If anything, black on black crime is not being policed enough. And the only reason why it's not being policed enough is because if it happens and there is no tape from body cam, it's going to be crying racism. But every time it's happened, we've always had body cam footage. So every single time a hoax could have happened, the black sportswoman, that person who I think was a part of a black city council, all of you have seen the screenshots that I'm talking about. It's the crazy ass fucking screenshots from the body cam of them attacking the officers. The woman that got shot, the guy that got detained who was acting crazy, the guy with the two knives that tried to charge at police, and the usual kind of fucking problems that get caught on camera when they're on a dash cam or a body cam. All that shit. All of it. All of that. Who's going to pay for the restitutions of that? You're going to say that's because of over-policing? No, it's not enough. It's never nearly enough. But I've gone on enough.
Claim is that black on black crime is a result of underinvestment and over-policing.
So you say that black on black crime is due to underfunding and over-policing, essentially.
Yes.
I actually don't necessarily disagree with one of those.
Okay.
I think that, however, the government, who do you think should be responsible for the funding piece of the black community? Should that be something that the government should step into, or should that be something that we as black people need to handle ourselves? Dr. Jordan Peterson and even Thomas Sowell and several others have stated one thing, that poverty and crime, there's a positive correlation. There's also a positive correlation in the black community of absentee fatherism being one of the root causes leading into criminality.
So now, this is the moment where somebody's finally able to bring back in that part that was being cut off earlier from the younger gentleman, and I believe I called him political Bernie Mac.
Black males that grew up without a father are 10 times more likely to engage in criminal activity. And so I think
See, now that we've had the ability to look at them, we can see that a lot of these fucking fact checks from the SAN are very clearly 100% against Amanda's points and supports the points that are being made by the conservatives. Sometimes they're like maybe off by a couple or 2 percentages, but they're more or less
that's why I assumed that she pissed somebody off on set. And because she's a piece of shit in general. Like, she's loud and like she's got personality problems. Like, like I said, she's generally a piece of shit to anybody. So she probably pissed somebody off, and they were like, let's just be on their side this time.
Because I very rarely, because I don't like engaging in the debate side of the internet, mainly because most of them are retards. But I very rarely, whenever there is an actual accredited business, like the monk debates, which are mock debate trials put together by people that bring together the big wig figureheads that talk about shit all the time, I have very rarely ever seen somebody who is ever skewed against the position that is usually the norm amongst the dominating force and class in that sector of philosophy and belief. So when Peterson was doing his Surrounded, I don't recall seeing any fact checks, because he was talking politics and ultimately religion. Theology is not the degree in the realm of Surrounded, let alone Jubilee as a whole. And whenever I do see somebody fact-checking something, much like, say, the presidential debates, the moderators are always against the Republican side. 100% of the time. More often than always. Constantly using little sneaky tactics to try and either put them in a position where factually they're correct, but on the fact-checked, they're supposedly claimed wrong because they said one word different from what they're responding to, and therefore they say that what you're saying is incorrect. Or something that is, in fact, considered a hoax because there's no on-camera proof that shows the situation at the time. So
put some fucking earbuds on! You're in public!
I'll read that in a second. The situation in case doesn't show to the detriment and degree the thing, like, say, Trump's the hoax of very fine people, which didn't happen. We all remember, and if you hadn't, it was a thing that happened on Tim Pool, where he addressed the fact that as a member of the liberal side, Adam Conover refused to admit that the very fine people hoax never occurred. Trump never said those words. He specifically denounced the violence that happened on both sides of Charlottesville, but it was purported and reported as though he said it because a edited version of what he said in his speech was aired on television, and most people never saw the unedited bit, so they just believe it is true. The lies, damn lies, and statistics type shit. I have never seen an industry, and I've never seen a business, and I've never seen a debate space, unless it's operated by influencers themselves, who then moderate for themselves. I have never seen a group so deterministically against the guest. Even in Hassan Medley, I don't think he got fact-checked as much as she's been fact-checked, let alone anyone in the history of going on to something like Jubilee have been fact-checked on any of the shit whenever they bring somebody in with obvious radical opinions, because they usually are going for the virality of the clicks and the vibes from when it goes viral. But she is getting fucking mobbed! I can hear myself in the echo.
Can I put a pin right there?
She is getting fucking mobbed by the fact check. It either is that she pissed somebody off, or the conservatives are so fully aware of their talking points that even if they're not all a part of the same organization, or they're not aware of each other, like influencers usually are, they're all so on the fucking mark that the only thing she has to respond to their clear, factual evidence and truth is to act like a fucking preening fucking sow. Start screaming like a goddamn hyena. She doesn't have anything else. Because she can't say that they're wrong. She can say that it feels wrong. You know, it's like AOC's comment about being factually correct, but being morally centered. You can't say things that are true and act like it's okay to say it, because it hurts somebody's feelings.
Aaron, ask you a question.
Ask me whatever you like.
What is the root cause of there being less fathers present?
Bad decision making on the part of the fathers.
So I said that I didn't like how he phrased this. We're going to go through it bit by bit. She asks him, what do you blame for the problem? And he says, the lack of fathers.
Activity. And so I think one of the...
Can I put a pin right there and ask you a question?
Also, before I forget. Gotta step out. Good night, chat. I'll catch the rest of the video. I see this guy's face look hilarious. He always looks like he's looking at her like I'm about to slap her. Thank you if you love her.
Ask me whatever you like.
What is the root cause of there being less fathers present?
Bad decision making on the part of the fathers.
So, I'm with him up until he says on the part of the fathers. The fathers, if they're deadbeats, are responsible for their bad decisions and bad choices. 100%. Cannot argue it. The majority of the time, it is not the fathers, it is the mothers. It is the mothers weaponizing the children and using the children as a tool to rip the fathers away from the children and take away their parental and visitation rights. Because they use the children as a cudgel against the parent that wants to co-parent, because they want to try to use the children's favoritism for the particular parent that they would like to be with long term for permanent rights of custody as a way to punish the parent, so that in the future, if they wanted to be evil about it, they could use the children to basically stop him from having any potential connection to them in their adult lives. Usually, it's a lie that they tell. Your daddy didn't want to be with you, blah, 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 blah. Move on to the future. The child finds out and gets reached out to by the parent. Daddy, why didn't you want me, man? I did want you. Your mother told me I wasn't allowed to see you. No, that was a lie. Mama said you didn't want to see me. Son, I have 50 shovels of paper that showed that not only was I fighting for you, but your mother vindictively tried to take me away from you, and you away from me, and would always try to fuck me over whatever way she could, financially, fiscally, and even time-wise with what I got to spend with you. Child looks into the paperwork. Mama, is this true? Mother, through tear-brimmed eyes. You don't understand what it was like. And that's like the fucking story of the hood rats. So there's a level of it where one side, the side that I agree with, is that the men are not able to pick better women. The same way we would tell hood rats, oh, your baby daddy cheating on you, he doesn't like being around you, maybe you should have picked a better man to get pregnant by. You had him hit it raw. But then the other side of it is that he says it like men go out of their way to be deadbeats. You know what I mean? They're choosing to do this. And it's just something that happens. Like fucking rain.
We live in a patriarchal system.
We don't live in a patriarchal system. We live in a matriarchy and a gynocentric system that uses the original vestiges and the fucking fumes of gas that is patriarchy to kickstart an engine that is wielded by women that enslaves men as a society to the Longhouse. So whenever men are in control, they are the physical parts of the engine that move and make the car go. But it's women that are the ones holding the wheel and driving. Even when they drive us to our despair and doom.
Or not. Men have dominated the socioeconomic, economic, and political power of this country and the world since our existence. So our
white men probably, not black men, but that's splitting hairs.
our bad decision making, especially when we focus on the black community, is the root cause of fatherlessness.
What type of decisions?
Not marrying the women we decide to lay down and have children with.
I would say that if you forced men who impregnated women that they didn't really like in the first place because she let them hit it raw, you would end up seeing more problems in the black community, not less. Because then you're trapping women with men that they effectively laid down with, that they didn't get to know, and they are now trapped in a society and in a dynamic where they are not able to get away from the violent abuser. That's if we want to say that men, whenever it happens, are always violent. I don't know. On a scale of P. Diddy to Carl, I think most people side by Carl rather than fucking Diddlig, okay? That's just, I'm just saying that from my soul. I'm pretty sure there are not many people who just go out of their way to knock a woman up and bait her around like she's a punching bag.
Not being careful with the seeds that we plant in women. No woman can get pregnant without a man planting his seed inside of her. So
there's an element here that I agreed with, and it's the fact that men have to have sexual discipline and have to have partner discernment. They have to choose and pick better women, and they have to be able to say, you know what, I'm not going to impregnate the city bike. I'm not going to impregnate the community bike because she's the community bike.
Therefore,
so it's marriage.
Well,
marriage is a factor that matters when it comes to taxes, but that doesn't control the problem of having multiple ruffians that have absolutely no ties to power and no respect for authority. Because it affects the monetary rate of the median income, but it's not an income problem. It's a discipline problem. They don't have men in the home to discipline the children. Even if they were a stay-at-home dad, and they were a broadcaster and a content creator, and they were willing to take on the brunt of the majority of what would be considered the woman's work and emotional labor. If you had the parent in the home willing to do the job and give the discipline and support to the wife and the children, then you would have less of the problem. The problem is that they're not there, period. What's taking them from the home is different than what is bringing them to the streets. It's a rate. It's a ratio. There are more men leaving the home than there are men in the streets. They're going someplace. We don't know where they're going. We can guess where they're going, but they're not at home. So something's not bringing their ass home at night. Whatever that is, if marriage was the solution, you would not be seeing as many children that don't know their parents. And at the same time, there are men that are having children with women who already have children with other men. And for the example of you're being told you have to take care of children that don't belong to you because she doesn't want to deal with all the kids she had because she lacks discernment, that's another factor. And marriage wouldn't fix that because that's a selfish woman. No man has to be responsible for taking care of another man's seed. It's choice.
That's a part of it. That's marriage is a part of it.
Okay.
But the true piece that I'm looking at is connectedness between familial units. The black community was at its economically strongest while being at its poorest during the segregation era. Prior to
this is true.
In 1968, Dr. Martin Luther King in his last speech said that we have an annual income of more than $30 billion a year, which is more than all of the exports of Canada and more than all of the exports of the United States and more than the national budget of Canada. That was when...
I find it funny that he starts doing the voice, but then when he flubs the bit, he drops the voice entirely. That was cute. I like that.
We were economically at our poorest. Yet 85% of our black children were growing up with a father in the home. There was less black on black crime. There was less disenfranchisement.
Why was there less black on black crime?
Because we needed to live together. We had to stick by each other.
That is 100% true. And that's ultimately the solution to the problem there. If you had black men actually choosing to be with and around each other, the solution would be fixed. Because the thing that fixes the problem is that what kept men and women together was social stigma and shame. The black community is all about social stigma and shame. A single mother, unmarried, unwed, she's going to be the talk of the town and is going to be gossiped about. The same way as a man who's got children by several women and, quote, doesn't take care of any of them. It's the same shame. It's the same discernment. Because we've become normalized in the fact that whenever you have a problem with a man, just step out on him and get with somebody else. That factor is so important towards the contingency of the forever problem that is caused by that there is no way you can say that that's a normal thing to normalize. But unfortunately, we have normalized that. We've normalized not just the men, but the women becoming Rolling Stones.
We had to.
What was there also less of?
I'm not sure where you're leading. That's a leading question. I don't like those.
You don't like this?
I don't like leading questions. No, I like direct stuff.
So essentially, when we were living in our own communities, we were also policing our own communities.
This would be the Crips and the Bloods that I mentioned, and also the Black Panther Party, and also the Nation of Islam, and blah 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 blah.
So we were not being used as statistics in the same way to determine how resources were provided to our own communities.
Yes, we were. We were just doing it inwards. Brother Isaiah, you bring this to to Sister Muriel. Brother Thompson, you bring this to Sister Sasha. Brother Michael, you make sure that your grandmama gets this on Tuesday because she's gonna need it for the crab boil down at the church. They did the exact same shit. It just did not happen the way that it happens when you're talking about giving funds and monies from town hall, city hall, or from the consolidated government of your particular city, town, county, or state. It doesn't happen on a gubernatorial level to a particular county. It happens on a county level to the people who live in the community, especially when they are selling drugs to the community.
When we were going to the government saying, hey, we deserve, because we are supposed to be separate but equal, we weren't saying, hey, we want to be with y'all. We were essentially saying, we want what you are stating we deserve.
When I heard her say that on Jay's broadcast, I had to spit take, but I doubled back and listened to it multiple times. She unironically said, we the blacks wanted separate but equal. We didn't want to immigrate. We didn't want to integrate. We didn't want to become a part of the communities and go to schools that would have then given our children and then the children's children of those children better opportunities. She said, we, us, the blacks, we wanted to be separate but equal. So basically, we wanted Jim Crow laws. We wanted to be discriminated against. We wanted all this shit that was supposedly given to us by Plessy versus Ferguson. That is unironically what she just fucking said. We want to oppress ourselves. Give us the right to be able to oppress ourselves. Don't you understand that? That's what Whitey believes.
And that is what all of the efforts of the civil rights movement has been. It's literally just been to say, you said when we got out of the Civil War that we would be considered citizens. And
then she goes behind herself, and then she says, well, I'm saying Civil War. That's not what she actually said with the argument she just made, with the words that she just said. But hey, that's just from a black radical.
All citizens should be getting equal access to these things. However, you are actively allowing the Klan to harm us. You are actively allowing...
Who's killed more black people, the Klan or us?
I would like to continue my statement.
Amal.
I let you speak uninterrupted.
You did.
When we talk about this concept of who is harming us, we are really making a false claim when it comes to black on black crime, as if there is...
We're not, though, because the black on black crime is happening. It's only a false claim if it's not happening. There are more black bodies hitting the street than there are white bodies hitting the bed sheets with blacks. I'm going to say that again. So it was so nice, I'm going to say it twice. There are more black bodies hitting the street than there are white bodies with blacks hitting the bed sheets. For every single time we supposedly hear about the dangers of the snow bunny bouncing her fat white ass on black cock, opening her mouth for black cock, and thus standing next to a black man for black issues, there is 10 bodies hitting the street when another black man gets killed for what he owns on his neck. And possibly even for that same white woman who will be bouncing on that black dick. And it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous how common it is. It, just like the black fuck, has been ingrained into black society. It's the strangest kind of symbiosis. Because you see, jungle fever has been ingrained into black culture by the means of Mandingo. So basically, the big, buff, black, dark-skinned male that catches the attention of the big, buxom white woman. Or tiny, I can wrap my hands around your waist, 90 pounds when wet, princess coochie. And in the same breath that it's considered to be taboo, even though, by statistics, African American men vote down ballot with black women and marry black women more per capita and per land space in every state of the Union, at least in the U.S., when it comes to who they could be coupled with as a partner, we hear endlessly and effervescently about the danger of the snow bunny. Hence, no white, like no ice, no rice, no spice. So, African American men are known to couple with white women. They're known to couple with black women. So, ice, snow bunny. If we were to add brown sugar, that would be chocolate. No ice, no rice. That's Latin America. That's Latins, Mexicans, Spaniards, or any person of Hispanic descent. No ice, no rice, no spice. Spice could be multiple different places, but no ice, no rice, no ice, no rice, no spice, no lice. This basically means places that are inside of the South Eurasian continent. So SEA, the Southeastern Asian continent. This is your Koreans. This is your Philippines. This is your Brazilians. This is your Telugu. This is your Madagascarian and Ecuadorian. This is basically anything that would not immediately, at rice, be considered outright Asian. These would be the people that are like, say, Vietnamese and what have you. No ice, no rice, no spice, no no lice, no fruit. That would be Bahamas, that would be Jamaica, that would be Barbados, that would be Ghana. All of the traditional Caribbean states. And then so on and so on and so on and so on. They're deeply ingrained into the African American culture. And yet she firmly wants to believe that black on black crime is supposedly a factor that is out of hand. Despite the fact that I can actually quote a good example of how it's not. Christina Rebecca Rossi, a POG porn star, living in Lafayetteville, Florida, found herself in the middle of a standoff where her black husband was taken in by the Lafayetteville Police Department because he was having a fucking pistol standoff that he was live streaming on the internet while this happened. She and he, both collectively together, if you have been a long-time follower of me, you'll have remembered that I documented the case where they got together and they just started making fucking BBC Queen of Spade porn. That's what they created as a fetish. And they served that fetish. Tiny ass little nigga, tiny ass little woman, and they went to the gym and they bulked up and got big together and made porn together. And then the shit went to his head, he started doing drugs, and then got in that fucking standoff. I believe they're divorced now. I don't think they're together. At least I'm not confirmed on that. But the point that I'm making is, in the same breath that we'll say these things about black on black crime, and then say things about how, quote, these white women are taking strong black men from the black community, these things are happening regardless of who we're coupled with. They continuously continue to happen. If it doesn't happen physically in a place in the state, it's happening online in the form of how other content creators are attacking those content creators because of how they support each other. So, no matter how she phrases it, it's still a fucking problem. No matter what argument she wants to make.
isn't white on white crime. There's also this unnecessary effort to try and pathologize black on black crime in a way that you don't try to pathologize white on white crime. There are white people killing each other every single day. Now
and they get called out for it. But when black people kill black people, we want to make excuses and say he didn't do nothing. That's the difference.
Be on jet skis in the pictures after they shoot up their whole family, but nonetheless, there are white people killing each other every single day. Now, much of the reason why you may see more numbers in terms of black on black crime are for two reasons. One, the statistics be lying all the time. We have seen this. We have seen this in a real way. So in New Jersey,
what numbers can be trusted? Because the previous speaker,
I'm about to tell you right now.
Okay, so your sources.
You can't such numbers. No, I'm literally about to give you an example of numbers not being able to be trusted.
Okay, talk to me.
That's what I was doing. So okay, then listen.
Oh, the Maya's on.
The back and forth here is cringe.
So listen, in New Jersey, they had a statistic that was created by the police department that said, look at how many black people are committing crimes. Look at how crazy this number is. These black people are so exorbitantly violent. Look at this. And then people went and actually matched the names that they were booking with the faces of the actual people incarcerated. And it was proven that they were lying.
So that's one instance.
That's
Hold on,
one
no, you're talking to somebody that works as a police dispatcher when I'm not making...
That's not very solid. And the fact that they didn't fact check her to show that she was telling a truth or a half-truth about that is very telling and very funny. But what follows after that statement is funnier, so I'm gonna press play.
So here's the thing.
I see.
No, you see what the truth is. You're about to see the truth if you just give me a second. Like Trump said, just give me a second. I'm gonna do the weave, but give me a minute.
Well, here's what you all keep doing. You keep interrupting me when I'm talking, and you don't want to hear the point that I'm going to make, and yet you want me to respect your point. And that's not how a debate works. So if you want me to keep getting louder, I will do it. But ultimately, if I show you respect, give me the respect back. I let you talk. I let you make your points. I am countering. How a debate works. So if you want me to keep getting louder, I will do it. But ultimately, if I...
The stoned faces. And again, the guy in the red jacket. It's so fucking funny. It's so funny.
I show you respect. Give me the respect back. I let you talk. I let you make your points. I am countering your points. And my points are just as valid as yours, even though you got a pocket square and a Church of Christ pin on your chest.
It's not a Church of Christ.
Whatever. It's a cross. Same difference. You got an American flag and you think you know something because you a cop. And ultimately...
And now she's just being hateful towards the person because he's involved with police work as a dispatcher. The second he says dispatch, she just starts fucking mauling. Just yap 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 yap. Not a single thing that came out of her mouth was good. Not even good, not even fair argument, nothing. Just fucking jabbering and mauling. I don't know why they didn't stop her, other than because of views. But man, it's really bad. It's really bad.
Ultimately, it's ACAB all day over here, so let me make that clear. But let me also add to my...
All cops are bastards. That is what ACAB means. So, I would say that pertains to a form of targeted speech and hate speech. But she's not going to get sanctioned for doing that. Mainly because she said the acronym. She didn't say the statement, you know? It's like if you could find a trendy way to say from the river to the sea. If you could find a trendy way to say it and explicitly make sure that you don't say the part that's like important. Because obviously, from the river to the sea, like Palestine will be free. Basically means there can be no Jewish state because from the river to the Sea of Jordan, we are going to remove the Jewish people. If you could find a way to make it even more kitsy and even more cuter, it would be even more insulting. Especially with how flippant she just fucking says it. So disrespectful. It's just so disrespectful. Yes, still cheese. I have already seen the picture of Rampage Jackson talking about setting aside money for his son. I have already seen it. I have already covered it on Twitter. As much as you are interested in talking about Rampage Jackson and his son, which I've already done, we are focused on this. We're focused on this.
Excuse me.
My point is that you can sit here and blame black people on black people all day long and not acknowledge that we are forced into. You're going to interrupt me again.
I haven't even said a word.
All right, that is flagged, so I'm gonna ask you to return to your seat.
She doesn't even get to finish the statement because she's about to fucking spur out again because she thinks he's about to speak. This is the same thing she did to the son. It's so stupid. It's so funny. Now, give me 1 second. I need to leave the room to go do something. I will be back in like 1 to 3 minutes. Bend it over and clap it back. I'm not officially back yet, chat. Did Jay return? Jay has not returned yet. Ugh. I'm not fully back yet, chat. 1 second. I return, chat. May it come in place to find the pace and give it back to Fuji's race. All right, let's continue. Oh, you're back.
I was back before.
You were still gone when I had left, so I had to go
Yeah,
do something.
no, I was back when you left. Remember I burped?
I did not recall that. My headset was probably off when you burped.
It's a waste of my time. Y'all just want to be seen. I don't.
Also, we are now at where she gets upset at him at 27:13. Also, ding.
You're coming to interrupt me again.
I haven't even said a word.
All right, that is flagged, so I'm gonna ask you to return to your seat.
It's a waste of my time. Y'all just want to be seen. I don't need to be seen.
No, that's a goddamn lie, man. Because if you didn't need to be seen, why did you do the event?
Hello. How are you? I'm Jasmine. Say less outfit. Thank you.
So here's another case of the women being treated better than the men.
So this is my thing. I think the premise of your question was black on black crime. So I think I'm coming from a place, and I guess my issue is having had my biological father murdered by a black man, having had my cousin shot in the head by a black man.
Ah, I see. We're using the true and undefensible technique of pirate software. I have been directly affected by the issue. Now tell me that it didn't happen. Yes, yes, yes. What is the defense against this? Let's see.
We can talk numbers and statistics and what the people are doing, what the white man is doing and all that. But at the end of the day, I see when my family lives on the south side of Chicago, and I think you and I both can attest to this. And I'm not saying that there are not other factors, but we...
And she's coming from where Jay's coming from. So she's coming from where she's from. Where she's from. I wish I recalled the lyrics of that song.
We know that we kill each other at a disproportionate rate than any other race. Now, why we do that and why 6,000 to 9,000 black men are going to be homicided or killed or whatever by the end of the year annually by other black men, whereas the likelihood of a black man being killed by a white police officer is less than 150 per year, we know that we kill each other at a higher rate. So I'm not debating that there are not factors at play, but because I've lived the experience as a black woman losing my father to be murdered by a black man walking down the street.
By the way.
No worries, thank you. But walking down the street in inner cities and different things, knowing that it's more likely that my own brother will rob and rape me than a white man or a white officer, we got to be real.
What's your proximity to white men in the south side of Chicago? Are there even white men around to rob and rape?
What's your
What
proximity?
kind of fucking question is that?
Oh, it's the question of what's your proximity to white cock? You weren't here, but I'll revise what I said, basically. I had said that it is more likely for a black body to hit the street at 10 times the rate than a white woman and her body hitting the bed sheets of a black man. Because more often than not, the idea of whiteness and proximity to whiteness is drilled. Save the turn of phrase, chat. That is not a pun. Is drilled into the black community. Despite the fact that African American men vote down ballot and choose to marry black women more than they do any other denomination of ethno-religious status or ethnicity by the polls of the Pew rating, which came in literally this year after the national presidential election. Yet, the most common response that's given about whiteness is that every single rebuttal against reparations or black on black crime and over policing will always be argued from the position of proximity to whiteness. So effectively, what she is saying to her is, what is your proximity to white cock? That's basically what she's saying. Because white people aren't around, therefore this shouldn't affect you. But the problem with that is that if that is the case, then literally you cannot refute what she's saying. Are you about to tell her that her father and brother were not murdered by other blacks? Because it's the pirate software defense. Usually when it's used in aggression, the way that Amanda's been using it, she uses it to be flippant, to say, oh, well, you all are just acting, you don't really know what you're talking about, you're just trying to be special for the camera to be seen. Her using it as an actionable defense, assuming that they were going to be cruel enough to throw up pictures of her family members while they were still living, for her to attack her and to say, this isn't happening to you, that's not real, makes her look like an asshole. So, she needs to find a way to take the heat off of herself, to instead say that it's a white man's fault. So then she asks her, what is your proximity to whiteness? So it's a scapegoat question. She takes the heat off herself and looks like less of an asshole, even though she's still an asshole. Because, like, who the fuck says that after somebody said, hey, my family's been affected by this directly? Because a lot of her arguments have literally been, this needs to happen, and many of the defenses from the conservatives have been, but did that personally affect you? So now she's doing it in reverse. She's saying, how did that personally affect you? And was there a white man to save you from it?
You at the same rate that there are black men?
There are white men around.
At the same rate.
There wasn't a lot of black people in there, but then that doesn't justify the fact that we're destroying each other. So even if we get
Nothing,
like
we can agree on that.
Okay, because I feel like a lot of times liberals will argue like, well,
I'm not a liberal. I'm not a liberal.
Okay, well I will say that people that sometimes have your
Ding.
stance that are against conservatives, maybe they have this claim that they're making it up, the numbers. We know that we do that to each other. So I want to get to the root of the issue. Why are we killing each other? I think the root of the issue is we've lost our values and we've lost our resilience as black people. We sit there and we talk about what the white man did, we talk about slavery and everything like that, but we have no self-accountability and say, you know what, at the end of the day, that is my black grandmother, that is my black sister, you are my black sister, and you know that a black man is more likely to rob you or commit some type of crime against you, and that's what we need to get down to the issue of. And like you were talking about earlier, like, hey,
True.
hey, well, what's going on? You know, what do you think the answer is to one of the brothers that were speaking? I think it's the breakdown of the family. I think, like he said, because of our poor choices, and what happens is we look at domestic violence, for example. When domestic violence, women or men are even attacked, what is the first thing we say? It's like, you know what? It's not your what? It's not your fault. So that's what we do. We hold on to this narrative that, well, it's not our fault. And the issues in our community are not our fault. And the white man needs to give us something. The old white lady down the street is looking at me, and I don't know why she got braids in her hair. And we focus on all these other stupid things that don't matter. We don't get to the root of the fact that we're killing each other at a higher rate than any other race. It is self-hatred amongst us. I believe that we can do that. That my cousin.
She wants to cut in, but she can't because she's been addicted to the men. So if she starts doing it to the women, she's gonna lose on all fronts.
My mom's cousin, coming from the
Also, she's spitting straight facts.
church parking lot, and guess.
And also, this was what I was talking about earlier when I was talking about the yapping of the mouth. She can't, she cannot cut in and tell her that she's wrong because then she would be lying, and then she get fact checked harder, even harder than she already is. But she wants to try and defend her radical position, but she's already yapped up and moved the "I'm a black radical" counter to 7 here. So we're already sitting at we're sitting at a views count of 5, and we're sitting at a black radical count of 7. So that is 13 times alone where she has used something about her position and her views and her political status as a defense for why she's allowed to be an asshole. Lord forbid we have that happened to you because of white people counter immediately above this. So I think this is where you started skipping around on your chat. I can't remember, but I know that we jumped from like somewhere in the middle towards the 1 hour mark.
Too stuck her up and robbed her at gunpoint, a black man.
I need you to get to the point.
Like,
so
my point is that no,
I need you to get to the point. You're making too many points. I need you to stop talking so I can respond.
and I'm not trying to be funny, unless like you said, we're gonna keep it respectful.
Yeah, but you're monopolizing the whole conversation.
I'm
We're
not,
not
okay, I'm
being
gonna
able
let you speak, but let's not get the
Yes.
attitudes and stuff. You're my sister and I respect you. So
I don't have an attitude. I'm being direct to you, but you're.
Oh, that didn't take long. So, here's another bit of the yapping of conversations. The entire point, at least from Jubilee's position of how they made the content, is that you literally don't have enough time. So, you don't have the ability to flesh out full, long-form, what do they used to call them? Fireside conversations in the study with people sipping brandy. You have people that are representing an entire movement or philosophical point being given only 20 minutes by fiat for the group, by the necessary format of the content, to argue against a singular person who effectively can just simply stop all progression of the conversation whenever they feel that their position is being accosted. Because frame control is 100% the name of the game in this situation. I think I talked about that on your chat. But to keep it short, the frame control is, I'm going to accuse you of something, and then I'm going to make you respond to my energy. There have been plenty of people who have fallen for her frame control trap, and there have been plenty of people who have rage baited her into falling for their frame control trap. In this instance with this young lady, Amanda is mad that she cannot respond to the points that she's making. It's the equivalent of when, was it Boogie? Yeah, Boogie 2988. When he was on stage with Anita Sarkeesian, Anita Sarkeesian approached him because she was angry that the way that he closed out a particular panel at the same VidCon 2017 panel that she called Carl Benjamin a garbage human at, she wasn't allowed to respond to the energy of a question, and it made her upset because she basically didn't get to have the rights of the last word, to basically bring everything back under her political viewpoints and to her perspective and energy of the conversation. Because conversations are all about energy. If a person is in fact yapping and conglomerizing the time, you feel like you're not able to get a word in edgewise. But even if a person is talking a lot, if they give you the ability to respond and you don't have the energy to respond with, then you can't really blame them for filling the conversation, because they're literally carrying the conversation by themselves. In a debate, it is a conversation between a back and forth. Ideally, I have a retort, you give me a rape your whip retort, and now we're two people that are basically quoting concepts that show that we're learned men. In this format, Amanda is being told by a victim of black on black crime that's taken not 1 but 2 men out of her life that this is something that speaks to a deeper issue. And that deeper issue is we are always dividing ourselves. Because a house divided can't stand by itself.
And put some fucking earbuds on! You're in public!
Cuckoo, cuckoo, who the fuck are you?
I like to mention something I found out last night. Well, not last night, but it was right after the stream, after my stream. Apparently, Amanda Seales has a really storied history. She used to be a Disney actor.
Yes.
Yeah. And she was almost a singer with Flowetry for some odd reason. Like adding an American chick to a UK group doesn't make any goddamn sense. She's tried to do she's had her finger in a lot of pies, and it seems like to me she's never lasted anywhere because of course everybody fucking hates her because of her personality is dog shit. So this is her last chance to actually make something of herself, is like being an abrasive political asshole, like, you know, doing her little podcast thing. But even that's not gonna last either, because this whole wave of like ultra obnoxious liberalism is just, it's, as much as I'm a black radical. Oh, you're a liberal. Like, that's what that means. That's what it means. There's no way in hell that you are on some kind of like libertarian shit like Eric July. Like you don't like, because she wants to take responsibility completely out of black people's hands, and that's leftist shit. That's liberal shit. That's not black independence on any fucking level whatsoever.
Mm-hmm. $5.
So it's like and plus her wealthy doctor father's like, I don't believe for a second she struggled ever. Not really. Not like, oh, I lived in the hood and there was a lot of crime and she had like a true black American experience. I don't believe her. Like, because she just doesn't come on. Like, she puts on that fucking pseudo slave voice whenever something black is being brought up. Like, it's put on. She has no personality or real identity of her own, and it shows. Like, it's every fucking celebrity biracial has this fucking problem.
I can believe that she struggled to get dick. I definitely believe that she struggled to get African American men to date her, even if they're her hood type, because she's just annoying as fuck. And if there's one thing I know about hood niggas, they do not like women who open their mouth a lot. You better be open your mouth for black cock, because if you're not, they're gonna shut it for you. But to super chat, proximity to whiteness is also a statistical argument. Claiming one on black crime is higher than black on black crime due to fewer whites being nearby. But to finish and summarize the point that I'm trying to make with what I'm saying, in normal conversations, it'd be a back and forth between people where they reference something. So like, two fucking nerds that like playing card games. Or two excuse me, two chess masters quoting the history of chess and bringing up multiple historical offensive and defensive strategies. That's how normal debate's supposed to go. Because Amanda's entire debate strategy is basically postulate and minstrel dance for views while trying to smug and frame control people into acting unintelligent for her liberal / radical audience members that she's pandering to. When she's not in a position where she's talking, she feels like she is losing. It's similar to accusations that I've received about how I'm talking about nothing when really I'm trying to set up several points in the future, as well as a point currently, so that when we get to a point where it becomes relevant, we can then go from point A to point B to point C, then refer back to how they behaved at point A, to then infer how they're going to respond at D, E, F, G, H, Y, H, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. I don't know my ABCs right now, chat. That's how good my chicken is. Basically, through the alphabet of her bullshit, You can see how she's going to behave at ABC to see how she's going to act at XYZ. Because every single bit of her behavior informs her actions. Because she has literally no fucking sense of self or personality. That everything she's saying is just regurgitated garbage that came out of the universities. So if you're already aware of the tactic of people who are already university-educated liberals, you already know her tactics and her game plan and her entire playbook. So you can predict what she's going to say beforehand. If you beat her to the punch and you take the words away from her, then she has to use frame control to show how actually I'm better educated and more smart than you, and you're the dumb black person who's going to be quick to anger if you don't get the ability to speak. Because no matter who you are, you're going to get annoyed when somebody interrupts you constantly. Especially if you're laying something out. Because the most common problem in debates is that I can't assume you know what I'm talking about. I can assume that you might have heard of something, but that doesn't mean that you're fully aware of that thing. I could assume that you know about something, but I can't say that that means that you know about that thing on the level in which I know. So, to that energy, no matter how I speak to a person, I have to assume that you don't know. And if you don't know, I have to assume that the people listening, if there are people watching the conversation, don't know about it either. Because my enemy should always claim, thank you, not applicable, you're on the same page as I am. My enemy is going to pretend, assuming it's not a mutual conversation, where the person I'm talking to respects me and is not going to make me act and seem like I am crazy. They're going to act as though what I'm saying is not true. So now I have to bring examples as to historically, or even in context, why it is correct. Why it makes more sense to fix a fucking toilet using an Allen wrench than a pencil. What the fuck am I supposed to do with the pencil? If in context the pencil is actually important, well, you gotta put it in the back of the toilet, this gets used on the plunger, the wood gets used as a replacement for the broken chain until you're able to get a better replacement, so it's a nigger rig and it's a jury rig to make sure it functions. If you don't give the context and you don't give the information, so that when people hear it, they don't go, this man said you can fix a pencil and you can fix a toilet with a pencil, what an idiot! You don't get to let the morons and the midwits control the conversation and the flow. Because that's the first step of frame control. But in this situation, this is a little bit deeper than that. Because this is personal. You can't tell somebody who's suffered from something personally that they didn't suffer it. Imagine if she was, instead of wearing what she's wearing, imagine she was wearing the traditional put them on a t-shirt, right? Your dad and brother didn't get killed by gang violence, and it's literally got them and the date of their death on the fucking t-shirt. You can't do that, because it's all about optics. So now she has to thread the needle, and unfortunately, it appears she's about to stab that needle right in her eye.
Literally speaking this, and you're not going to do that with me either.
Okay,
so you're
I'm
stating your
respecting
point, and you've been stating your point for quite some time.
So say
you have a
the proper
reason
way.
for me to respond.
Would you allow me to respond? So that's a better response. Go ahead.
The response that I have for you is that everything you're saying does not exist in a vacuum. I actually agree with you in that, yes, there has been an incredible denigration of black worth and black pride in this nation. I think it's also very important to acknowledge what has contributed to that. And to state that it is only black people that have contributed to that is a false flag. So we have to admit that.
Black people have, in fact, been affected by black people. But have you considered the white man that made him do it? You see, it wasn't Malik's fault for pulling the trigger. He had a snow bunny in his ear telling him, do it, baby, do it. I want to see that monkey's blood on the pavement. Do it, baby. She believes this. She believes this. Or if you want to be more accurate, if we're going to go with patriarchy, the daughter of the the father of the daughter that the black man in proximity to whiteness is with is like, well, boy, you know, if you want to be a part of this family, you're going to have to show me how much you don't like them darkies. That doesn't happen either. Unless you go further enough south in my state, and then that actually does happen. But those black people are exactly where they want to be. Okay? They don't want to be saved. They are exactly where they want to be. Alright? She unironically believes that that is a talking point that actually works for the conversation. In her own frame of reference. From her standpoint, Amanda actually believes you can blame white people for things that have been done by black people to other black people because somehow they have a magical button that they press that makes a black man just and start beating up another black person. He has a button that causes immediate nigga synthesis and nigga moments. Constantly. Effervescently. And sure, maybe in the past that might have been true. Somebody could actually create a situation that makes black people turn against other black people. But the way that she's phrasing it, she's making it sound like it's a psychic effect. Like it's a racial power. Other than the white woman's fat ass. Or other than the white woman's fat titties. Or other than the woman just being fat in general. It's somehow a racial trait that whenever there's a white person nearby, it activates a subrace feature that then allows them to establish themselves as the dominant hierarchy in the area, which then causes a lower level black person to turn against a middle level black person. It's so fucking stupid. No, not the coon chip. Dora Master, don't call it the coon chip.
So in order to have this conversation around how we got here, you can't say, oh, well, we're caring about the white...
To be fair, let's just call it Snow Bunny mind control so I can possibly not get sued to the ground, okay? Let's go at Snow Bunny mind control, all right?
Women getting braids and that doesn't matter and this thing. All of that attaches. All of that is actually a very big part of the lack of worth of black people.
I'll ask you, do you think we're resilient? What does resilience mean to you? Do you think we have to be perpetual victims, or do you think that black people are resilient?
I think that those are two different conversations. I think that the concept of black people being...
How is it two different conversations? You have to be resilient to the outside problems so that you can also be resilient to the inside problems. Because you got to deal with problems in your house, and you also have to deal with the outside factors being caused by foreign agents that are attempting to invade the, quote, cookout.
Victims is really trying to not provide accountability to where the root problem for the actual cause is. And if we keep saying that somebody is a victim, that doesn't mean that the other person should have to actually have actual accountability.
Cool. Ironically, welfare programs did have that effect. That is true, applicable. Welfare programs did actually have that effect. The way that she's framing it, though, is that she's not putting that on the programs. Unless she explicitly says the programs. She's just putting it on white people being nearby.
Then what are we really doing? You can do both. You can be a victim and be resilient.
How do we do both if you stay in the victimhood? That's my question.
But your statement about black people staying in the victim place is also your point of view.
But how do we rise above it?
It can't be a point of view. Okay. So, when I said she's using the pirate software technique, I don't know if you've ever heard me talk about this, Jay, but I'll walk you through it. So, certainly you know of pirate software by now. Unless you somehow were able to avoid all of that content and drama 100% of the time. Are you aware of Jason Thorhall? Jay! No, she's not.
Wait, what? Damn it!
I was asking you a question.
Yeah, I was doing something right quick.
Are you aware of the content creator pirate software?
No.
Okay. I'm actually surprised. I would have thought you would have been on top of that just like I was. Okay.
No.
Do you know anything at all about the drama that has basically gotten him canceled?
No.
Okay. I'll walk you through it very quickly. People in my chat who have already watched Pirate Software Lord of Mana already knows what I said during that broadcast, but I'm going to summarize it for Jay. Jason Thorhall is, or rather was, a 5-figure, now a low number 4-figure Andy on Twitch, who grew by using YouTube Shorts and TikTok to just spread his clips all over social media to immediately grow, who acted basically like one part Poindexter, one part cool hacker, and one part comical encyclopedic know-it-all. So take me, add somebody who's even more aggressively annoying to you, and then have him have a deep-pitched voice, and every time he talks about things, he approaches it from a know-it-all standard. You have that person in your mind. You have the idea in your mind, right?
Oh, you're actually asking, yeah.
Yes, I'm asking you. So, somebody who's even more annoying than me, to you, from your standpoint, he is incapable of apologizing. He's incapable of accepting when he's done something wrong. He will always try to dodge accountability by saying, I wasn't completely wrong. I was actually 50% right. The way that the joke about Neil deGrasse Tyson was used on that sketch of Key and Peele to try and trick his wife into acting as though he's done something that he clearly hasn't done. Now, imagine this person gets bullied on the internet, which is what happened to him. He got bullied by 50 viewer Andys that were trying to farm him for clips and donos and for clout during a hardcore World of Warcraft guild event. Basically, it's like Fish Tank, if you know what Fish Tank is. If you don't know what Fish Tank is, it's like Fear Factor. But content creators and influencers. And then after, he acts like an asshole to all of these people. He is incapable of being complete. It's not that he wasn't victimized by people. It's that he tries to do something that is the equivalent of stabbing someone. And he says, well, you see, the reason why I stabbed him is because they were doing shit to me. So when she says, people have been taken from me by black people, the pirate software defense is basically being a permanent victim. You're never guilty of things that you cause yourself. You're never guilty of things that you could have done better. You could have never improved your position. You could have never changed your actions. Every time somebody does something to you, it's the worst thing that could have done. It should have never been done to you. And people that try to argue this against you, they are just clout sharking on you. They don't understand your argument. They don't understand what you're talking about. They are lying. They're making things up to try and monetize you for information and for money and for opportunities. You're going to ignore all of those people because they're not big enough fish for you to talk to. And the only people that you're willing to talk to are people who have the, quote, clout to understand where you're coming from. You have that person in your mind.
Mm-hmm.
One of the problems with the pirate software attitude is that you are incapable of being complete. So, frame control is important for this. But effectively, imagine when you and I first got to know each other as people and then as friends. Now, imagine in your head, you replace that me and how I acted and how we went through the shit we went through, and replace it with this person in your head. He is never willing to listen to you and say, you know what, I actually could improve my thumbnails. Every time you tell him that he should try summing up his words and being shorter, instead of saying, you know what, I understand where you're coming from, I can try to do that, he says, nah, I don't want to be shorter. Why should I have to change for these people? Why can't they change to how I act? Everything that I tried to do well and did well and tried to get right, he absolutely does the worst option possible. How would that make you feel, talking and dealing with that person? Take your time.
I don't have to do a questionnaire. Just tell me who this fucking person is.
It's not. I'm telling you, that's the energy of his behavior. Every time you deal with him, he's always got a problem. He can never take accountability, and he always acts like an asshole, even though he was an asshole to somebody else or to other people first.
Mm-hmm.
You would probably hate this guy. Yes?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, was that hard? That was so easy to sum up.
Curse me for wanting to interact with you. So the pirate software defense requires her to assume that what she's currently doing is acceptable. So when she says this...
And if we keep saying that somebody is a victim and that doesn't mean that the other person should have to actually have accountability, then what are we really doing? You can do both. You can be a victim and be resilient.
How do we do both?
If you're constant... When she says you can be a victim and be resilient, what that would look like when dealing with that person who's enacting the pirate software defense is that they have to be willing to say, you know what, you're right. I'm not fully understanding how other people feel because it's a fourth order magnitude. what I want to get, what I can take from the world, and how that affects other people around me. He doesn't care about the fourth perspective. He only wants what he wants. He wants to get it how he wants it. The story is what he said. And if you don't believe him, fuck you. Therefore, you're dead to him. This is a person for whom which the statement, access requires sincerity and kindness, is a purpose for the black community, if not just a purpose for generosity in life. You cannot go through life being aggressive and rude to other people and expect them to help you and come to your aid. You cannot bloody another person's nose and then ask them for a tissue for your fucking scrapes and cuts. That's not how the world works. If you're going to be victimized by somebody, but you're trying to be resilient, that means you have to act like a child during No Child Left Behind. When you get in trouble for defending yourself against a bully, you're being asked to say, yes, I knew that fighting was bad, and here's what I should have done differently. Ironically, you're being put into a position where you're being punished for not letting yourself go flat like a plank and get the shit kicked out of you. They break your hands, they break your face, they break your knees, you break your back, they break your possessions like your glasses. You can't see, you can't walk, you can't breathe without assistance. But that's would have been, well, we know he's a victim. We can see that he got hurt. But when a child gets bullied constantly, and then they finally lash out in violence because they're tired of being antagonized, and the child goes, teacher, 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 he hit me. This is where society has taught us, from No Child Left Behind, that there is no way to address the problem directly because that person has a perfect alibi. Well, he might have been attacking you, but we saw you do the violent thing first. You deal with something like that, even as a wallflower, you're going to eventually start not giving mercy. Because ruthlessness is a mercy upon yourself. So then when you start getting affected by people, like Amanda, if you started acting the way Amanda started acting to her, she'd be the first one to say, oh my god, this person's unhinged and they don't know how to act and how to behave. But that's not what a person who's been victimized but understands they have to take accountability does. They instead look at their own actions and say, what could I have done differently? So, the frame control means that they recognize the bait, they don't take it, and they make it very clear they're not moving from the position they started from. Amanda's clearly aggressing her. She wants to play victim and say, well, you're saying all these things about black people that aren't inherently true because proximity to whiteness and we're not to be blamed. But the correct response would be, you're right. African Americans do violence to each other. And we need to deal with that problem. And you're right. We're more focused on the things that divide us than the things that unite us, that we can't deal with those problems because there's a bunch of fucking people who won't want to have that conversation because that's a hard conversation. That conversation doesn't make money for us when we socially agitate for change. We can't constantly critique power if we're permanently a victim. We can only critique power if we are active and not passive in the process. But as I've said multiple times, these niggas want to be permanently passive. They want to endlessly critique power and not actually do anything to solve the problem. Because that makes money. If they can't socially agitate, they don't make money. So she wants to argue about being a victim because that's just how she wants to behave. She is incapable of getting past the fourth point of recognition. She's an inherently selfish person. So she has no fourth sense of self-perspective where she understands that she's being selfish about how she's behaving. She's just going off of ego. She's egocentric. She can't get to the higher levels of thought and consciousness because of that selfishness. And so she has to simplify the worldview as you're doing this to me and I'm trying to be resilient by pushing back against you. Rather than you're trying to have a conversation with me and I'm being outwardly hostile to you because your words are attacking my worldview. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
if you stay in the victimhood? That's my question.
But your statement about black people staying in the victim place is also your point of view.
But how do we rise above it?
We continue to rise above it by one, pouring into our communities with mutual aid, but two, by simultaneously making sure that we are challenging the systems that are in place to impede us. We have so many opportunities where we are trying to do mutual aid, and those things get disrupted by folks who want to have capitalist gain, by folks who want privatization. We used to have all these mom and pop businesses in our communities.
There's over 3 million black millionaires in America right now. You are an intelligent black woman that is successful.
That's irrelevant.
No one's stopping me from doing anything. I'm an intelligent black woman that
Many
graduated and is
efforts have tried to stop me from doing what I do. We are not all equal in our capabilities.
Because you're intolerable, you cunt. Because you're a fucking. Ain't nobody trying to. And like I said, it goes back to her failing at every fucking thing she's ever done. She's one of those Renaissance women, like Jada Pinkett was doing a lot of shit at one point. Like she tried the acting thing. She was pretty decent at that, but then she wasn't doing that anymore. Then she tried to be a musician. That shit didn't work anymore. And then she wanted to be a director. She only made one fucking movie. That didn't do any good. And then she had Red Table Talk. That's fucking done for obvious fucking reasons. And like Amanda Seales is even worse because she is not talented at all, and she keeps losing out on shit. And she's one of those people. Oh, it's got to be because of my race, even though she's biracial. Even though everyone who has ever helped her out has been black. Every little venue every little thing that she's tried to get a part of has had famous rich black people involved. Somehow it's still white people's fault that she has not gotten ahead for some reason. And it's not the fact that she's not special. She's not talented. She has no real personality whatsoever. I mean, we see that here. And she's not charismatic. She's not inside. She's a dullard. She can't regulate her fucking feelings. Clearly a child of a single parent home, and she has not healed from that shit. So yeah, she's a fucking failure because of her.
I would say she's a faux Renaissance woman. Just like Jada Pinkett Smith. Because a real Renaissance man and woman are supposed to be learned scholars. That's what it's supposed to represent. Lord forgive me, I forget what 5 factors it's supposed to be focusing on, but it's a person that represents all of the necessary factors that are necessary for entrepreneurship. Basically, a fully formed and realized person that can actuate and accomplish the goals that they set out to do in order to create the fundamentals and the backbone basics of their business. She is talented only in being annoying. That's her one talent. She is a social aggregator. She is a litmus test that represents the kind of woman that can have the opportunities that she's been given in life, and they've amounted to nothing. Basically, she's an older generation Raven-Symoné. Yeah. She's an older generation Raven-Symoné. Because hell, Raven-Symoné is hyper-political. Out and out lesbian, although I'm pretty sure she used to like dick. As far as political movements go, she doesn't quite put her politics on the line. Probably because she's being handled by her white wife. That's just ironic. But where Raven-Symoné has talent, is capable of using said talent, and is able to then acquire jobs. Amanda is only capable of using her voice to agitate for someone else to give her an opportunity. And maybe every now and again somebody throws her a fucking bone. Ultimately,
I think people be throwing her bones, and that's how she gets half her fucking opportunities. She's got to be like dick. She probably dick down, damn, because her getting shoehorned into flowetry makes me believe that she fucked somebody to get that opportunity, because that decision didn't even make sense.
Who knows? It's Disney of all places. Worse, Disney Channel. After what happened to Orlando Brown, I believe anything. Be that as it may. Whatever her particular quirk is, Whatever she has as a secret hidden talent, she is too egotistical and she is not sensitive enough to be receptive to critical opinions of that talent, to be truthfully willing to be forward facing towards the people that she wants to lecture. Because by all means, even if she's not a good leader, she could be a good, standing general. She could be a person who's capable of being a lightning rod, a representative or an organizer of a movement that effectively works in the HR position or in the brainstorming, strategizing position to get multiple people to follow somebody else's plan. Because Lord knows I don't see her as a leader. But she's so egotistical, every good thing that she has to be a part of must be a result of her and her contributions. And someone else is screwing her over. And she'll never see it any other way because of her egotism. In order to fix a person like this, you would probably have to bully the fuck out of her.
And our ability to be invested in by others. We are not all equal in our trauma.
Are we resilient?
We can't say because it is a false equivalency.
I believe that every black person has resilience.
We
From
keep
slavery
trying,
all the way
but we
to
keep trying to cause.
I'm so sorry. You've been voted out.
First, I want to kind of get rid of this right left ordeal. I really want to talk about just our own personal views and what we've experienced, what we've seen. And when it comes to your claim about black on black crime, I really do believe, and I think a lot of people here do believe, especially based off of personal experiences and everything, that it is just lack of accountability. In the black community, we need to start taking responsibility for our actions and stop pointing our fingers at other people and the white man. Because to be honest,
can't both happen at the same time? Both are causes.
Because you got to clean your own house before you go complain. Because
he's correct. She's interrupting him already. Surprise, but he's correct. What he's trying to say is that you have to clean your own house before you can be able to affect the outside world. Because personal responsibility comes before civic duty. You can't be responsible for a community if you can't even clean your fucking room. That was the point that Jordan Peterson was explaining all those years ago when he was saying to consider the lobster. Lobsters are social creatures. Humans are social creatures. People go by the analysis of social proof. Hell, when Jay looks something up about Amanda Seales, that's social proof. Other people have recognized something that Amanda Seales has done. That's celebrity. She uses that recognition of her celebrity and the lack of it, through the lack of her work, to show she's not a high-quality female. She is at best a midwit, being held up by the current zeitgeist of Hollywood behavior to act as though she's better than us when she is quite literally worse than us. But we're here talking about her, and she was there doing the event. Whatever that might be worth, the thing that you then consider is, okay, so you're supposed to be famous and smart and intelligent, but you're a lol cow and you act like a fucking spurg. Meanwhile, here we are, literally who the fuck cares and who the fuck is that guy? And yet we are able to deliver hard-hitting salient points that the rest of you agree with. Is that because we're famous, or is it because we're telling honest truths? I also noticed they're wearing the same type of glasses. Which one is likely to be the answer? More than likely, the fact that we are just right about what we're saying is going to be more likely. Even if it was me and Jay going back and forth between each other, talking to Amanda Seales and delivering the exact same points that the rest of these conservatives have, it wouldn't matter if it was man or woman. It's specifically lower class versus upper class. And in Amanda's mind, she doesn't see a reason why she can't blame the white man and also point her finger at other blacks, because she wants to have the ability to blame the whites so she can also blame the blacks. It's never going to be blaming them because they actually did something wrong. It's going to be blaming them because she does not want to admit that it's some bullshit. Because of course it's bullshit. Of course it's dumb shit. Of course she's going to blame somebody else. To take accountability would mean she doesn't get to blame the white man. And complaining and blaming the white man requires no effort, when even holding the black man accountable takes a little effort. a little bit more than nothing. Because when you blame the white man, it's just as easy as pointing your finger. You ain't got to do anything else. Just, it's white's fault. And it's done. Wipe your hands clean of it. But in truth, it's harder than that. It's not just as easy as pointing at the white man and saying it's your fault. It doesn't solve everything. So, for what it's worth, she has to be willing to accept that she's just lying through her teeth. It is a lie. She is doing it. She's doing it actively. It's embarrassing when she does it. It's disgusting when she does it. But it is what it is. And at the same time that she blames blacks, what blacks is she going to blame? More than likely conservatives.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how the fuck they're to blame, but she's going to blame them. Because they're not, it's in group preference. It's friend-enemy distinction. They're against them, so she's going to blame her enemies. Despite the fact that they're not responsible.
If you're dirtying my house, if you keep pouring shit into my house and I'm cleaning it, why can't I do both? Why can't I clean my house and bar the windows from you shitting on my house?
It begins with responsibility within us. If we're like, okay, oh, the white person's doing this to me, the white person's not, we're not going to ever come to the core of the issue.
They are.
We need to take
and
responsibility.
It's not even just the white person, because now we have seen very many races, people of very many backgrounds that are actively participating in the effort to keep a working class down. Like that is absolutely a fact. It's not just white people. So
okay, let's go there. So, it's not just white men. That is correct. How about all those illegal immigrants and migrants and asylum seekers that are currently shitting up the American unemployment rate? Are you going to blame those people? Of course not. You're a radical, which means you're a liberal. You're not going to say that it's the people who need to come into the country because, you know, we were promised the American dream and blah, 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 blah. You're going to blame every other person and whitey and whoever's in government the way that people have almost always blamed people in power. Because you want to endlessly critique the people who are in government, even when it's your side. That doesn't help fix your house. You blame people outside your house for dirtying up your driveway. That doesn't fix your broken faucet. Fix your broken faucet.
I don't attend to that. But I will say the reality of there being systems in place is real. Over-policing is a real thing. You know what's also been really real is the effort of violent interruption in certain communities, right? So we've seen this in Detroit. We've seen this in New York. We've seen this in Baltimore, where there are communities that have said, what we're going to do is we're going to be like a neighborhood watch for our community. So that before the popo even come, before 12 even rolls up in here, we're going to actually put ourselves in between the conflict and calm it down. And that has been incredibly effective. But you know what? It's not funded. It's not funded. And you would think that...
Why are we still complaining about black on black crime, you dumb bitch?
According to the Department of Justice, Detroit's model of neighborhood watch significantly reduced crime and fear of crime. Neighborhood watches in general, however, have mixed results. Well, you see, Sand fact check. The thing that we're forgetting to factor here is that criminals have guns. Hey, you over there! Blowing whistle, blowing whistle. What happened to Dale? They unloaded the Mac 11 on him. You need a little something more than a neighborhood watch. Sure. Having people in the community try to call out the behavior is cool. But you know what also stops people from doing crime? A gun! You know what stops a person from doing crime in a community? A lot of people with guns! Bless you.
No, I burped, not...
You're still blessed!
Thank you.
I'm certain everybody here in the chat room has had a morbid curiosity and has checked a police cam footage of a gun store where somebody tried to rob the store and they got unloaded on by every patron in the business. I'm certain we've seen a person try to rob a liquor store and they fucked up and they locked the door behind them and they were just stuck there being laughed at by people mocking them behind the bulletproof glass as they waited to get arrested. We've all seen dumbasses do the same thing in phone stores. Or that one famous example of that guy that jumped down 2 stories at the mall, broke his fucking legs, all because he was trying to grab a brick that he couldn't even use of an iPhone. We've all seen examples of it. That is examples of what happens when you have tools in place that dissuade crime. Because we have a low trust society. We're not like Japan, that has a high trust society, where it has been ingrained into them as children that you're supposed to rely on the government, you trust your elders, you respect your elders, you act kind, you're nice to people, and you're capable of doing things like having a child take the bus and train service alone, unattended, to get from point A to point B, because they have specialized backpacks that show you that it's a school child. Every part of the culture is created to create a safe space for those children, so that when they become young adults and then adults, they can then do their part. It's so ingrained in the culture, it's ingrained to the culture, to the goddamn programming for the children to watch. And then when they become young adults, you switch out the Sentai for the Power Rangers, you switch out the Sentai for the Kamen Rider, and so on. And then eventually, they're capable of being functional adults with a healthy respect for both art, literature, and anime. Unfortunately, we don't have that in America, especially amongst the African Americans. We don't have a high trust society. Hell, you can't even say, well, in Canada, they don't lock their doors up north, because they do now. Because they don't trust each other. Because of the same factors I just described. When trust is that low, you have to have people capable of watching the Watchmen. And the problem is that what you want to say should happen isn't gonna work. 'Cause I don't know you niggas. I know I can trust you as far as I can be able to aim a bullet at you. Which, unfortunately, is the only way to maintain trust. Mutually assured destruction. And as that is the case, if someone were to try to break into my home, and they would say, you shouldn't try to stop me from stealing your computer parts, Carl. After all, it's much safer to not be involved in the crime. After all, it's just stuff. And my direct response will be, that's cute. Now face the wall. Because unfortunately, if I have to choose between my life and my stuff, I'm going to pick my life and my stuff. Because you're not going to get in my home. And if you get in my home, you're not getting out of my home. That was not a sound effect from the soundboard. That was my mother's television. Whatever the sound you might have heard in the background was like, oh, damn. That's the sound effect coming from her phone. Let me close my bedroom door. So, ultimately, in order to really get trust in the community, you actually need to have results come from law enforcement. It has to be law enforcement, because I don't trust a person who's not in a position that can be reported back to the government. Because guess what a fucking member of the Citizens Watch doesn't have? A badge number. I can try to find ways to hold somebody accountable if I can be able to get hold of an officer or a sheriff that has a badge number. Hell, in the case of a sheriff, they have even more control over it, because a sheriff has to be voted into office. A beat cop doesn't have to be voted in. They have an entire union that can protect them. Whereas if I know that sheriff, and I know that sheriff ain't doing right by me, I can vote your ass out. Simple.
Like city councils and mayors and governors would say, shit, you know what? This is going to save us so much money, because why? Taxpayers keep having to pay for the fault of these police officers. And even though we say, well, only a certain number of people have died, that doesn't dispel the fact that a large amount, more black people are imprisoned than any other group in this nation. And that is not by accident.
You hear that, black woman? Fuck your dad and fuck your brother. All those people who have been incarcerated matter more than their dead bodies. That's what she just said.
Again, I started with accountability, and it just seemed like
I disagree with you.
No,
I don't disagree with you.
Because here's the thing: look at media, look at rap, look at what we're glorifying.
Right.
We're glorifying violence.
Who's we? The black community. Who controls the
black community?
Who controls the?
She's literally about to say, well, who controls the media? Who controls the black music? Blacks. Don't sit there and say, it's the white man. No, when it was Michael Jackson.
As much as you want to say, yeah, as much as you want to blame them for signing your checks, you could just not make that type of fucking music, period. And go independent, do your own thing. But you want to do it because it makes the most fucking money, and you're just as greedy as anybody else. Fucking stop it.
Yes, because during Michael Jackson's time, during Cher's time, during Prince's time, oh yeah, it was white man. It was a white man, it was a Jew, and they told you what the fuck to do. It was the white man, it was the Jew, and we tell you what to do. We hold your money over your head, and we tell you to sing it again. But no, in this day and age, you can go independent. You're making your money doing what you want to do, the way you want to do it. You don't get to blame the white man in this situation. Absolutely not. And matter of fact, the most of the time, the person who's doing the deal, that's not even a white man. I'm pretty sure for almost 150% of the musicians that are signing deals with places like Universal, they're talking to L.A. Reid. That's a black man. Unless that nigga has recently died or retired, I'm pretty sure he's still advising on a lot of these musical license cases. Because one group that owns that ass is the RIAA. Because the RIAA will get that money concerning concerning playbacks records. Lord knows that they make a bunch of fucking money off of the legal rights and licenses off of things like Spotify alone. That's what a big fucking legal case around Twitch was about. So don't say, well, who owns the money? Who owns the records? No, it's blacks. The blacks are doing it. The blacks have been doing it ever since underground ciphers. Shut up. Are you truly black, Amanda? Or you want to say that niggas weren't rapping under the streets? Did you listen to KRS-One? Ridiculous. 1 second. I'll be right back. I need to poop. And I'm muting my microphone and I'll be right back. Boop. Okay, I've returned.
Distribution of these sources of media.
And who takes it in?
Control?
And who takes it in?
Listen, if you're okay, so let me put it in this context. If I have a company, right, and you guys are my employees, and I determine what you get to eat every day, that's also going to determine how you exist in this company, right? Like if you come to work and I say the only thing you can eat is processed foods and fried foods, and you're not going to get to have the best vegetables, etc. What's that?
So what you're describing, Amanda, is called a company script, and we've outlawed company towns. Guess who was most affected by company towns, Amanda? I'll give you a hint. It wasn't black people. It was whites. Technically, it was Mexicans. And Indians, Native Americans.
Going to affect your health. It's going to affect your ability to operate, etc. This is how the United States operates. There's a lot of us that don't want to admit that as much as accountable as we want to be, all of our brains also don't operate the same way. Some of us are much more apt to be indoctrinated than others. That's a fact. There's a...
She just said that she's a smart black.
1% of people that knows this. There's a whole show called Mad Men that's about advertising, etc. And if we don't acknowledge multiple things at the same...
Who are they? Do you think they're only advertising to black people? What the fuck? Like, you're an idiot.
What are you claiming they're advertising?
There's a show called Mad Men. Like, you could have just said the advertising world. Why didn't you fucking list a show on AMC and make yourself sound retarded?
She basically did 2 steps removed from Marvel movie references. But okay, I'm gonna take her angle and I'm gonna pull on the thread. Okay, so it's like the advertising world. Remember the dramatized versions of what happened on Mad Men? Okay, Amanda. The world is showing us that there are certain people that can easily be given propaganda and will eat it, drink it, consume it, regurgitate it, lock, stock, and 2 smoking barrels to the face when they are asked to refer to and agree with the point that sometimes you can't permanently blame white people for everything. Okay, sure. The advertising world is the reason why those people are easily indoctrinated. Cool. Amanda, who are they putting on the ads? Who are they putting on the ads to get you to believe that? Is it black people? Is it black artists? Is it black figures like Beyonce, Knowles Carter, or Sean Carter, or Solange Knowles? Is it P. Diddy? It's the people who have the ability to afford not being affected by the advertising, right? Am I the only person who remembers the mid 90s and early aughts? The same people who made rap music and hip hop and R&B became the same people selling me fucking TV dinners. Reverend Run putting his daughters and his family's business out there publicly with Run's house, and then Daddy's Little Girls. People offering themselves up on the dais of advertising and modern media to become a part of the new dating shows, reality shows, and drama shows. Who created the idea for the marketing? I'll rephrase that a different way. Who were the literal gang members, drug dealers, turned music artists that sold that perception? So if we're gonna blame advertising, why don't we blame the people who sold the idea of that being something to do back to our fat asses, who now make buku dollars to turn in a film completely filmed from behind a TV screen? Isn't that right, Ice Cube? I mean, shit. Ironically enough, one of the people we should fully blame for it, Snoop Dogg, this nigga's got an entire kids show called Doggyland. Aside from the shit he did with Martha Stewart to completely reinvigorate his image and her image after she got out of jail, for the shit she did.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that I have seen so many hours of his kids show because my child is obsessed and falls asleep to it, it brings it full circle, right? Because how can you have a person or people associated with groups like Niggas with Attitude or the Wu-Tang Clan or even the individual artists like Tupac Shakur and Snoop Dogg, how can you have them produce music about money, cars, clothes, and hoes and East Side, West Side gang violence and then turn around and act like, oh yeah, it's the white man that's doing it to us? Only ever the white man. And even when black people are doing it, it's worse when the white man does it. It's like it doesn't even matter. It's weird. It's really weird. It's like, yes, the sky is blue. And yes, blueberries are technically purple. But guess what? Sunflowers are yellow. And even if I hand you a bottle of my piss and tell you it's sunflower seeds, if you drink it, you're stupid. Because how don't you know what piss looks and smells like? It's so stupid, Amanda.
Time, then we simply cannot stop it. We can be as accountable as we want to be. And I hope that if you're right, because I hope you're right, I wish that it was a situation where if black people could just be accountable, then nothing else would matter. But unfortunately, that hasn't been the case, because we have seen when we have Black Wall Street in Tulsa and we have Black Wall Street in Durham, that when we actually do hold our own and build our own communities, they will still come and run it down.
So there's the point that she eventually was trying to get to. It's not that black people cannot hold themselves up by their bootstraps and be accountable. She wants to live permanently in the victimhood of saying, but remember when we had Black Wall Street? They burnt it down forever. This is where I mentioned DJ Music Soul Child. Patrick Fenty. Give me 1 second.
You've been voted out. Please return to your seat.
Oh my God.
Joshua.
Hello, Joshua.
Yeah. So I have 2 claims I want to settle. So I'm originally from New Orleans, right? And I've seen black on black crime my whole life, right? Yes. I don't believe it has nothing to deal with the police. It's more with the community, because there's a lot of pride that's in that city, where to the point where this person can't tell me nothing. I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna take him out.
Yeah.
Is that simple in New Orleans?
Yeah.
Now Cali is probably the same way, but I feel like every state is different. You probably the way how your belief is might be right? But in New Orleans, it's a little different. Also, my second claim is this: we proclaim so much about Black Lives Matter, but when it comes down to a white person killing a black person, it's a big deal. It just don't make no sense to me.
Do you know what the statement Black Lives Matter is actually stating?
Yeah, well, just start out from George Floyd.
Start off from Mike Brown.
Mike Brown, okay.
So Black Lives Matter is really simply just stating that when black people are murdered by the police, that our lives should matter. And that oftentimes it is not considered. It is oftentimes presented as we deserved it, or we must have done something to cause it, and that our lives are disposable. We also don't ever see true justice on the same level as others when the police incur violence against black people. So Black Lives Matter is a statement asserting that our lives are worth justice, our lives are worth preservation, and we have seen in innumerable instances a level of restraint operated between the police and people of other races that they do not seem to carry with black people. So that's
interesting. Wonderful. Okay, I found the thing I was looking for. So, last time when I mentioned the person in question that I talked about, DJ Music Soul Child, let me DM this to you real quick. I'm showing it on the same screen that I'm showing the screen there. This is who I was talking about. This bald-headed black individual here that then has this nasty-ass dreads and the colored hair and the nose ring. This is a TikTok influencer by the name of DJ Soul Child. DJ Music Soul Child, AC, he, him, blah, 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 blah. Presents himself as a pansexual individual. This individual was found guilty of abuse, abandonment, and cruelty and neglect of a child. He broke a child's arms and legs and continues to do this bit where he acts like he is a political activist on TikTok. Much like how any of the people who've ever done it do it. Apparently he lives in my state, which, terrifying. But this individual does what he does and effectively never takes accountability for it. Because, that's not important to certain people. So you can find examples of it. In fact, I'm going to go to this page real quick. Shinty. So, I can probably find an example of it where he was doing this not too long ago, because apparently he's got a kid now, because here's a baby. Let that terrify you for a second, chat, with the information I just gave you. But, looking. There was a post not too long ago where he did the same thing that she just did. Which was, how dare you say that things like this don't happen when actually they burnt down the Black Wall Street and are places of wealth because you're just so smug that you don't understand things. I can't seem to find it. Yeah, I can't seem to find it right now. I'll find it later, if I can find it at all. But basically, the way that she just threw up what she just said is the same way he threw this up when he said it. And it's egregiously annoying when a person says that. Because, sure, there were racists in the past that burnt down Black Wall Street. Has it ever happened again? If it did, who did it? The answer is black people. Because that's what happened in the Summer of Love. You decided to destroy the figures of economy, progress, and capitalism, and they let you do it. They collected the tax money on the business after they got the insurance claim back, and then you had nothing to show for it. But you continue to blame the white man instead of blaming the people who are setting you against yourself and your own movement because you desperately hate the white man that much.
That's what Black Lives Matter means. It doesn't mean that anyone else's life doesn't matter. It means that ours matter just as much as their lives.
That's good that you cleared it out for people.
I appreciate you. Now, as it comes to New Orleans, tell me this. Well, first of all, it was, I think it's a senator of Louisiana who literally made a campaign ad, Kennedy it was, that said, do you want Louisiana to be run by crackheads? Like, he said that, like, straight
they
up.
have a bunch of them. Yeah.
So here's my question about New Orleans. Would you say that New Orleans gets, that particular areas of New Orleans, for instance, like the Ninth Ward?
Yeah, the Ninth Ward's crazy, but I'm just saying, it's crazy.
Would you say that funding and attention is dispersed equally across New Orleans in terms of resources? Because I know that from living through Katrina, that is absolutely not the case.
No, yeah, I agree with you in that case. Everybody's not equal when it comes down to resources, for sure. I agree with you.
Here's the thing I want to just impart is that I think that we have a very distorted version of what resiliency and what restorative practice is, because we live in a time where we're seeing so many things happen so fast. So like we've seen technology like advance so fast, right? Like we have seen just our lives shift so fast that I think that we forget that as humans, our ability to recalibrate, to heal from trauma is simply not the same as the things that we are watching in technology. And so we cannot just casually...
What's got you giggling? Jay, what got you giggling?
That we can't heal from racial trauma because of technology advancements? What the fuck are you saying?
You think that people just get over things. Katrina, people in New Orleans are still reeling from Katrina.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That is true.
So when we talk about the amount of crime and violence that is still living and happening explicitly in Katrina, we have to also talk about the amount of trauma, the amount of drug use, the amount of policing, the amount of all of these things that physically harm people across the world, not just in the United States, across the world, in communities that are not being served, and how those communities never get the chance to, quote unquote, pull themselves up by the bootstraps.
Yeah.
What is the leadership of the people who are in control of the gubernatorial offices of Louisiana? That's a question that can be answered by anybody in chat who wants to look it up.
I agree. I personally agree, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I agree, yeah, for sure. Yeah, of course, yeah.
Thanks, Josh.
No problem.
Hey, before we go any further, we want to take a moment to say thanks so much to Straight Arrow News for powering the fact checks in this video. Straight Arrow News is on a mission to raise the bar on journalism in a time of media bias and mistrust. Straight Arrow...
Yeah, we get it. We get it, Fat Asian, we get it.
Reality backed by data and history.
Systemic racism isn't a theory, it is a lived reality backed by data and history. So there is a system of racism, but the system of racism is no longer being created by the government. It's being created by the people in the community. There is no need to federally fuck people up the same way the original mass methamphetamines fucked up the black community, or opioid heroin fucked up the white community, when you can simply allow the people in the community to create the systemic problem themselves. It's basic corruption. Basic democratic corruption can achieve it without ever needing to lift a finger at the federal level.
Hello?
Hello, John.
John Samuel.
Hello, John Samuel. First name. All right.
Blame my parents.
Hi, parents.
I want to listen to you first. Why do you feel that? Why do you feel that way?
Oh, John went to debate training before he came here. Okay. Ultimately, I feel that way because...
That's cute, but that's technically still insulting. Especially making fun of the man's name. I mean, look at the man's face. Carl, stop it.
because it's simply just facts. It's in the books, and that's why there have been laws to challenge it. There have been innumerable instances where actual systems were created specifically for the impediment of Black people to advance. We have also seen numerous instances where there were things created for Black people to advance, and they were taken back under the auspices of, we don't want them to advance. Ultimately, systemic racism exists in our institutions on a government level, in our institutions, whether it's prisons or schools, and it is undeniable because they are actively trying to reinstate it right now.
Can you give me an example?
If you cannot show us an example of it being done by the federal courts, and it's being okayed at every single level of the actual positions of power, then it's not being done by the government. And when it comes to the prisons, most prisons are private, not public. There's a difference between pounding the pooper prison and county jail, as well as halfway home programs that require you to check in with a curfew. Even so, you cannot blame the public jail system and the recidivism rates and the private jails if you're not also going to blame the problems that causes men to become recidivistic and cause recidivism to the jail, which is the crime, which is created from the lack of parents and the lack of community.
Example of one of those systems that you believe perpetuates that cycle of racism? Redlining? Okay.
Yes.
And how does that, can you elaborate? How is that affecting the Black community?
Do you know what redlining is?
I know a little bit. I'm not an expert.
Redlining was a system that was created to determine property values, and that said Black people can only live in certain neighborhoods and not in other neighborhoods. And the redlining lowered the property values of those Black neighborhoods by stating that they were more savage, that they were more dangerous, etc. Thus, they were not able to own property that was on a level of par to their white counterparts. There were also many efforts at just simply not allowing Black people to get loans for property, putting them in predatory scenarios where they were being essentially unable to own land. And that inability to own land, but still having to pay out a mortgage, if you will, or rent, continue to put Black people in a conundrum of not being able to excel at the same economic rate as their white counterparts.
What I'm hearing from you, if I'm hearing correctly, is it feels like in the United States that for a while we've kind of established these systems at their foundation, and they've continued on, and they've continually just oppressed Black people, and we haven't dismantled them, and we haven't done much to them, so they continue to complete the cycle. Is that what I'm hearing correctly?
Well, in many of these systems, they have been dismantled maybe in name, but because this country has never dismantled the culture of racism, they end up still living in practice. So we see that.
The culture of racism. They dismantled them in name, but the culture of racism persists. You might have defeated me, racism man, but as long as one white heart beats, I will always return. So says Skelerasator. Ah!
For instance, in the way that the appraisal system works. Now, we saw there was an entire documentary on how appraisals have been also very racist, home appraisals, right? So your ability to sell your house for the value that it deserves. Right. There were a number of homes, particularly in Marin County, California, where Black people had one appraisal when they had their Blackness up. So they had their dashikis hanging, and they had their Black Good Times poster. But then when they removed all those items and put a white people and a dog in the house, and then had their white friends come and pose as the owners of the home, the appraisal was significantly higher. And we have seen that in a number of instances. Now, of course, that is just Marin County, but there are a number of other scenarios where this has been relayed, and that's why there were certain efforts by the Democratic Party to say, okay, well, we're going to try and step in for this.
I actually remember that case, and I watched it with a family, and I thought that was just really just terrible. But the problem I guess I have with systemic racism is, I guess for somebody like me, where my family comes from, the Deep South, you probably don't even know it, Aliceville, Alabama. Okay. That's where my grandparents are from. And my grandpa came, if you saw the house that he grew up in, I'm not trying to be funny, it looked like a slave house. It was just, they grew up in poverty. And the fact that he was able to go from that and get the highest rank enlisted in the United States Navy amidst, all these, systems, so to speak, and he was able to buy his own house out in San Diego. He was able to, pass on these things to his son, my dad, and his grandchildren. Now I'm able to get an education. I was able to get my undergrad, my master's, that, the great-great-grandson of enslaved peoples can now say that, educated and can even run for Congress. I don't see how these...
So now we have, I am a descendant of slaves. We literally raised ourselves from the bootstraps. I am the present, and I am the representation of reclaimed power by the Blacks. Deny that I exist.
Systems are still in place as they were before. Because before, I would say you do have a little bit of a foot.
The fun part is seeing how she tries to, turn the wheel to do it.
And I love she's just some stuck-up Disney bitch from L.A. telling everybody what their lives are and how it's completely irrelevant because, well, the white folks, no one does. I don't know what her background is specifically in terms of, her childhood, if she was poor or rich or not. But wealthy doctor father, you were doing... you're basically a child actor, and you probably had some money. You probably didn't live this. You did not live. I don't think you lived the life of a actual poor Black person.
Let's see here. Born in Inglewood, born and raised mother in Mount Moritz, Grenada. Her mother and her are dual citizens of U.S. and Grenada. Father, Black American from Roxbury, Boston. Moved to Orlando, Florida in 1989. Attended Dr. Phillips High School. Graduating from SUNY Purchase. Earned a master's degree in African American Studies with a concentration in hip hop from Columbia University. It doesn't really explain what her early life was really actually like. That's just off of Wikipedia, of course. IMDb says... Actually, IMDb kind of says a little bit more. No, wait, no it doesn't. Friends with Tiffany Haddish. Ugh. Amanda Seales, formerly Amanda Diva. Born on July 1st, 1981, Los Angeles, California. Comedian, host, blah, blah, blah. Moving to Orlando at age 8. Attending Dr. Phillips High School before going to SUNY Purchase for an undergrad. Acquiring a master's degree in African American Studies with a concentration in hip hop from Columbia University. Beginning her career on the now cult famous sitcom My Brother and Me in the role of Dion. Becoming widely known to the public as VJ Amanda Diva. The face of MTV2's Sucker Free Sundays, spending time as a recording artist and spoken word poet, changed her name from Diva to Amanda Seales, returning to television soon after, stand-up comedian to her credits, CEO of DivaWorks Inc. and her production company under she performs in smart, funny content for stage and screen, so spoken word dog shit that nobody wants to watch. Involved in work targeting the empowerment of young women and of racial discrimination, the social media ambassador for her mother's home in the island of Grenada, WI. So, her early years are just missing. Fuck knows if we'll find that out. Back to the shit.
Foothold. You do have some validity there. But I just think these days, when we call it systemic racism, really what we're calling it is those people who may still be in those institutions, those individual people who may actually be racist and hold some racist ideals, who are continuing to perpetuate this. I believe it's those people. So in all reality, the problem is not the systemic racism. The problem is us. The problem starts with those people who are.
She's about to get angry. But also, he's 100% correct. Do you remember that one case of a woman in a state federal courthouse who kept refusing to administer legal gay right marriage licenses for their ceremonies, and then she was removed from office when they discovered that she was doing that?
No.
It's those kind of people that he's trying to describe. It's the people that who are basically leftovers of former contingencies, like a racist cop or an entire racist police house full of racist cops, where the system has been revised, but all of them are in the good old boys club, or the fact that when gay rights were established for gay marriage by Barack Obama, there were a bunch of holdovers in particular states, state houses and courthouses that just refused to do the work, and then when they found out, they were immediately and summarily removed from their job in disgrace. Like, it's racist holdovers and holdouts. Or as the political engine has called them, the swamp. The swamp of people who refuse to get with the times and get with the changes and will always resist against what they perceive to be a bullshit system. That is the problem at when it becomes a person who is pushing what they believe is their political belief onto a person. It's the kind of hatred that you get from the person who originally established Planned Parenthood. It's that kind of person who's a holdout. So you can have the most politically active person who is the most left-wing person, but secretly down in her heart of hearts, she's still a racist. So whenever she's behind the counter at Planned Parenthood, whenever a white girl comes in saying, "I need to abort my child," she's like, "Oh yeah, baby, we can be able to do something for you, sweetheart. No, you don't have to abort the child. Please carry it to term. Then we can harvest it for its organs." But when a black person comes in, is like, "Yes, absolutely, kill that black parasite right now," type shit.
perpetuating these, kind of, racist ideals. And so I feel like just to attack these systems is just, it's nonsensical.
Who's running the systems?
Like which system? You're talking about
whether
Congress, government?
Whether it's the prison industrial complex, we're seeing this now with
Right.
with immigration and ICE. We're seeing this also with the effort at not making schools available for.
ICE is an agency that is controlled by Homeland Security and Immigration and Border Control. There are probably more Mexicans because of the fact of how they recruit. There's probably more Mexicans inside of ICE than there are white people inside of ICE.
Equal level of schooling available with the voucher systems that are now allowing tax dollars to allow people to go to segregated schools.
Right.
Who is controlling those systems? So, for instance, in Tennessee, right?
Yeah.
So in Tennessee, you have a Senate and a House of Representatives that is largely controlled by white Republicans, and that have actively said we are not going to consider what the people want in our constituencies. We are going to simply just do what we want to do. To the point where they have removed.
So it's only in those states that have largely white legislators or largely white people are controlling the systems. I'm not trying to.
All right, guys, I'm so sorry. You haven't voted out. Please return to your seat.
You're being too nice, Darky. We need somebody with some teeth. Oh, now these niggas running for the chair. Oh, they got tired of being represented by the soft-spoken people like, no. We're not giving her softballs, nigga. Get your ass back in that chair. The evolution of politeness. That nigga knocked his chair down. Damn. Oh, that's silly.
Oh, Lord.
So to go back to your claim, you basically said something about Tennessee and how they said what exactly you said they are not in favor of what their people said, or?
Yeah, Tennessee has actively said, we're not really listening to our constituency. We're not even going to allow them in the gallery when we're voting on certain issues. So, for instance, like when it comes to like guns in the classroom, like the constituency very largely said we do not want guns in the classroom, and they were like, well, we don't care. We're going to do it anyway. We've also seen them actively silence members of the House of Representatives who are black and not silence someone who is doing the exact same action who is a white woman, Gloria. Shout out to the Justins.
You are right, actually, on this aspect. I did actually remember a time where 2 black Democrats, I believe, were actually not allowed to speak. And that was interesting. And I found it really insane, considering they're representatives of the state.
Yeah.
So no, I totally can get where you're coming from, but I don't think that's a institutionalized problem where it's a law per se. I think it's more so a personal vendetta in a way.
What's the difference if you are a lawmaker and you're exacting your personal choice through impediment of law change?
So
it depends. If you're somebody like AOC who's using your position to grandstand on C-SPAN 1 through 6, and she's doing it because she was trying to make a moment, and then RFK Jr. comes in and just blasts bitch out of nowhere with a bunch of statistics and facts that are relevant to what she's complaining about and makes her look like she's a whining kvetcher, it's exactly what it looks like. It looks like a person who's moralistically grandstanding, saying, how dare you, how dare you, how dare you, you brute, you brute, you brute, you brute, you brute. And then in comes the man that's like, actually, dumbass. And if it's not being done for political reasons, it should be done because if you're lying to people, you're not telling them the real political reality on the ground. So it's like lying to people who are living in a state where if they go to a specific place in the state, they're going to die of extreme radioactive nuclear waste exposure. So you tell them, hey, don't go down to Uranium Rock Creek. It is full of chemicals, and it will kill you. A person in the government says, actually, Uranium Rock Creek is not only safe, I challenge you all to a creek race. And then suddenly, 25% of the state dies of fucking uranium poisoning and cancer that they got from the uranium poisoning. It is the job of somebody to ensure that such a grandiose fuck-up doesn't happen. If a person claims the reason why you're being so hostile to... Is she a senator or is she just a fucking representative? I swear she's just a representative for the state of New York. Somebody can correct me on that if I'm wrong. But Representative Ocasio-Cortez, I'm going to call her Sandy Cheeks. Representative Sandy Cheeks is being a dumbass, and I'm not going to let people be harmed by their health because you want to claim systems being racist. Well, the only reason why Senator Carl would say that is because Senator Carl hates white women and Latina women. When people say that, you're supposed to laugh at that. Because any person who looks at the facts can see that's obvious bullshit. Unfortunately, Amanda lives in the world where that is not how she sees it. She sees it the other way. Which is that any time a person is doing anything, it's because it's not just politically expedient. It's because it's also financially lucrative. Which I say all the time. Sometimes things happen because it's politically expedient. Sometimes it happens because it's financially lucrative. Sometimes the goals align together and you can mix business with pleasure and it's politically expedient and financially lucrative. I get to fuck you over and I get to make money while I do it. So when I bash people, when I bash them on my broadcast, I do so from a position of experience because I know. I can make fun of Signifier because I know. I can make fun of people that he had as hanger-ons on his content, like Paradigm Shift from the Pillboy video that we recorded, Jay, because I know, because I watched it. I can bash people like Shark03 because he tried it with me. He lost. He got mad, and the best thing he could say as a response was, well, if you think you won, then you won. I'm a double relativist. And now niggas like that are fucking wasting their time streaming fucking Marvel Rivals all day, angry as fuck, because he bet on Signifier, got betrayed after he ran to him to go complain and kvetch about people like Destiny, and now nobody's his friend because one of his friends is a pedophile. Another one of his friends is a groomer. Another one of his friends is a person who is obsessed with CSAM material that makes him look bad because he wants to fuck lolly girls and thinks a lolly girl is the same thing as a short stack goblin, despite the fact that the women that he's been with are bigger than a house. That's a joke! They're bigger than a table. I can say it because I've done it, because I've reviewed it. Can it come from a place of pettiness? Absolutely! Why the fuck would it not do it? But at the same time, it's motivation. I know it's true because it happened. It's personal. The same way that those people could do it about me, or that I did it to them, they can do it to me and others. In fact, that's what most of the political controversies of lol-cal drama content creators happens to be. It's a bunch of people in the same poll, and in the same pit, that constantly shit on each other. That's what makes bread to. That's what makes the dissident right. That's what makes the thought right. And that's what makes the fucking dirtbag leftists and the trolls remorse and the cornbread tubers and the crumb tubers around them that are tankies and commies and even unironic revisionist aggressor Nazis that are accelerationists, who they are. It's politically expedient and financially lucrative. Why did they fuck them over when they had the chance to become priority creators? Because it was politically expedient and financially lucrative. Sometimes that can be the case. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's just a fuck up the system. Sometimes it's somebody being petty just to be petty because they want to play by the rules. Especially if you're the new kid on the block. Because they have all the experience and you have none. So they're just simply beating you over the head with rules that you haven't yet established and learned from. But you're blaming it on an institution, and then you're blaming the institution as being full of white people. When obviously, more often than not, we actually see self-loathing black people who do it more often to their own kind. Because they don't like the certain kinds of black people in their area. After all, that one black woman who was a mayor who got removed because she was embellishing funds and also being a shitty fucking mayor. Was it because of racism that she got removed from office? Or was it because she was a shitty fucking person? Maybe it could be both, but I'm going to lean on she couldn't do her fucking job and she was a shitty fucking person.
If we're going to go based on systemic racism, it has to be institutionalized, which means it has to be written into law, made public. When it comes to that aspect, that's not necessarily made public by law. That's made public by choice and actual discrimination by person.
So I can give you an example in Tennessee.
Okay.
So for instance, in Tennessee, we can say that they are put into law that now tax dollars, the public's tax dollars will be supporting voucher systems. The voucher systems for the schools allow parents to choose whatever school they want their child to go to using taxpayer money. And these schools can be private schools. And private schools are not in any way limited from creating systems of segregation. And this is actually how segregated schools was carried out previous to Brown versus Board of Education. So this is a systemic example. We also can acknowledge that systemic examples come from not always it being written into law. And I think that is a real straw man argument for the way that a lot of colorblind racism is carried out in the United States. And what happens when
now we're not just dealing with racism, we're dealing with colorblind racism. Because, racism, which wants to see color, would now be colorblind. So, discrimination? I don't know why she invents words to describe things. It would just be normal discrimination. Because if it's colorblind, it can't be racist. If I'm wrong, please tell me if I'm wrong.
we do that is we ignore the fact that most of the people making the laws are not going to put their racism on the books.
Oh, that's true. Obviously not going to put on the books. But when it comes to the Civil Rights Acts of 1964, then you also want to talk about the one in 1968. They did actually give more fair housing equality.
That was
Obviously,
the goal.
Yeah, that's true.
But you see, that's the thing. It's like so that's a difficult part of not changing a culture. You can change the law all day, but as Martin Luther King Jr., as the Dr. Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. talks about in his final book, he says, "I feel like I integrated my people into a burning house," because he understood America to be a place of morality.
Well, when it came back to even back in the 1960s, like Lyndon B. Johnson actually proposed many systems in place
But he actually went. People still got lynched.
Well, I can't really like say that's a systemic problem. That's definitely a personal heart problem. Those are more people's individual choices against someone else. But when it came down to
when a person tries to do good and it doesn't solve all racism and all problems everywhere, we bitch and we whine and we complain and we say, but people still died, so who cares? So then why fix anything if it doesn't permanently fix all problems everywhere in the known universe?
In place does not incarcerate those people or create any repercussions for those actions, then it is systemic. Because when you don't allow for there to be repercussions for harmful behaviors of the people, you're literally saying our system is okay with this. So that's what Black Lives Matter is about, right? Saying like, okay, if police are going to act in this way, well, there should at least be fair repercussions across all people that they're doing this to, and they're not carrying out those repercussions for Black people. Why? And so the system is supporting this personal point of view that you're talking about, and that's what makes it also systemic, along with the fact that we know for a fact that the number of Black people incarcerated is greater per capita than white people. We know that Black people are having longer sentences for the same crimes than white people. That's not me making that up. Like, that is actual data.
Right,
so
pause.
systemic.
I think that actually might be their tactic for how they're voting people out. If they're not being aggressive enough to cause her to crash out by stating facts, and they're effectively allowing her to lecture, they vote them off so they can find somebody who's able to attack her on the points.
It's real.
Pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, the niggas are running now. You see, our young orange shirt nigga is now actually trying to compete against the rest of them. And unfortunately, this one was just a little bit too fast.
All right, how you doing, Amanda? I'm Ryan.
Ryan. Nice
to meet you. Thanks for being here. All right, well, what I would say is as far
Hello, Ryan with the good eyes.
as systematic racism, right? I think most of us would agree that at the very least it has occurred in this country, right? You know, we've had slavery, we've had Jim Crow segregation, all these different things.
Yeah.
I think my argument would be that right now in modern America, I don't think, at the very least, it's not as prevalent as it has been to where it could stop us from being successful, okay? I would say that it's not a thing anymore where it needs to be talked about so much and so much attention focused on it. I don't think that currently there is systematic racism in a way that is going to be harmful to us, you know, like I said, to stop us. If anything, really, I think institutions such as things with DEI.
What do you think DEI is?
Basically, I think that it's in a way it's racism against other races.
As I described before, diversity, equity, and inclusion is instead the tactic that is currently now being rebranded to Bridge. That is effectively political proselytization from the position of social inequities and rights being condemned upon the people that are in the middle of the society for reasons that can be used as discrimination towards the middle on behalf of the offending party, which is a big way of saying political pandering because we said so, where diversity does not mean diversity of thought, but instead diversity of the skin color of the same opinion. Equity does not mean equality. It means we are trying to be able to see the same baseball game that we didn't pay for, and I'm standing on 2 boxes, and Jay's standing on 3 boxes, and my woman is standing on 4 boxes holding Zulian over her head so that he can see and she can see. Equity is that somebody comes along and cuts all of our legs off, destroys the boxes, and now none of us can see anything and we have no legs. And inclusion does not mean inclusion of the middle and inclusion of the margins, but instead inclusionary behavior to the same degree upon which we are treated by brands by being to be brand safety. So, is effectively, for sake of a better word, political wokeness. Specifically using ESG scores to decide whether or not you deserve to have monies, federal grants, or even rights, depending on what particular topic is being discussed. In the terms of ESG, and in the terms of DEI, as it applies to systemic and political racism, it is the kind of groups like GLAAD doing it for the gay rights, and groups like the ADL doing it for the hate leagues, and it is things like the Federal Bureau of Investigations, or the or the Justice Department's internal records for crime statistics concerning anything to do with race, showing that actually these things are important, and they are so important, we're going to partner with the company to figure out how we can address these concerns on a deeper level, and how we can tie this in with brand synergy into concerning ourselves with how we can stop that at an even bigger global level. In terms of the kind that we've always heard, the way that it gets used in the video game world, for some comparison, because black people think racism is when every character in a game like Assassin's Creed Shadows has a black person who was never historically known to be a samurai, that every time he picks up a fucking traditional Japanese weapon, rap music starts playing over the background. Where diversity, equity, and inclusion says that if you have to have a black person, he's quoting, of course, none other than Kimball herself, if we have to have a person, and we need to make them a certain type of race, is it possible that instead of making them a thing that would be normal, we could make it a black person instead? So, in the case of something like Dad of Boy and Dad of Boy Ragnarok, The Forgotten Tales, if we have to have Angrboda, and we have to make her a Jotun, and we have to make her the mother of monsters, can we make her a small black girl who falls in love with Loki, LaFay of the Ice Giants, so that we can have our wonderful story where these two people are responsible for making Jormungandr, who is one of his 3 children, including Hel and Fenris? Is it possible we can do that? It's a very ridiculous and dumb system. It's so stupid. Because no matter if you say it the right way or wrong way, people will always say that you don't understand what DEI is, and that therefore you don't understand what political correctness and wokeness is. It's a word game. And you should push through it for the word game that it is, and call them on their bullshit to their face.
Outside of blacks. And so
where did you get that concept of it from?
I've researched a lot of things. I look at different clips from both sides of the argument, things like that. But basically my point is, I think that as far as systematic racism, I think that there's evidence from the other side, in that there's different things that are pushing black people up in ways that are not fair, and different things like that. Because I think that we should be merit-based. I think that should always be merit-based, and where we're in,
Correct. The way to stop things from DEI perspectives to be abused and used against people for the unironic racist goal that they have to discriminate against other people is to always be based on meritocracy. But of course, that is kryptonite to Amanda, because meritocracy means that she can't blame Whitey, and she can't blame Darky. She has to blame herself.
When there's jobs and different things like that, race should not be something that's considered. And so I think that, let's say that there are ways right now where systematic racism is still alive. Again, it's not holding us back to a point where we can still be successful. We've seen so many examples, today in modern times where black Americans can, there's no opportunities that I have that a white person, or that a white person has that I don't have. I believe that all
Are you sure
opportunities.
about that? Can you actually say that?
I would say that I have every opportunity in this country to be successful, to do what I want to do, and to stand on business that every other race has. Absolutely. And
do you have the
again,
same support?
Even if I don't have the same support, I can do what I got to do.
Do you have the same support?
Having the same support does not mean having the same opportunity. I don't have the same support as some of my friends and some of their families, because I have my sister, I have myself, I have people like Jay, I have my woman, I have whoever's in my friend circle that I still have connections and the ability to talk to, and I have my audience, and anybody who knows me from a distance who's willing to help me should I ask them for help. The way that she wants to make an argument here is that she says if we don't have the exact same systems of support, then there's a problem. And that's just not the case. Because black people are not entitled to the systems of support that belongs to the Koreans, or the Chinese, or the Japanese, that would be belonged to members of a more Afrocentric Caribbean descent. So if somebody comes from a big family in the Bahamas, or even Jamaica, you're claiming, because if you're just going by blackness, in case of political blackness, and not actual African Americans, any person who can be considered politically black should have the ability to have the exact same support system. But you're not indentured, and you're not entitled to the entitlement of someone else's funds or somebody else's support, because you're just not. You don't deserve my money just because you're black, and I'm black too. Therefore, come on, help a brother out. Let me hold $1. I don't know you, bitch. They don't know you neither. Their money is not your money. So it's ridiculous, first off and foremost. But more importantly, the more important part to say here is that in order for you to receive support from somebody, you actually have to commune with them. Because that's what a community is. It's a group of people that commune together with each other. If people have never met you, you're not a part of the community. Therefore, you can't be a part of the village. Therefore, you can't be a part of the support structure. Therefore, you cannot come to me asking for a handout. But of course, you should know that, Amanda. You're a part of the Longhouse.
Probably have more.
Do you have the same community support?
I have excellent community support. Absolutely.
Lucky for you.
Sure. Yeah.
Where did you grow up in a lower income, middle income, high income community?
It was middle income.
Okay.
Yeah. So again, I think that even those who grew up in very needy situations, right? They may not have been dealt a great hand of cards.
But they still.
They can still, I think it comes down to accountability. You can still play your hand and play your cards strategically in a way where you can still be successful. You can still do your thing, and you can wind up on top. And there's nothing stopping them from doing that.
Would you say that low income white people and low income black people have the same ability to excel?
I would say they have the same ability to excel.
Yes, everybody has the same capacity, but that doesn't mean they have the same aptitude. That's the correct word to use in the sentence here. Because when she says ability, she's not really saying ability, she's saying aptitude. So, a person who comes from squalor, they've never read a book in their life, they can't read at a 12th grader level, they're not able to do what you and I can do today. And you compare them to somebody who comes from lower middle class. They don't have a lot of money, but they can at least read through an encyclopedia, and they can understand big words in a lexicon. They don't have the same level of aptitude. In order for them to gain that level of aptitude, that person that comes from the lower median class that could belong to, say, the African Americans in the hood, they have to apply themselves to gain the aptitude to learn. Unfortunately, as has always been the case when that happens, this is where you have a little bit of a ratcheting problem in the community. African Americans often mock people for being intelligent. Because, oh my God, this nerd, this nigga thinks he's smart. We gotta do something about that. We gotta teach him what happens when you read books right here, nigga. You create an engine that tells people to stay stupid. Just like you can have women in society that will tell them, in order for you to maintain the social hierarchy game by having private contests of power versus open contests of power, like men, I should tell you, woman who is a 7, that you are the same as me, a woman who is a 10. You should know that everyone is a 10, because I have to be fair to everyone and appear amenable to everyone. A person who does not have the aptitude to play that social game is not going to understand that. So, a lower level woman who is a 3, who will say, nah, I'm a 10, if she's a 10, I'm a 10 too. A woman looking down at her from a higher position of aptitude, who understands her hierarchy in the social order, is going to tell her the equivalent of you keep staying stupid. Yep, if you keep saying that everybody's a 10, one day you'll be as equal as I am. It is a lie that you are telling them, because you know for a fact that they won't have the aptitude to do it. But if you appear as though you're saying it, it's better than being the brutal one to say, bitch, if you don't apply yourself, you ain't gonna amount to shit. And that's just the case of what isn't true, Amanda. Most people don't really apply themselves. They coast. They phone it in. They don't put in the work to learn. Because it's easier to complain than it is to put in the effort. That's why it's so annoying when people say they didn't do nothing. Oh yeah, we know you didn't do nothing. You didn't even try. It's irritating.
Okay, so I'm going to start countering from that point then. So ultimately, we know that our low-income communities are not given the same access to resources on a myriad of levels. They don't even have the same air quality, okay? We know that low-income communities in general are also going to be much more policed than other communities. We know that policing as it exists in the United States came from slave catching. So even the tradition of policing comes from protecting property, not protecting people, okay? So let's start there. When we talk about low-income, like the working class black people in this nation, we know that they have never been considered, ever, whether they were slaves or not. They just weren't considered. And we also know, as our brother Isaiah pointed out, that there are still people in very powerful positions that hold very personal positions as it relates to racism. And so in that way, they are impediments to someone moving forward. Okay. When we talk about DEI, the concept of DEI is not about lowering a standard. It's about widening the options. So
if I have a cup.
By lowering the standards, you twat.
Yes. If I have a cup that is as thick and wide as this bowl, if I heat the plastic of this bowl and I stretch the bowl out to where it's something more like this bowl, which is thinner and flatter, you cannot tell me that I have equalize the base. Because sure, this one is steeper, this one is wider. You would have to use more effort to climb up the social ladder of this one than this one. But look at what you've done. You have straightened out the margins. There is now not as high as a high. The height at which you can go is lower by half. This is the representation of the half of that aptitude. This is what No Child Left Behind did to the black community. You told people they didn't have to apply themselves. You could just bullshit around and they'll skip you to the next grade anyways, because No Child Left Behind. Well, what happens to your fucking average test scores? What happens to your average rating? What happens when you have people who are just being skipped through because, oh, they've aged out of the system. You can't keep putting them back in this grade. You have to skip them up one. And then eventually hand them a diploma and get them out of the system. You create what has become the problem that is endemic amongst the African American intelligence and international Black laureate school standards, where you have people who are not able to read and write at a better level. I am being told by Jay that she's going to bed, chat. Everybody say goodbye to Jay.
Goodbye, everyone. I'm sleepy. Yeah.
It's okay.
Yep. See you later, Carl.
Bye, Jay. Thank you for coming.
You're welcome. Bye.
Boom. It's just me and you, chat. It's just me and you. Right. So, back to the point that I was making. You have a problem that you create when you do that to the aptitude standard. You have people that then become incapable of actually operating at the level that they're supposed to be operating at. If a person's supposed to be operating at the capacity aptitude level of a 10, and they're only operating at the aptitude level of a 5, you have cut their aptitude in fucking half, because you decided to do all of the effort to not be smart about how you chose to do your job. And if you blame white man instead of blaming who you need to blame, then you're not really taking accountability for the part that you leave in the middle of the margin. Because we can clearly see this is not equal to this. So whoever took this and made it this did something really bad, which is the soft bigotry of low expectations. Oh no, these African Americans won't be able to have the same aptitude as the whites. These women in the military don't have the same capacity to operate as the men in the military. These people of X group can't operate at the same capacity as the Y group. We should make them same by making them different, but equal. See, I can do less push-ups than you, and it's still legally acceptable. I deserve to hold a gun in the military. See, I took the same test as you did, and I was given better chances on said test. I deserve to operate heavy metal equipment. Good. Hey, where should I turn? Excuse me. Wrong voice. Where should I turn on the driveway? I'm driving down the Florida Turnpike. Where do I turn across the street? I'm going to merge directly with an illegal U-turn. Good luck, Vinnyman of 3. That's what happens. Aptitude tests, tests in general, certifications, licenses, those things have a purpose. When you don't hold people to meritocracy, you get the fucking Florida Turnpike. You get just cigar things. You get a man who will kill a family and feels no remorse because he doesn't care. It's not in his culture. That's just an Indian. Imagine if it was an African American. Don't worry, chat. We're almost done. We getting there. We getting there.
We live in a nation that I feel like a lot of y'all are looking at the United States as a long history of something. We have a short history, all right? For 400 years, there was slavery. Black people were not even considered whole humans. We were 3/5 human. After the Civil War, during Reconstruction, Black people were then subjected to the Black Laws. The Black Laws were specifically for Black people. The Black Laws incarcerated Black people at such an exorbitant rate that they were able to get another slave labor force through the 13th Amendment because you had Black people that were serving entire life, like months-long, years-long years-long sentences for jaywalking.
Okay.
So when we look at these things, we act as if, well, why can't we just get over that? That's 2 generations previous, okay? So if a father in the early 1900s was incarcerated for 2 years, how do you think that would impede their family from being able to grow, right?
Sure.
Now you're affecting the ability for their children to have 2 parents in the home. You also now have a mother who's like incredibly stressed and may have to always be working, so she's not able to parent, etc. We also know that there is a continued effort in this nation to not have black people know the history of this nation. Like our good sis here was talking about, like, we have resilience, but this nation actively works systemically to keep that from us, right? We look in Florida at the laws that they're passing do not allow education about our past. And we know that if we don't know where we came from, how can we know where we're going?
Sure, okay.
All right, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
All good.
There's the argument. That argument immediately gets destroyed when you look at any other culture that's ever tried that too. Quite simply, there are plenty of places that have tried to make books that make their particular state's history look benign. I can agree that you should probably tell people a real history of the world, but that means the whole history, not just the parts that you wanted to cut out about things. That wouldn't go a very nice way for her. Wouldn't go to a very nice place. Would make for a very nice argument.
That's flags?
Yeah.
Goddamn.
Hi again.
We cool now?
We good. I think we're on the same. We're kind of looking at the same side of the same coin, and I think because I think we both want the betterment of the black community, and I think we're maybe coming from it from different ways. And so I do respect your position to what you were saying as well, that there are certain things and powers at play. And I've experienced racism firsthand. A lot of conservatives may try to act like, oh, there's no racism in America. I absolutely believe there is racism in America. I believe racist people exist. I just don't think that the systems as they stand today are inherently racist, because I've seen too many black people overcome. And I just feel like a lot of times what's left out of the dialogue is self-accountability and like self-will. We talked about how we were 3/5 of a person, but now we are 100%, I guess, according to the law or whatever, a person. And I feel like at the end of the day, if you wanted to walk out here right now and decide, you know what, I want to change my career, I want to do that, you can. And that's why so many people, and Nigerians come here, and Indians come here, and so many people who are not white, who are supposed to be discriminated against because they're not white, they come here and they become doctors and lawyers. Why? Because to your point,
Extremely good point. What will she say to this?
there's community. There's a sense of pride about, you know what, I gotta go honor my parents back in Nigeria. I'm part Nigerian. I have to go honor my parents. I have to go honor my elders. They're not twerking and shaking booty. They're getting
They are literally twerking and shaking booty in
the
Nigeria.
Nigerians I know ain't doing it. If they are
We
twerking,
literally
they doctors.
Fucking Mabuka shave face ass. I blame you, Poe. I blame you, Poe. But of course, Mabuka is a tribal dance. Even if they are literally shaking ass. Them shaking ass has nothing to do with them being able to shake ass and also do heart surgery at the same time. If they can do that, good, more power to you. But I prefer to have a heart surgeon that doesn't shake ass during my heart surgery.
Africa.
They're doctors twerking and shaking booty, so maybe they can shake because they got the money to back it up. But do you see what you're saying? But do you see what I'm saying, though? We have to be honest, Amanda. When
Well, as a fellow daughter of an immigrant, right? So my mother's from Grenada. My mother did come here and was able to work and was able to get green cards for folks. So shout out to my mom. There's a very big difference in growing up somewhere and coming from a place where you are the majority and where your people are running the show than being somewhere where your people have been subjugated the entire time your people have been here.
But your mama came here and she wasn't the majority, so how did she succeed?
She succeeded because she came here with the fortitude of coming from a place.
Her resilience, right?
No, but
And she had her
let me
village.
say what I'm
She came here with a resilience of coming from a place where she could establish herself. But you see, darkies from America, they have so little levels of resilience and resistance that there's just no reason for them to even try to do things. They just get kicked down like fucking buckets in the rain. They just fill them up and you spill them over and boop, there goes all their self-confidence. Are you serious?
If we don't acknowledge divide and conquer in the United States, we are having a pointless conversation. I agree.
They said that to you earlier, and you tried to fight against that point voraciously.
Have to acknowledge that there is a concerted effort at divide and conquer in the United States. We're literally watching it happen right now with an effort to divide and conquer and have black people fighting immigrants and have black people saying that immigrants don't matter.
So fighting white people.
White people is not the point. The concept of white people is about people who are upholding a supremacy of whiteness versus people who understand that there should be an egalitarianism. There should be an equality.
We are becoming the new white supremacists.
We are.
We've been putting them on a pedestal.
We are.
We feel like we can't do
are.
anything.
No, it's not that we're putting them. It's not that we're putting them on a pedestal. It's that we are joining them and instead weaponizing our blackness against our people. When we do what you're saying, we are saying I am better because I figured it out, and so you're the problem because you didn't figure it out.
What about if I believe that the American dream?
So you're literally blaming black people. Congratulations, you jackass.
Is I have a right to that as well. Is that me joining white people, or is that me saying, you know what, I want a life for my dream? The American dream for me, because it may look different from other people. Some people it's a boss shit. For me, I want my kids to grow up in a wonderful.
The American dream is having the ability to do whatever it is you set your heart to, and not having people standing in your way telling you that you cannot do that, and trying to prevent you from being able to establish that American dream. It could be as simple as the original American dream, which is 2.5 kids, a house with a white picket fence, and a dog. It could be being double income, no kids. It could be being a porn star that makes their money on Instagram and TikTok, thirst posting constantly and doing cosplays, and then using the money you get from your Sims that you create from your thirst traps to then make more cosplays, especially if they're in a sexual manner. It can be whatever the fuck your American dream wants to be. The vision of what American dreams fulfilled look like. But for most people who have an American dream, they move to America with the intention of uplifting their life and changing their life for the better, not the worst. It's what's supposed to be the point that it's used as justification for why when a person has illegally crossed the border and is crying saying, oh my God, I can't believe I'm going to be deported. Oh my God. It's supposed to be that thing that pulls on the heartstrings. Now, of course, the thing that's important there is that you then ask yourself, well, why didn't you do it legally? And then out comes the excuses, per se. Whatever we want to treat it as, and treat it as in the middle, the fact of the matter is that whatever you claim the fucking idea of that concept should be, the American dream is not something that is inherently white supremacist and racist. I swear if she says that it's that case, I'm going to fucking growl.
Neighborhood. I want them to go to college. I want to have a 401k. I want to do this. I want to do that. So I feel like a lot of times the black community associate anything that's right or that's just or that's striving forward with whiteness. So when you say
it's not whiteness, it's capitalism. And I think that's what we have to understand the difference of. The concept of capitalism always is grounded in exploitation.
So we're sitting here benefiting from capitalism, and you know that because you.
I understand that we are benefiting. I understand that we are benefiting from capitalism, but I also understand that we would have other people and a vast majority of people benefit if we were not solely capitalist. That is what it means to be a black radical. It's to understand that I can benefit as well as others.
So, what is your solution? Because you know that capitalism benefits us, and people are
constantly. I continue to say we need to have coalition building across cultural differences, across ethnicities, across classes.
White people.
I've never said it didn't. But this obsession with white people fails to acknowledge the fact that there are people who benefit from white supremacy. Let me finish my point. There are people who benefit from white supremacy that do not identify themselves as white. They don't consider that to be the most important element of their identity because they understand that at the end of the day, we need to see each other as humans that all deserve a right to exist.
But then that leaves the question, Amanda, what is white? You're going to say something like a black person doesn't recognize their whiteness and proximity to whiteness, but I have to ask you what is whiteness in that statement. And if you say it's the way they carry themselves, it's the way they behave, it's the way they speak, it's the way they act, then I'm going to call bullshit. Because that's not how it works. It is not a all-consuming part of the identity. What comes first and matters first is instead the parts of the identity that recognize the self. Then from the self, the genetics. Then from the genetics, the ethno-religious status. Whiteness, as far as it goes for being a type of ethnicity and race, is not ethno-religious. Because white passing would mean that they're capable of passing in suburbia, because white is supposed to be white suburban. But unfortunately, Anglo-Saxon, Puritan, what have you, those groups, those delineations between the different types of, quote, whiteness, to the point where you can have a, quote, spicy white, like an Italian, that's not white. That's you identifying white passing. So what qualities are you trying to talk about when you accuse people of their proximity to whiteness?
All deserve a right to exist. I shouldn't have to earn my right to exist. And that is what capitalism does.
You have to earn it.
That is what this nation is. You do have to earn it. You do. Yes, you do. That is why we are criminalizing the poor. We are criminalizing the poor on a regular basis.
We do not have the right to just subsist off of content and money and food and water. Nature is not fair. There is no capitalism in nature. The inherent nature of barter and trade might exist at a subpar level to animals, but they don't count beans the way that humans count beans. They don't ever want to count beans the way humans count beans. These are social contracts and conditions that we terminized unto ourselves, and we have understood through the repetition of, if I disrespect this person, there will be a consequence for my action, and for my action, I will have a lasting condition that will affect me permanently. That's how most people look at consequence and failure. But you can't even take accountability for that paradigm of the conversation, because it doesn't allow you to just basically call somebody who isn't white, because they sound white, they look white, they act white. Which means you're doing the exact same thing you're describing that people shouldn't do to you and shouldn't do to African Americans unto other people. Which makes you worse than a racist and a bigot. It makes you a hypocrite.
Because we're not even allowing for a wage to happen to allow people to get out of poverty. We are seeing inflation.
No, people in our family that have done it. So we
have not had people that have done it. My mother came to America with an entire nursing degree. I can't say, oh, well, my mother did it, why can't you? Because my mother
was pregnant at 19 in the south side of Chicago with no degree and still made
good for your mom, but this is the thing.
So we can't do it.
The question isn't.
My mama already had a medical license. Well, my mama did it while she was pregnant with me and then had nothing before it and was still able to make it. Well, that's good for you. What the fuck you then? What you talking about? If that's not an example of pulling yourself over your bootstraps, what is?
Whether or not some people can do it. The question and the reality is that it is not available to everyone in an equal way.
That's unfortunate, but you know we live in a broken society. I went to Nigeria and they're having the same problems as we're talking about in Nigeria. But it's the same thing in Nigeria.
It's a broken society. Where Burkina Faso is not.
they're yapping faster because I turned the sound up, but it feels like she's automatically getting faster without me even touching the setting. So, yet again, a case example of a person's opportunity not being the same thing as their aptitude. Not everybody has the ability to do everything that everybody else does because they don't have the aptitude and they don't have the hunger and they don't have the drive. They can always try to learn how to have the hunger and the drive, but if what drives them is different than what drives people like me, then their aptitude for the thing that they want to do is going to be different. Period.
Burkina Faso is not. That's time. My final claim is black conservatism fails to meet the needs of the working class. And okay, talk to me.
So I think black
failing to meet the need of the working class. There's lots of things that fail to meet the needs of the working class that then creates the need for class consciousness, but it's not capitalism. And it's not conservatism either.
Conservatives, we're the ones who really want.
Black conservatism literally just means the same thing as white conservatism, which is conservatism. They are telling you that you need to get back to basics. You should have a home structure. You should have a family structure. You should have a male that's capable of leading, a woman who's capable of nurturing. If both of them can do the job of the other, even better. You should have some basic tools to deal with the problem. And if you have children, have the ability to teach your children how to meet the world and how to deal with problems in the world. So that if you are doing something like homeschooling them, they are getting the necessary information that puts them on par to everybody else that they happen to be competing against as little dough balls. And as that perpetually continues on in a direct pattern, you put more effort in showing how the behavior is directly affecting people, rather than putting more energy into how you can be able to scheme people over the top with what you're telling them is conservatism, when it's really just, Ancapistan. Because the anarcho-primitivists.
The best for working people. I think we're the ones, like a lot of the liberals, a lot of leftists want to do things like office work. They want us to go reparations, try to get things from the government and get handouts. We say, hey, go out there and work. Go out there and get these jobs that are available. Work with your hands, do skilled trades. That's where a lot of us talk about, skilled trades. So working class, that's really a black conservative thing, in my humble opinion.
I would beg to disagree. I think that would be true if black conservatism also created pathways for people to get those jobs and also to be able to challenge the corporations that are using their labor, that are stealing from them and not impeding them from having a
They do. They have unions. They have collective bargaining power. They have groups that work with them, like OSHA.
So, for instance, like in the South, right? I just left North Carolina where I met with the USSW, the Union of Southern Service Workers. This is an unofficial union of individuals who work at places like Waffle House, at Food Lion, etc. And their unofficial union is unofficial because the conservatives in that state will not allow for them to be officialized.
Legitimized.
Legitimized.
I got you.
They will not allow for them to be legitimized because then they would be able to push back legitimately on the corporations to get fair wages, right? So like someone was telling me in this organization that she was in Baltimore getting $15.25 as a minimum wage, and then when she moved just one state away, she was now only getting $7.25 for minimum wage, but the cost of living was the same for her. So when we talk about, the effort of saying go out and get these jobs and get these trades, etc., I think that is valid, but I think that the impediments by leveling up corporations and by pouring into the effort of corporations to keep billionaires, as black conservatives, you are actually cutting off the ability for those people to excel.
Okay, I understand your point, but a lot of us are more about being self-sufficient. So the South, a friend of mine down there, King Randall, has a school for boys. He's 22 years old. He has a bunch of kids living with him. He's teaching them physical skills they can do. Okay, being a mechanic, working on your car, working on your house, doing things with your hands. So you don't got to worry about corporations. You could be your own man. You could be your own woman. And also, didn't you also say earlier that you're against unions? But are you
no, I never said that.
Oh, so you're for unions?
Absolutely.
So when you keep black folks out, you're for that as well? Because that's traditionally what they've done, keep black folks out, correct?
Obviously, I am not.
Correct.
For that. The reality is that unions have definitely in the beginning kept black folks out. And the reason why they were keeping black folks out is because after the Civil War, when there was
because racism. Let's shortcut to the answer. Because racism.
You had all these black people that had been used with free labor and they had skills, right? Whether they were a blacksmith or a carpenter or whatever. However, they could not get jobs because the white people who now had to fend for themselves, if you will, because they didn't have slaves, they had to go and learn all these trades.
Right.
And so they actively kept black people out of those jobs. And then what they would do is that when they would, as a union, say, we're going on strike, the black people would be like, well, we'll work because they won't let us in their union anyway. And then when they would go and actually get those jobs that people were on strike for, they would hang them. They would lynch them. So yes, these are real things that have taken place. But we keep having these conversations where we acknowledge the past when it's convenient and then we only say in the present when it's convenient. So you can't simultaneously say, well, everybody's fine now and there's no systemic racism.
Just because that is what happened when people were scabbing for jobs, when they were willing and able to punish black people who were freedmen by lynching them, does not mean that that happens now. Now there's a much different response that happens socially when you scab, depending on how you scab. But that's outside the scope of this conversation. What I will say, though, is that is some high bullshit. Just to justify how you don't want to address the fact that this is true.
At the same time as stating that there are unions that are racist and unions that aren't racist. Ultimately, there is racism in the United States. It is deeply embedded. We have seen it in a myriad of examples, even just yesterday or today. And black conservatives are working against the working class because they are actively placing their vision, their ideology of black excellence in economics solely.
That's an interesting take. They are putting their vision of black excellence above black brotherhood and solidarity. They are putting black excellence above black solidarity. They are being better than the people who don't have the aptitude to be as good as them over giving people free shit. No, I don't think I see a problem with that. I think they should work for their own stuff.
And individual economics. And I think that's really the big difference that we're talking about right now. You're talking about every man for themselves. Every man for themselves.
No, I don't say that.
Oh, you
I say that we have to be individual as people, as black people, but still get all of us on the same page. My friends at school, he's not just looking out for himself, looking for all these kids as well. So it's like, okay, I bring myself up and then bring everybody else up, rather than relying upon the corporations and white people to lift this up. That's where we come from.
So I think there's a difference between relying.
Perfect case example. African Americans learning to lift everybody up because a rising tide will not sink all ships.
On and acknowledging that there are impediments of. And I want to acknowledge the reality that we keep seeming to bump up against, which is that everybody has equal ability, and they don't. Everybody doesn't have the same impediments. So, for instance, I grew up with a single parent, not because...
Me too.
I grew up with a single parent. Me. I.
I grew up with a single parent, not because my father was some deadbeat that didn't have... My father has a MD from Harvard. My father has an MBA from Tufts.
My dad was a firefighter, so working class, conservative.
He just didn't want to be a parent. So when we talk about this whole idea of like, oh, the blacks that are, not doing the thing, it's not about necessarily what class you're in. It's literally just about we live in a nation that gives the option of, I don't want to be a parent. We live in a nation that gives the option of, I don't need to be in cooperation with our community. And as far
So the black community should mandate that fathers should be stuck in the home, or rather, we should mandate that deadbeats can be forced to do the job. So, slaving? We deserve to make deadbeats enslaved husbands? Make your deadbeat baby daddy into your home slave in 5 easy steps. 1. Open your legs. 2. Tell him to bust it wide open. 3. Take him to court. With these 3 easy steps, you can get your own house slave today. House nigga. That's not funny, Carl. Yes, it is, Carl. It's hilarious. House Negro. Pain. Pain, Amanda. Pain upon you and your houses.
As far as I'm concerned, black conservatives do not address the needs of the working class, which are fair access to resources, which are equal access to getting jobs, which are equal pay.
They do address those. There are multitudes of them that already exist inside vocational high schools, and if you are able to find one in your area, technical schools and technical colleges that will teach you those fair trade skills in trade school in 2 years compared to 4.
To the same access as others. And we don't. Equal to other states even. Like, there's no reality where you can...
If a person is capable of doing acetylene underwater welding in Florida, that doesn't mean that they're necessarily going to find a group that will do acetylene underwater welding in Georgia, because they are jobs that work on a carapan Myrmidon status. You go where the work is, and if the work's not there, you keep going where the work is. The most common trait for people with those kinds of skills is that they have to be willing to travel a lot, or they have to become really good at the particular thing that they do for money. It appears that you have once again fallen for the classic blunder, which is effectively blaming people for not being smart enough to do the job. Once again, soft bigotry of low expectation, rearing its ugly head again.
Say that the same amount of white people are working low-wage jobs per capita as black people. A lot of the reason is because there's such a disparate incarceration of black people that it impedes their ability to get higher level education as well as higher level employment, because we know about disenfranchisement.
All right, there you go.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice
I'm
to meet
Layla.
you.
I would actually argue that the black working class is failing themselves. Wouldn't you agree that, in order to get a job, in order to qualify for a certain position in an education system at a job, wouldn't you argue that it should be based off of qualifications and not your race or identity?
I've never argued that. I've never argued that.
Well, I know that you were saying that you would argue that it should be equal, right? So you're saying that there should be black Americans in education systems, in jobs, but wouldn't you argue that they should be qualified for those positions and not just placed there because of their skin color?
I've never disproved that.
Okay, so let's
That's
say...
not what DEI is. Do you know that?
Well, I'm not talking about DEI right now.
Well, you're suggesting that I suggested that somebody should get a job just because they're black, and I've never asserted anything like that.
I mean, I understand that you may not say that exactly, but a lot of things are, they're pointing to that.
No, it's not pointing to that. And so I need to clear this up because it's a really important point. Okay. We live in a nation that has actively pedestaled white people. Can we all agree on that? That we
in the past, but not currently. Not currently.
So, okay, fair. Okay, so how many black people are part of this administration's cabinet?
I'm not sure. Can you fill me in?
0. Who?
So it seems like there may be a
That's
couple.
not a cabinet. I don't know. Scott Turner. Okay. So
What a stupid point to try and get assertion on. There's no black people in fucking in the cabinet. There's already been a black president. Your argument is moot.
So we got two. So back to your point. DEI is about expanding, not lowering credibility. Okay, so if we have a system that has very actively said...
We're about expanding, not lowering credibility, through the soft bigotry of low expectations, where a very big and wide bowl becomes a very thin and wide bowl, It doesn't have the same ceiling, even if it has the same floor, and you're never truly able to reach the same level of accolades. That's actually a really good way to phrase it. Thank you, Carl. You're welcome, Carl.
These particular people are the best people simply because of their race. DEI said, or their gender. Okay. Because DEI mostly levels up white women.
Okay, so it would be incorrect if it's, if we're pointing.
So that means that you were once again a handmaiden of patriarchy, and you should now pick up your 3rd, 7th, and 17th fell for it again or whatever. Congratulations, Amanda.
Toward this, majority of race is qualified because of the skin. The basic
Absolutely,
skin.
yeah. Whether they're white, black, I mean, race is fake
Now,
anyway,
I do want to touch on a point that you did mention earlier, that you would argue that, black people have less opportunities in America. I do not agree with that. I have not had,
First of all, you're a light-skinned woman.
So are you.
Yes,
and you're doing
so
great for yourself.
Yes, and so colorism really does serve us.
I do want to say, why do you think that is, though? Why do you think that?
She reached for the Jezebel line.
Do you think it's just based off the color of our skin, or do you think it's based off of the reputation that black people make for themselves?
What reputation are black people making for
themselves?
themselves?
What would you argue? Because, I mean, when I look at...
Being hoodlums, being thugs, being vagabonds, being constant people who break the law.
Well, let's look at music, for example.
We already had this conversation with somebody else.
Well, we're going to have it again. Most of the people that...
Oh, are we?
Most of the people...
I'm going to shut down right now and let you know that the reality is that when you come to black music, for you to say most of...
Interrupting him, interrupting her, being an asshole.
The people, you've already lost the argument.
Am I right?
There is no most of the people with black people because you haven't heard of all the black music.
Most of the music that is, let's say...
You haven't heard all the black music, therefore your argument is invalid and I'll shut you down. Okay?
And the media, right? And who controls those systems?
The files of black Americans. But who's putting it out there? We are.
No, we're the ones putting it out there. Systems are putting out there.
Who listens to them? Because I bet you, most of my friends, my black friends that are not conservative, they listen to that music. That defiles their bodies.
You know what else is
black crime and
everybody else. But if we don't acknowledge that they are not in the same way pursuing white voices talking about the same thing, even though they are. We simply like to start at the branches of a tree and not at the root. We have to understand that the media is king. Okay? Media is king.
And media does not favor conservatism. I can tell you that right now. I mean, look at the protests right now in Los Angeles.
Depending on who's in office, media does favor them.
We have Trump in office right now, and media is not favoring Trump at all.
Depending on who is office, the media is favoring them. No, the fuck they are not, because they don't want to favor certain levels of conservatism unless it is the particular type of rhino conservatism that the right wing particularly wants to have, forever ran by the cockroach himself and his many members of cabinet that may or may not be worms that are connected to a mass body. It is just not the case. The government does not like conservatism because they're conserving something, and the people who are liberals in government are trying to progress. They're diametrically opposed in this way.
Absolutely not favoring Trump in certain spaces because Trump is also not favoring that particular type of media. But it depends on the day. And we have to acknowledge that regardless of whether you talk conservatism or not, media has never favored black people at any point.
All right, guys, that's time. You've been voted out.
Thank you.
Back. So let's talk about facts. I just want to move back to systemic racism because you mentioned systemic racism earlier. I just want to look at 3 applications of systemic racism against white people and against East Asians as well. So for example, we have the National College Attainment Network, which defines affirmative action or even race-conscious admissions as taking race as one of the factors whether or not you admit a student. And we noticed that when race-conscious admissions was out of it, black enrollment dropped 64% at UC Berkeley. And that is an act of systemic racism. Trying to look at people's races and allow them to colleges whether or not they're of a set race is racism. It's race-conscious. And Martin Luther King's most famous quote is that he doesn't want his children to be judged based on race, but by the content of their character. And the content of people's characters also includes merit. We have another example of systemic racism.
He's pounding it.
Burgess Owens, he's a representative out of Utah. He's a black Republican representative. He called out the MIT president for having black-only dormitories. I mean, what does that mean? Why are we trying to segregate each other and say that black people feel safer amongst black people? And the truth is, they're actually more in danger when they're around black people. And that's unfortunate. It's sad that I'm saying this, but it's the case, and I have to say it because it's true. Okay, black people are killing each other at a vast, crazy rate. Black men rapping about it. It's savagery. It's barbaric, and we shouldn't be doing it as a people. We should try to get more Ben Carson's. Ben Carson's cousins were murdered when he was younger, but his mother came to him and gave him a book and told Ben Carson to read and study so to not be like his cousins. And Ben Carson separated 2 twins at the back.
Yeah.
Of the head. He's known as one of the best neurologists or neuroscientists we've ever seen. Right?
Ben Carson said that slaves were immigrants.
Well, they were brought here to the United States, and many of them were slaves, and you know that to be a fact.
What is the difference between someone being an immigrant and being a stolen person?
I mean, I understand.
Are you fucking... An immigrant came here by choice. A slave is forced to come here because the boat's here.
That many people were stolen here, but 90% of historians agree that slavery would have not been possible if black slave owners who lived in Africa didn't sell off the people. White people didn't show up and just start stealing people. They didn't do that. That's not how that works.
They literally did that.
But they didn't. They worked with black owners and black
They literally did that. And Arabs did that as well. And I think it's very important. And I think it's important to note that there is an oversimplification.
There she goes, getting owned again. Slave merchants in Africa sold indentured servants who were brought to North America and South America. Slaves sold at the portals, being captured during war raids, or sold by African leaders.
Did that.
But they didn't. They worked with black owners and black Arabs.
They literally did that. And Arabs did that as well. And I think it's very important. And I think it's important to note that there is an oversimplification of history as well as of black people in Africa. There's a failure to acknowledge that in Africa, black people did not consider themselves black people. That was a racial distinction that was solely created by white oppressors to legitimize slavery.
Arab oppressors, actually, because the Arabs didn't
to legitimize. They did not name it under blackness. They simply just decided we're going to go and have enslavers. This was a decision that was actualized and then tried to be pushed forward through eugenics. Literally, there was an executive order that was passed a few months ago that said that Donald Trump wants to now control the museums because he wants to take back control of the narrative around race. And in one of these museums that they cited was that there was a display that speaks about race not as a biological thing, but as something that has just been created as a social construct. And he stated that that is an incorrect expression of race, that race is biological.
It is biological. Like, let's look at our phenotypical traits, the nose differences, the hair texture. It's a biological thing. Sure,
oh, baby. Oh, are you going to pull out the calipers? Oh, no. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Punnett square. Punnett square. Punnett square. Genetics are real. Punnett square.
There's a
It is
social
not,
concept,
sir.
but there's biological
Okay,
differences.
sir,
It's
you're
fine.
very convicted in your lack of
Okay,
information
okay,
around
okay.
these things. Race and ethnicity are two different things, okay? Ethnicity is where you're from. Race is literally something that was created to put people into categories of caste, to put people into categories of oppression. Race is not something that you are. Race is something that was bestowed and put
That's
upon you.
racism, not race. Race is
No,
simply the
race is
aggregation.
literally something that was created and put upon you. And I want you to listen to me as somebody who has studied this, who has a master's in African American Studies from the Institute for Research.
You should listen to me. I'm the educated person. I have a master's. I have a master's. You don't understand what you're talking about. I have a master's. I have a master's.
African American Studies at Columbia University. I want you to understand very clearly that race is not something that is biological. There is literally there is many differences that are equated to ours that have nothing to do with race. That has nothing to do with race. So if you have a black parent and you have a white parent, and now you come out looking white, how is that a biological thing with your race?
Because in the biomes and the genomes that created my cells, something in my Y and my T cells on the RNA created the result of the zapping loop that would be a part of my skin color. Something that can obviously be fucking modified over time through life. As most people probably have one or have some type of operation that makes it possible for it to have one. In the case of somebody like Sonic the Hedgehog, it appears, at least from what I remember from the fucking film, that it is a 1 + 2 + 1 movie. Because it was Sonic, and then Knuckles, and then Tails, and then later Shadow after turning against Gerald and Robotnik for a bit, and Agent Stone, and what have you. There's an entire process for how things were handled and things were done. However, what? Are you serious? Are you honest right now?
Biological? Melanie Thompson is not biological at all.
So if you have a black parent and you have a white parent.
She is serious.
And now you come out looking white. How is that a biological thing with your race? There's no most of them. Stop. There's no most of them. You do not have anything to prove that.
Mixed race too.
I am not mixed race. My mother is black and my father is black.
Well, my father is also considered black, but he's very much has a lot of European DNA.
You know what I think? I think that you are at a phase of your learning where you are a contrarian, and I look forward to seeing your development because I have a feeling that you're actually going to flip the script.
That's an accusation of acting. Ding. Ding, 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 ding.
Eventually, because you are somebody that definitely is grounded in wanting to learn facts and wanting to learn the truths of things. However, you're currently still stuck in an indoctrinated space that is tricking you into thinking that you are something that you are not. You are a black person who is literally having to receive the results of racism, but ultimately you are of an ethnicity that has thrived in spite of it. And that is where we really exist from. And that is where our resilience comes from in spite of systemic racism.
I think our resilience is happening now. I think growing, understanding the real problems, not going out and trying to protest against. You guys don't ever do this. KTS.
You guys don't ever do that. Who is you guys?
Members of the black community don't want to hold accountable, especially black people. So KTS was shot 60 times outside of Cook County.
Who's the you guys? You are the you guys, Amanda. People like you who say these things don't happen, that didn't happen, you're lying to me. You. It's you.
Chicago. How many BLM members came out? You guys earlier said BLM
Stop
is
referring to me as you guys.
Okay, fine. So, for example, we had a really good example of this where it's not a police case. I remember you
Where are
said,
you from?
where am I from? What do you mean by that? Like, what state am I from? Where was I born?
Where do you live right now?
I live in Florida. I was born in Angola, though. I was born in sub-Saharan Africa, okay?
Where did you grow up for most of your time?
In Maine. I lived in North America.
In Maine?
Yes.
And what is the population of black people in the town that you're from?
It's really extremely low, but I grew up around black people, and there was a black community where I lived.
And that black community that you lived in, did they teach you about black history in the United States? Like, are your parents black American?
Yeah, my mom is black. My father's black.
No, I'm asking, were they born in the United States?
No, because I wasn't born there.
Oh, so you guys are all from Angola?
Yes, but again, like I told you earlier, right? In terms of people like KTS they were shot, BLM doesn't come out for them. And I remember you earlier said, you earlier said that BLM is worried about police, but when Daniel Penny choked out the man that we all know was causing violence on that subway train.
He was not causing violence.
He was
causing disruption is not causing violence.
Causing disruption is not causing violence. He was scaring people who were afraid to go nearby him when he was in a inebriated and extremely unameliorative state. Why, young man? Young man, don't you know the difference, young man? Young man, you should listen to me. I said, young man.
He was threatening people.
Causing disruption is not causing violence.
And the people there helped him also, and nobody helped him.
I don't know what that has to do with BLM. Random people on a train is not Black Lives Matter.
BLM showed up for that. They
showed up for what?
BLM showed up threatening white people, saying that they were
no, they didn't. BLM protested.
After Penny was found not guilty, Black Lives Matter leader called for black vigilantes to retaliate as the trial was ending. An unknown group placed signs in the subway that say a man was lynched here.
Where did you get that from? You see, your sources are not. You're not able to cite your sources. Please sit down.
Yeah, that's the truth.
It's not the truth. It's not the truth. It's not. Nothing you say is actually the truth. Nothing. You're not even American. You're not even a black American.
You're not even American. You're not even black. You don't belong here. Through the door is a fucking headway. It says, "Don't be that evil." You're not even American. You ain't from here. You ain't from here. You ain't from it. No! It's not supposed to be that easy! No! 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 Also, talking it down to him like that, I think I'm going to also count that one as another thing. No! You immediately jump to xenophobia so easily to denounce something that we all saw happen with our eyes. They're fact-checking you right now. They're fact-checking you right now. Amanda. Amanda. Oh, you hate to see it, chat.
As the daughter of an immigrant, it is imperative that black people from other places understand the disparate difference that they exist from black people in the United States. It is not the same, period. And ultimately,
oh, she's doubling down. You better rub with those fryers. You better rub with those fryers. She is unironically doing the Uncle Ruckus. I guess we call it the anti-ruckus. The anti-ruckus? Yeah. Yeah. She is unironically standing in the pillar of, you are not black like I'm black. Yes. That's not good. Oh, that's a sin. We're for people being the same. We're for uplifting people. Excuse me, you're not dark like me. Darky, I'm a real dark. You're sub-Saharan era dark. You ain't got the same rights as me. So much for solidarity. So much for the tolerant left.
the best effort that we can do as a diaspora is to lead in understanding, not in judgment. So when I am talking to somebody from Sudan, from the Congo, from Angola, I am listening to understand
She's still going.
their experience, not to undermine it. And I refuse to allow anybody from Grenada, from Angola, from any other place to come and try to undermine the experience of Black Americans.
So, you'll talk down to people from where you come from, the same way you'll talk down to a descendant generation American that was raised in another place, that is capable of having the aptitude to educate themselves, to be able to debate you. And you're also going to yell at them the same way you're yelling at him and everyone else there to be heard. Okay. She has to choose somebody for 10 minutes on a claim that they're choosing, and I feel like she's gonna fucking flub this. I wonder if she picks a man or a woman. I almost promise you she'll pick a woman. I don't feel like she's capable of picking a man. Unless she wants to pick the, quote, weaker man that she can be able to bully so she can continue her Longhouse lecturing. Because that's just full Longhouse right there. She went full mask off and basically did exactly what I nicknamed her. She is the Longhouse. She is Longhouse Seals. She will tell you how you should talk to her and how you should talk to her nice. But she's going to yell at you like a banshee.
Who feels passionately about something that they want to talk to me about? I choose John Samuel because I like his facial hair and dashiki pairing.
I'm proven wrong. She chooses African dashiki Carl.
I feel like he's going to sing a mean R&B.
Which one? My claim is that Black people as a community need to walk away from the Democratic Party and progressivism completely. I'm saying this from a very unique perspective. I'm not trying to shout myself or anything. This is really just my experience. Currently, I'm running for Congress, right? And one of the biggest hurdles I have in doing that is the Black community. It's because they expect us to be in this box.
What's the box?
The box would be, okay, you're Black, so you got to be a Democrat. You got to think this way. You got to have this view on this matter.
You think what way?
Like,
I really want to understand.
So let's take immigration. That's a hot button issue right now, especially in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
My view is that you should come here the legal way, and that if you don't come here the legal way, you are subject to the laws of the country. But I also feel that if you're...
disagree with that.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying is that a lot of people, especially where I'm from San Diego, would like to put Black conservatives in this box. And the reason why I say specifically in my claim that Black people need to walk away from the Democratic Party is because every single election cycle, all they do is use us as their tokens. They use us as their kind of election tools. They use us as these campaign posters. They tell us to come to their rallies. They tell us to sing on their stages. They tell us to do all these things, and they forget about us 3 other years, and they remember us 4 years later. Every single cycle, it happens again and again. And I'm for...
Yes. Continue, sub-African Carl.
I'm one of the people, like, I really appreciate you because it seems like you have love for the Black community and you have love for people. I appreciate that. And I do too, because I don't express that in the same way as, let's say, as a Black person who's a member of the Democratic Party. I get called Uncle Tom, I get called a racist, I hate myself. I love myself and I love our people. I love everything about us. We have done so much for the country. We built this table that everyone is seated at, but we deserve rights. We deserve all these things. However, what I don't like more than that...
Metaphorically. Metaphorically don't see him. Unless somebody actually hammered that wood.
anything, it's being used. It's being used by politicians, being used by government as some type of puppet to say, here's my black person that's voting for me. I don't like that. And it makes me sad no matter you're Democrat, Independent,
Can I
Green Party,
respond?
whatever. Yes, yeah, sorry.
I completely agree. I completely agree. I would add to that it's no different with the Conservative Party, that there is 1,000% a use of black people to weaponize a concerted effort to literally, quote unquote, make America.
Okay, let's grant you that, right? There are tokens on the right, there are tokens on the left, and people are getting spent like fucking arcade cabinets. So, what are you going to do to change that?
Great again. The concept of Make America Great Again did not start with Donald Trump. It started with Ronald Reagan, and it happened right
Yes, that is true.
after the Civil Rights Movement. There was a very strong, visceral response by white people after the Civil Rights Movement, after the Voting Rights Act of 1965, the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the Fair Housing Act of 1969, the Economic Opportunity Act of 1965. These were all efforts that were put in place on a federal level to say, okay, fine, damn, we're going to give you a little bit of something to get your weight up. After that, there was a active effort made by conservatives, because that's also when we saw the flip between the Democratic and Republican parties. There was a flip. That's actively what happened. There was a flip.
And we saw the Democratic Party has been the party of slavery, the party of racism.
There was a flip because the Democrats were more aligned with making these civil rights concessions than the Republicans. That's the flip. Ultimately, though.
So she believes that there is a flip, but she's not willing to admit that the Democrats started out as the party of slavery. The more things change, the more they stay the same, chat.
The flip is what people are misappropriating, because the flip isn't a 180, okay? If the flip is literally just, we was this and now we this. And that is not the same as we are for black people. The Democratic Party is not for...
It wasn't a 180, it was a 90 degree. We used to be for only ourselves, and now we're kinda a little bit for you. See? Not different. Totally same.
Black people, nor is the Republican Party. Any nation that has a bipartisan system that doesn't even allow for its own people to determine who are going to be the candidates for president isn't for its people in general, beyond blackness. So it's imperative that we begin to truly understand the systems that work in this government that not only hinder us as black people, but they hinder anyone who wants to see change, because they are ultimately working together. Now, do we see one party activating higher levels of determination than others? Yes. Do we see one party that is more violent per se than others? Yes. And we can say this on many different levels. But when it comes to like enacting genocide or destabilizing other nations, we know that that happens on an American level, regardless. Okay, I completely agree that the idea that you have to act a certain way as a black person is really problematic, because the Democrats and the Republicans, neither of them actually care about black people. And when we talk about conservatism, we talk about being a liberal.
If neither party cares, then who's actually going to be able to service them?
Neither of these aspects were grounded in how do we help to repair the harm that we have caused an entire group of people who made it possible for us to even have a constitution. So you can sit here and show me whatever you want.
No. The only reason I was going to show you this is because
because even with that constitution, we weren't even humans.
What?
When they wrote it.
So that was another fact check I wanted to kind of fact check before, but I couldn't say anything. Had nothing to do with you're 3/5 of a person. The 3/5 compromise had to do with representation in Congress. So there's a little note here if you open this.
The 3/5 compromise said that the Southern slaveholders needed to be represented fairly in Congress, and because there were so many more slaves than actual white people in the South, they were allowed to count their slaves as representation, even though those slaves did not have the ability to vote.
If we were at that time, let's say the 3/5 compromise never happened, we were a whole person as in light of the government, right? If that happened, then this America would not be the America that you know today. Because what it was is, if it was, we were kind of
defending the 3/5 compromise, bro.
Listen for a second.
Okay.
Because I don't want you to get mischaracterized.
You're defending the 3/5 compromise. You're trying to teach me something, and I'm acting like you said you're a Nazi. This is obviously different. Obviously different. Obviously different.
That's what I'm saying, okay? Slavery was wrong. It was absolutely disgusting and immoral thing.
Okay.
I have nothing good to say about that. But the 3/5 compromise, if you counted a person who was a slave as a whole person at that time, most of the slaves were held in the south of the Mason-Dixon line, right?
That, yeah.
So what would happen is they would have more representation in Congress, and thus those laws that were, by the abolitionists, those would have been gone, okay? So that would have gave the South more power to do the things that they couldn't do. So that's why they said the 3/5 compromise, because then if it's 3/5 compromise, they don't get that power. But of course they're people, so they have to say something, and that's where this came into play. Because if it wasn't for that, this country would have looked a lot differently.
So you're suggesting that it was okay for
hard sigh.
slaves' bodies to not only be used for labor, but also used to empower those who are harming them to be fairly represented in government?
I think it's absolutely, they should have been used, period.
Okay, so then we agree on that.
Yeah, it was absolutely abhorrent. There's no excuse for it. There's no justification for it.
So then where's the argument? Because ultimately, when there was an opportunity in Reconstruction for there to be equality and humans considered in a real way and protected,
Democrats torched it. Andrew Johnson.
Yes, as well as the Supreme Court. That's actually more important what we have to acknowledge. The Supreme Court torched it. The Supreme Court has actively, throughout this entire existence of this nation, been at the forefront of impeding any advancement, and it ends up sending us back over and over and over again because it doesn't have term limits, because it is...
Supreme Court made a number of decisions that hindered racial equality during Reconstruction, including the infamous Plessy v. Ferguson, separate but equal, which is to allow for segregation. Yes, but you made the argument earlier that Plessy v. Ferguson was something that would have been used by blacks to be a way to say, you said we were separate but equal, so where's my ability to be racist and bigoted and separatist? Cope, man. Cope. Copa. Oh my gosh, she's so irritating.
It doesn't have term limits. It's not elected. It's appointed. And ultimately, they have made it abundantly clear that they pick and choose when it's the states that are going to have rights and when they're going to be in a federal position of precedence.
Well, that's to do with the supremacy clause. So the supremacy clause is when a federal law is in conflict with state's law. The federal law, for example, in California, weed is legal, right?
But
federally, it's not. So they can come down here and they could say, hey, we're going to raid all these places, and they would be completely in line with the law.
And so this is how segregation and discrimination ended up existing even after the civil rights laws of the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment were passed, because...
You know how they do this to weed? That's just what they were doing to black people. Please get her out. Please get her out.
Congress said we need to protect black people, and the Supreme Court said we actually are not going to give you the right to do so. For what it's worth, I think we can do this back and forth all day, but at the end of the day, I will completely agree with you. Black people need to let the Democrats go. I think black people need to let both of these parties go and figure out a way to move forward together in our own nation.
You know what? I can actually get on with that because, I don't believe that all Republicans are, good and not using us as well. I agree with that. I agree with that. And I'm for no matter what color skin you are or black, whatever it is, just think for yourself. If you think for yourself and you do your own research and you want to be a liberal radical, go for it. If you want to think for yourself,
everybody know I agree with this. Everybody knows
and be a Republican, then go for it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Eye roll.
I'm down for that. Think for ourselves. Let's do it. Appreciating the show and debating with Amanda, I could see that there was a care for the community and there was a care for wanting to uplift us rather than treat us like a monolith. And
I mean, she's uplifting something, but it's just uplifting and securing for herself. Anything that she would argue for black people would only be arguing from the position where the black person she's imagining when she's imagining a black person is not John Samuel or whoever else she would imagine. She imagines herself. So she argues for a position that enriches herself and does not put her in a position where she does not get the benefits and opportunities that she could fully maximize.
That's what I'm all about. Regardless if you're a Democrat, Green Party, Republican, I just think that people are far more complex than we give them credit.
There's an active effort of folks on any side of the aisle that want to see the elevation of black people to be able to come together and have real conversations that are grounded, not in stats, and this is going to sound real woo-woo, but it's what it is, that are grounded in love. And I hope that whatever anyone took away from this conversation is the reality that I really do love black people. I love people, and I love the ability to exist on this earth and have access to joy.
I think sometimes things get a little bit heated, and that's okay because emotions get the best of us. But I think overall she did pretty well for her position. I don't agree with her for the most part, but I think she did pretty well.
Just kind of seeing this dynamic, that this is really what happens. A lot of times we look at discourse, we look at it online, so everybody's typing and typing, but this is what real discourse looks like. When you have to really sit in front of someone and unpack your arguments, you can see the pressure that causes and how you have to really kind of have your thoughts together and how heated and emotional it can get. So I think the fact that you guys, created this space for us to be able to do that is awesome. Whether it was productive or not, we'll only see. Hopefully some of the things that, we said stick with Amanda. She was using some of my quotes, about like resilience and everything. And I was like, okay, so I'm planting a little bit of seeds there. And then of course there were times where when she was right, and I was like, you know what, she has a point. So I think it's pretty productive if you allow it to be.
Pain. Well, that brings us to the end of the event, chat. We've done it. We've done it. We've done it. What did we learn? We learned she will complain and blame things on racism, bigotry, being a radical, and people pretending for attention 15 times. And we also learned she's really fucking petty. But we knew that already. All right. It's 2:43 in the morning. Eventually, I will be broadcasting tomorrow. Thank you all for coming. I said I wanted to see if we could get it underneath 5, but I feel like I might have talked a little bit too much earlier. But we got it under 6:15. Good enough. Thank you for everybody for coming. Thank you again for Jay for calling in. Thank you all for your supports and your super chats. I appreciate them greatly. Even though we didn't hit the 15 goal that I made for myself, I will still talk to Jay and the Long Boys to see if we can get the Date Everything riff tracks going. So, as we have reached the end of the content, that means we have reached the end of the stream. Thank you everyone for supporting. I am Single Bear Carl. You can find me at any place where Carl and Carl-related accessories can be sold. You can also find me here on my channel at any time, probably doing some bullshit over live stream. And I consider and give you all a stealth hearty good night and bon nuit. Bon nuit to you all. I will be seeing you the same Carl time, same Carl channel, in the funny papers, and then I'll be billing you for my therapy. Good night. Good night.